चलो आ रहा है। तो हेलो एवरीवन, वेलकम बैक टू अनदर ब्रांड न्यू लाइव स्ट्रीम। आज है पीएमजीसी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स का डे 2। डे 1 वाज नॉट दैट फन फॉर मी टू बी ऑनेस्ट। वेलकम बैक टू अनदर ब्रांड न्यू लाइव स्ट्रीम। अल्फा 7 बहुत मार खाया यार डे 1 पे। पीएमजीसी तो आज अल्फा 7 का कमबैक का एकदम पूजा वूजा करके आया मैं, तो होपफुली वो आज कमबैक करे। नॉट दैट फन। डे 1 वाज एक्चुअली फन, मजाक से हटके। अल्फा 7 बहुत मार खाया एंड डे 2 इज गोइंग टू बी इवन मोर फन, फॉर व्हिच आई होप यू गाइस आर रेडी। पूजा वूजा करके आया मैं। What are your predictions for the day? क्या डे 2 भी 4M भी मचाएगा या कोई नया टीम कमबैक करेगा? You know, more fun, for which I hope you guys are ready. या कुछ और अनएक्सपेक्टेड होगा? What are your predictions for the day? Let's see what happens. क्या डे 2 भी 4M भी मचाएगा या कोई नया टीम कमबैक करेगा? And of course, team spirit. I have a strong feeling आज team spirit #1 finish करेगा। पता नहीं क्यों। And of course there are Falcons. And of course Falcons का पता नहीं ब्रो। कल एक चिकन मारे, इसके बाद एकदम शांत हो गए वो। पता नहीं क्यों। So yeah, आज भी वापस पहला मैच चिकन मारेंगे शायद, वो क्या पता। Falcons का पता नहीं ब्रो। कल एक चिकन मारे, इसके बाद एकदम शांत हो गए। अल्फा 7 कमबैक, जो भी अल्फा 7 कमबैक कर रहे हैं, पहला मैच चिकन मारेंगे शायद। कमबैक बोल रहे हैं। डबल साउंड क्यों हो रहा है? डबल साउंड नहीं। अल्फा 7 कमबैक। बैकग्राउंड में 2-2 चल रहा है क्या? 2-2 चल रहा है भाई। माय बैड। बैकग्राउंड में 2-2 चल रहे थे। अब सब ठीक हो गया ना? साउंड डिले, साउंड एको सब सॉर्ट हो गया, ठीक है? सब सॉर्ट हो गया तो सॉर्टेड लिखो अब। ओके लिखो, ठीक हो गया लिखो। हो गया, फिक्स हो गया भाई, फिक्स हो गया। हैप्पी बर्थडे स्पाइक भाई। ड्रीमर भाई, आज मेरा बर्थडे नहीं है बट मैं गिफ्ट लूंगा, दे दो गिफ्ट। तो मैं ये बोल रहा हूं, कल का दिन वॉज नॉट दैट फन फॉर मी टू वॉच बिकॉज अल्फा 7 कल बहुत हगा। तो आज मेरे को लगता है कि अल्फा 7 बहुत तगड़ा बूम बाम कमबैक करेगा। बट ऑन ए सीरियस नोट, कल इट वॉज रियली फन। 4MV has proved every single person wrong. क्या 4MV आज भी सेम मोमेंटम कैरी फॉरवर्ड कर पाएगा या नहीं, वो देखना पड़ेगा अपने को। एंड ऑल्सो टीम स्पिरिट, कल का दिन शुरुआत अच्छा नहीं था बट एंड ऑन अ पॉजिटिव नोट किए। बट देयर आर मेनी स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम्स लाइक DRX, TJB, थंडरटॉक गेमिंग, ये सारे हगे कल। तो आज इन सब का कमबैक तुम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो। तगड़ा होमवर्क करके आएंगे ये और मारेंगे, देखना। कितना टाइम में स्टार्ट होगा मैच? 5 मिनट ब्रो। एंड फैल्कन्स कल एक चिकन निकाले पहला मैच, उसके बाद एकदम 5 मैच में 7 पॉइंट 6 पॉइंट ऐसा कुछ निकाले। लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस।
A lot of our teams, I think that they'd be very excited to see these new up and coming players.
4MV का कल का मैच देखकर बहुत मजा आया था स्पाइक भाई। मेरे को लगता है कि आज भी वो मोमेंटम कैरी फॉरवर्ड करेंगे, बट टुडे जे अल्फा 7 करेंगे। जे अल्फा 7 आज एटलीस्ट 2 चिकन निकालेगा अल्फा 7 इज व्हाट माय प्रेडिक्शन इज। एटलीस्ट 2 चिकन निकालेगा अल्फा 7। एक नहीं, 2 एटलीस्ट 2। एक तो गारंटीड है, 2 निकालेगा। And this team is a team to watch out for.
The battlegrounds of these guys anytime soon. There is plenty of fierce talent to be triumphed over.
My spider senses are saying that team spirit will finish at #1 by the end of the day.
First, we need to conclude 2020.
बाकी we'll see. जो होगा देखा जाएगा।
Mounting up for the start of day 2 for our Sandhawk.
తెలుగులో ఒక బూత్ ప్లీజ్ సురేష్.
I know you're excellent on these circle.
సిగ్గుందా బ్రో?
What do you think?
I'm big pie nan.
ఇంతకంటే నేను అనలేను బ్రో ఏమి. ఇంతకంటే నేనేం అనలేను.
You know, it has to be right. Certainly.
जो भी हैप्पी बर्थडे लिख रहे भाई, तुम लोग गिफ्ट करो, सुपर चैट करो भाई। नहीं चाहिए हैप्पी बर्थडे, आज मेरा बर्थडे नहीं है। तुम्हारे लिए मैं सेलिब्रेट कर लूंगा, बस गिफ्ट देना मुझे। रेड बुल का लैंड वॉच पार्टी, आई डोंट थिंक वॉच पार्टीज आर अलाउड ब्रो फॉर रेड बुल, बट वीडियो बनाऊंगा मैं। PMGO, यस जी हाँ गाइस, मैंने देखा है
for 15 of our
रोड
teams,
मैप
only
ऑफ
one
पबजी
team
मोबाइल
will last to the end.
एंड
It
कितना
is
पैसे डाल रहे वो अंडरडॉग्स को लेके उन सब के बारे में अपन बात करेंगे इस मैच के बाद. द मैच 1 हैज बिगन. सैनहॉक अल्फा, I mean Camp Alpha 2,
Now,
Tatmok,
if I remember correctly,
all eyes on
I do
4MV,
think
all
there
eyes on
is a
Team
little
Spirit,
bit of a 4MV crowd
especially
going on
all
down
eyes on
there.
Alpha 7.
So maybe
क्या आज चाइना कमबैक कर पाएगा?
as we head in to
चाइना
our
कल
first
बहुत आगा भाई,
Sandbox of
बहुत
the
आगा
day.
कल.
We know they did pretty well on this map yesterday. Potentially they can do it again. Team Spirit heading on over towards that Confluence compound.
Navi.
Potentially even challenging out towards boot camp.
Navi
Start
also.
things off. Enigma Galaxy down towards Sami.
डी प्लेस किया,
Donkey ID will be picking up Hati.
कल कमबैक कर लिया एंड में.
Prominent positions in the
देखते हैं आज क्या करेंगे.
Team Spirit actually definitely
Have you registered for SPS 2025 watch party? What is SPS? I don't know what SPS is. 2x कर. Am I behind? कर दिया. ओए TJB चाकू मार दी बे. Again good circle for Alpha 7.
For Vicious, I think that they're a very strong team. They'd like to do a little bit better going into today, but we'll see
TJB का लॉन्ग्स मर गया ना. 4MV versus TJB. Baron knock, Baron finish by 676.
They take one off 4MV. They will receive a little bit of punishment back there.
676 knock from Doc.
Vicious taking those shots through.
Finish.
Talk to you about lose another. Down to just 2 players. Our PEL teams not enjoying themselves here.
Fortunately not, no. They have lost 2. The Vicious have lost 1 as well. So we'll see.
So TJB का 2 बंदे मर गए.
Yeah, no, 4MV lose 1. Everybody around that South Pine 9 area. You said the circle was going to end there.
Not a good start.
But there was plenty of action around that Pine 9 position.
What should be the playing style of Alpha 7?
Nobody who's actually
Alpha 7 का एक ही play style है.
It's really unfortunate for these teams who are going to have to
वो तुम्हें दिखेगा आज.
cross to that mainland, who are going to have to try and go for those
Which
fast
is
rotates.
balanced aggression.
You've already expended a player.
Balanced aggression.
So tight on those rotates into the future.
You look at this map at the moment, RCB actually have a very strong spot.
Gift चाहिए तो Falcons को जिताए.
A few outposts down towards Torre Armada.
यार मेरा हाथ में होता ना वो.
Torre Armada.
मैं तो सिर्फ एक टीम को जिताता हूँ. तुम लोग को
Torre
पता है
Armada
कौन सा
yet.
टीम है वो.
But yeah, down towards Tatmok, which is a good position to play around the lumber yard. So I think that on that position you can get a lot of
SPS
damage.
Snapdragon Pro Series. Is it
playing around that area? I think there is another team close
ESL?
to that one, including Falcons.
ESL ना?
Spirit completely have taken over boot camp off the back of this one.
वो अभी
Kitsune being that
इस
outpost
month
that
end में
they
चालू
got,
होगा.
spotted the rotate
If
going
I'm not
from-
wrong.
From Falcons early.
Yes, I'll be covering that as well.
Getting out from that Confluence compound is awesome. Sometimes a little bit more difficult as you do have
Which
a
phone are they
small
playing in?
hilltop
They are playing
looking
in
over towards the east
कल
side of the
Infinity
map,
बोला, आज
making
नहीं बोल रहा हूँ मैं.
scouting,
Infinix
and getting
GT
information a little bit
20
hard,
Pro.
But with Kitsune there, it meant they could immediately read the circle. So fantastic stuff. Hats off to them.
Nicely done.
But on a serious note, roadmap looks really good.
From the south
For
side,
PUBG
they
Mobile
managed to push up
2025.
to, one of the junction
3 global tournaments, PMGO, WC and GC.
Nice little stronghold for them to wait for the second
And जो
circle.
regional
Its hat.
में पैसा invest कर रहा है PUBG Mobile.
Ruins yet to
That
be
is going to
found.
attract a lot of
Side with
audience.
Vicious. Actually, I take it back. They
हर region में समझ रहे हो.
that pine
Tournaments होंगे.
They rotated down
Talent
south
आएगा
towards
बाहर.
Charlie, but I think they're
It's a
crossing
good
it
thing
a
bro.
little
बस
bit.
काश
It's
इंडिया में भी हो जाए ये सब.
flank. The Vicious is past.
इंडिया में भी पैसे डाले.
JB, or they
ऐसा
go
कुछ करे.
wide rotate
ओए
out
ये
to the east
ये क्या
side.
मारा बे? UMP मारा इसने
Not
हाँ?
expecting that. I think it's more likely they head
Guys,
into vehicles and go across the
Guild
bridge.
को हल्के में ले रहे हो क्या तुम लोग?
With TJB, or maybe push up towards Painan yet again.
क्या नॉक दिया उसने एक्शन को? बहुत प्यारा नॉक.
Is Incilio. I'm looking at where Incilio
Imagine इंडिया में भी ऐसा कुछ प्लान करे कि स्टेट वाइज जम्मू से लेके नीचे तमिलनाडु तक हर स्टेट में रीजनल कुछ करे, उसके लिए पैसा डाले. भाई बहुत खतरनाक होगा अगर ऐसा करेगा तो. But BGMI में समझ रहे हो, you can't expect such big things. अगर हो गया तो भाई मजा आ जाएगा, एकदम मजा आ जाएगा. कितने स्टेट से, कितने बड़े बड़े अच्छे अच्छे स्टेट से कोई भी प्रोफेशनल टीम स्पॉटलाइट में नहीं आया अभी तक. वो सारे एक एक करके आएंगे. बता, टेल मी द बेस्ट बीजीएमआई टीम ऑफ अरुणाचल प्रदेश. बताओ कोई, किसी को नहीं पता. द बेस्ट ई स्पोर्ट्स टीम ऑफ
inside of Paradise Resort. They have, as you say, managed to get that
Rajasthan,
and staying
the
as
best
fourth,
esports team of
second circle. It's unlikely too many teams are going to be able to make their way towards you as well, so you can restrat, go into that next phase.
Orissa.
Unscathed.
Orissa तो मुझे पता है.
If they can repeat their performance from Sanhok, because if yes,
ऐसा, you guys get the point, right? Like हर state का,
they need to make it worth their while.
हर state का ऐसा एक रीजनल टूर्नामेंट हो which will decide the best team of that state. उसके बाद सारे states के best teams रीजनल के best team के लिए कंटेंट करेंगे भाई, मजा आएगा. Just an idea. Just an idea. ओए लग गई. ओबे क्या मारा इसने? रेड लेक, ये कल भी बहुत प्यारा फ्रैगिंग किया और थ्रू आउट द टूर्नामेंट बहुत अच्छा फ्रैगिंग किया इसने, बट 4MV को जो घूम के मारा ना इसने. Nice reflex, bro. Apex last man standing है. कोई तो आज लिखा था स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करते ही आज 4MV हगेगा. भाई जो भी वो बंदा है भाई, तुम बहुत डेंजर हो. तुम्हारा शक्ति बहुत स्ट्रांग है. देखो टीम स्पिरिट के लिए बहुत अच्छा मौका मिल गया. चौका मारेगा वो, देखना. हैकर्स कितने आएंगे? हाँ ये भी तो है ना बात. अगर कोई बेस्ट टीम हैकर टीम निकला तो भाई that will set a very bad example. कुछ नहीं, वो स्टेट वाले जाके मारपीट करेंगे उनको और क्या.
Blunder there. That is a big blunder. I'm sure the desk will talk about it. If not,
पनौती जो भी हो, स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट किया, स्टार्ट करते ही उसका कमेंट आया.
You know that the circle
सोच रहा है ये क्या लिख रहा है.
teams holding that ridge side down towards Painan.
But on a serious note बहुत अच्छा मारा उसने.
Also equally know that Falcons on this.
I think Falcons target कर रहा है Guild Esports को. What do you guys think?
Shortly afterwards. So
what do you guys think? Falcons target कर रहा है Guild Esports को.
That was always
because they know Guild Esports
I think
is the weakest team in this lobby. चलो अपन चांस लेंगे इनके against fight लेके.
Somewhat manic.
It's either that or Falcons have no idea कि ये Guild Esports है, इसलिए थोड़ा cautiously खेल रहा है.
Which was even worse.
It's kind of an interesting decision. Interesting,
which is
putting it nicely.
Red Bull का ट्रॉफी देखो. जब मैं वीडियो बनाऊंगा तब देखूंगा मैं. अभी नहीं देखा मैंने.
Sometimes.
That is true. It's sort of
TX किधर है भाई? TX खेल रहा अभी पैराडाइज में. और अरे लग गए.
Min-maxing there.
Good for Falcons. Oh एक घुस के दे दिया. He's not finished by Nimbu. Nimbu is the last man standing for Navi. बहुत गलत miscalculation हो गया Navi से.
So losing one of their players here, not ideal. Lemon
Falcons versus Guild भी हो गया.
There's not a lot of time to make that work.
Guild के दो बंदे गए.
Getting across this road is maybe a little bit too tall of an order for Lemon, but he's going to give it a go. Smoke's dropping out. Look at her try and cover the cross. Falcons are there. Alpha 7 are on the hillside further back. Could potentially third party. I think Lemon's going to give up on getting flipped back and maybe just try and exact.
अबे उधर IC अकेला लड़ रहा क्या?
Damage and there's Alpha 7.
कारिलो ने एक्शन को नॉक किया.
Lemon on the inside as well. There is no
लग गए Falcons की.
for Falcons and they fall flat.
IC is the last man standing for Falcons.
Well, taking them down is Guild going for the scrap.
IC versus Guild Esports bro. अकेला मारा पता उसने. अकेला.
IC
अभी भी लड़ रहा है.
looking to move on forward. Trip up the players from Guild here. He pulls out the DBS, but down to one player here. And it was a slight mistake coming through from Falcons. They do pick up 5 elims total, but now Icy all alone versus Guild here. Can't take the shots through the window. We'll try and go for it. Sees a player on the outside, long distance DBS shot. He is dodging, ducking, diving, trying to get out of the way, but it's not working so far.
Chel Icy, you can do it.
DBS, short time ahead of him.
6 now in the chamber, ready to take the fight again. Looking for the pop shots, the nade over through the top, not going to connect here. No third parties just yet. It's possible, though, that we're going to see a team like D plus Kia roll in from the east side. RCB may be poking their noses in from the north, depending on how fast this fight can conclude. Icy still just hopping about, but it's such a nuisance here to Guild. And not quite finding the shots, but
reload
as the vicious. Actually, a lot of
TJB gone. Bye.
3 teams. Well, make that 2 with TJB.
VC Reyes. इसने 1v3 किया. Silas ने Guild का और एक बंदे को मारा. IC किल चोरी कर दिया. बहुत प्यारा. 1v1 चल मार देगा.
Continuously as he finds one, and now it's a 1v1. Steps.
अबे left.
The last player just a little bit too much, and Guild stay alive.
Nice try, nice try. अकेला solo versus squad लड़ा bro उसने Guild Esports के against.
You expect him to be holding inside the small cubby.
IC was a nightmare for Guild Esports.
To IC to pre-load onto that position. Sadly,
yeah, Falcons बाहर. 6 point मिले, actually a decent number.
They have a player in the wings as
Nice
well,
spray.
down the hillside.
ओए नींबू Alpha 7 का Revo को knock finish कर दिया.
Rock side, but he's already so low that the Vicious is down to 2.
Alpha 7 3-man.
Putting a lot of stock into holding out this 4-man. And I mean, as 2 players, you get 4 relims on the game. That's 4 easy points. That's typically what you'd want here.
नींबू गया,
even
that
if you
means
don't get
Navi
too much
बाहर.
further into this game.
Hashtag
For
14.
Falcons, again, it was a weird play in the sense that they held down the crossroads. You typically want to play a 2-2 on that position. They're way against that heavy split that comes in to bite them. You play a 2-2 on that one. You have to open one of the compounds. You open the one that's isolated on the other side of the road, and you play off the back of that. For the Falcons, unfortunately, they allow Na'Vi into 2 of them with barely any contest. It's an unfortunate approach, in my opinion.
And Lemon was able to take down that south point of it.
Nice one.
Vallo in a 1v2 on the windowsill there, has backup from behind.
किसी और ने मारा इनको.
The regroup from Redox coming on in, but he's not going to be
अबे वो
necessary.
play zone से गया क्या?
Fall to the shotgun shell.
Play zone से गया bro last बंदा. VC बाहर.
Vallo picks up another, but they're still so far south. We're in stage
East गलत knock.
and we've already gotten rid of 4 teams though, so a lot of open ground got to be seen into this.
He was so committed
to what we
on
used to
spraying down the road.
Yeah, we're heading over towards Paradise as well at the moment. Influence Rage is extremely happy with this. Void Donkey ID takes 2 knocks in the process.
मुझे लगा RCB में सारा का एडिशन होने के बाद बहुत तगड़ा करेगा,
They do have a compound, but these nades are
ऐसा कुछ देखने को नहीं
through
मिला.
and fast. A barrage over the top side, explosions galore. Void Donkey ID holding on as best they can.
Team Spirit are chiming in as well. Influence Rage just
Revo
raining
यार,
hell from above. 3 players with 1 player.
कल का पहला मैच में रेवो कितने फ्रैक्स निकाला? Let's see how many of you guys
they're
remember.
looking for healing, they're looking for
कल का पहला मैच
safety. The nades continue to come through, but they're not connecting anymore. So 1 player down, but Void Donkey ID in a really important building on the south side of Paradise Resort. It gets a lot of pressure sent towards those ridge lines that Influence Rage are holding, should they need to move south on it.
Naveen bro, you have good memory bro. Top G, you also have good memory. Fearless Gaming, you also have good memory bro. अरे कितने लोग लिख रहे हैं भाई. एक नंबर.
Typically going to be
You guys have good memory.
They're coming down from
जो भी 7 लिख रहा है भाई.
So if Team Spirit can hold them out, they actually do have a strong compound to work with as well.
6 finishes.
Could be a good Team Spirit game for them. Really depends whether we keep heading over towards Paradise Resort or not, in which case Influence Rage win. Potentially. Alpha 7 though.
7 kills, 7 नहीं थे भाई. 7 नहीं थे, 6 थे.
Where maybe with one of you guys, I can't remember actually.
और MVP कौन था? Sanhok का MVP कौन था?
But Alpha 7, I think that they're struggling with the fact that there isn't enough feeder teams inside this lobby. It's such a packed lobby of talent that Alpha 7 like to cut in over towards stage 5 and take like a third party, remove 2 teams, and they gain a lot of space on an edge. And I think that they're forced to play more passive, which really, that's not their play style.
Spike भाई खाने में क्या खाया
आज? A more consistent average is what they'll need going into tomorrow.
बस थोड़ा फ्रूट्स खाया मैंने और कुछ नहीं खाया मैंने. मैं सुबह 10 बजे सोया मैं. Don't ask me what I was doing. Yes, top था कल. उसका 4 फिनिशेस थे, but winning team का ही player MVP बनता है.
And the extra 2 they've got this game will be a little bit of a
मैं
consolation.
सुबह आज 10 बजे सोया मैंने. रात में सोया नहीं मैंने. I was binge watching a series. I was binge watching a series and I just couldn't stop. सुबह 10 बजे तक देखा मैंने सीरीज. उसके बाद वीडियो अपलोड किया. 10 बजे सोया. फिर उठा 3 बजे. थोड़ा फ्रूट खाया फिर आ गया.
Behind Nigma Galaxy, but Nigma Galaxy aren't there anymore. They get evaporated on the approach to Incilio.
Yeah, for Incilio, I think they played this game
6, 7, 8, 9.
It's been a slow move up over towards that north
12,
side. They
bahar.
understood the assignment given to them, which was basically just to hold out players as they move through. And they've kept taking outposts, further and further up inside the lobby. It's very, very good stuff from Incilio. I hope it continues inside this match. But now they're getting to a point where they need to start breaching inward. And there's only so many more teams on the south side that they can punish.
Which series?
They've already got
शायद तुम लोग को
themselves
पसंद नहीं है,
4
but
total off the
suits.
back of this one. DRX though is standing in their way. RCB over towards the warehouses, good position for them. We'll keep them safe for a while. And honestly, so many teams have already gone down on the edge that RCB isn't in too much danger for the next 5 minutes.
I can put them into a sort
When
of
are you going to NV headquarters?
अभी
जो पूरा एनवी का मैनेजमेंट है सिंगापुर में फंसा है, टाइफून चल रहा है उधर. That was the last meeting I had with them. So the next time I have a meeting with them, I'll get to know more about it. अभी के लिए मैं कुछ पूछ नहीं रहा हूँ. देखते हैं. Suggest me a good in-game name. आपका नाम अच्छा है bro. Vander with whiskey. Whiskey रख लो अपना नाम. सही है. It's a good name.
Yeah, Effect currently holding
D plus किया versus Team Spirit.
It's an interesting spot. It does give Effect a good ability to just
नहीं,
quickly
किसको
move
दिया रहा हूँ?
through
So
this rock
is
face, which looks like it has just been chopped in half by a massive sword. But for Effect, that does give him a very nice escape path. Playing off the
अगर पहला मैच चिकन निकाल दिया Alpha 7 तो they'll be back in the game, right?
Now, this will be a full man squad coming through from D+, so Team Spirit will struggle slightly.
They have 22,
Nomi's doing the right
20
thing,
pointer.
holding out players trying to come in from that
40
southwest side, but all of a sudden it gets very hot.
D plus किया is pushing on to Team Spirit.
They're going to have to play in the fire.
See if they can
लड़ो भाई लड़ो.
the
मजा आया.
approach here, the advance from D+ Kia on this south side of their hold. It's a really difficult situation for them. I think ideally what they'd be looking
I don't
for,
like D+
especially with this
Kia's
circle
position.
shift, is to regroup up to
अरे बाप रे क्या फर्क पड़ता है. Effect knock हो गया
Effect
ओसल
going
के
down
नेट
to a
से.
nade from Osal.
Entry मिल
There's
गया.
just no way you can extract from this. Another nade over towards the top of
उसके
the
मारेगा
yeah,
bro.
okay, he is going to get out of there.
Spirit
Trying
commit
to
नहीं
give
करेगा.
Effect a passage out, but Team
But
Spirit
Effect
just
is
gonna play
gone,
with
brother.
three. I think it's the smartest
Good
they're going to
job.
be in that specific spot just then, because D+ Kia, they're going to be drawn in to go for that flush, right? So less attention given to the retreating player instead of both of them falling back at the same time, but still far from ideal for Team Spirit to lose a player.
Next BGS is going to be very fun, guys.
They held a lot of area.
Because
right?
ये
I think
same
they tried to hold
zone
maybe
settings
too
अगर
much,
next
let's say.
BGS में आ गया.
I think always holding onside that rock
मजे
is
ही
very
मजे.
difficult anyway. You need to have a very quick response time. I think Effect maybe got a little bit too aggressive. In the meantime, in Cilio, this is the fight
INS
we
का
talked
gun
about
power
earlier.
बहुत
They would
प्यारा
have to
है.
push through
DRX need to be
some
very
point.
careful.
Right now, the fight's not going terribly badly
Redlick
for
knock.
them. Redlick does hit the deck, who has been a pretty phenomenal player for them. And now they have to hit one of these nades. They need to get a second knock or a re-knock on side so they can invest time into getting Redlick back up again.
Oh, is that third party?
Fabian ने दिया.
D+ Kia
Kim
coming in
Mingo
from the
not
west
finished.
side, and DRX are forced over the hilltop to tumble on down. You've got Kaixei still on the grass, looking to try and snake this one out, but I think he's waited too long to
बहुत
strike.
से क्या
Finally
confidence से
stands
घुसा
up,
भाई
will
ये.
get put down almost immediately, and Cilio looking to repair now, but
हो जाएंगे
D+
full
Kia
reset.
bear down upon them. Two of them down.
But D+
two of
किया
them
गया.
right by the
लग
rock.
गई.
A single
INS
nade
की
could
लग
be
गई.
all they need, and over the top, Fabian launches into the
Last
fight.
man
West
standing,
Front is
Apache.
already down and flushed as well. It's all up to Fash for Incilio on the south edge, trying to keep his team alive, but there's 4 players to deal
Malvo
with.
knock.
First,
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
looking for the reses.
D+.
He's going
an
for the rev.
interesting approach from them, honestly. The fact that they were able to get back into this
और एक भी दिया knock.
down the hill, lovely stuff. Fash though, an extremely strong
चलो
play
finally
coming
done,
through
but यार
from
फालतू
Incilio,
casualty है
making
D+
it
किया
work
के लिए.
somehow.
फालतू
And
एकदम फालतू
D+ is
casualty.
on the defense.
See, this Team Spirit as well. They're rotating.
Spirit
back
लेगा
down
मजे
in
अब.
to try and third party. We
Spirit
saw
लेगा
the
मजे अब
style
D+
from them
किया का.
yesterday. Looks like they're trying to re-engage that booster thrust
No.
over towards that third party
Looks like
situation.
a no.
Instead of finding those knocks though, they're not quite
By
fully
that
flushed
fight
with D+.
costed
However,
D+
the blue
Kia
zone
3
may just do the work.
casualties.
Pushing in towards point donkey ID, now much more likely for Team Spirit after they
बेकार
healed
fight
up a
था
little
भाई.
bit.
I don't think that went at all how D+ expected it to, right? You know, they're already down to a few
Rooting for
players
Alpha 7.
alive, which is
Odds are looking
unfortunate.
good.
Just Osal has to continue
थोड़ा
going
किस्मत
forward.
साथ
Incilio
दे
is
दे.
cut out. I think it was
TT का
the
क्या
right
split
decision,
है भाई
the
ये?
right
King
call
कहाँ
to make
बैठा है?
push on Sandhawk to try and pick up as many
Wow,
points as
कैसे हो भाई?
possible.
दीपेंद्र सिंह bro.
Unfortunately for D+,
I'm
it's
doing
just
really
a
good,
little bit
brother.
hard to
आज
handle.
एकदम fresh
RCB
mindset के साथ
sent
आया हूँ
Silas
मैं.
out as a scout. This is very
Rooting for
typical
Alpha
Silas
7.
behavior. He
आप
just goes
बताओ.
and does his own
How
thing.
is your day
RCB
going?
is like, sure boss, you do what you need to do. Alpha 7 though, now on that east
Wine
side,
Donkey versus
attempting
Team
to
Spirit.
breach on through. RCB has to be very careful in the meantime.
Wine Donkey
Team
पता
Spirit
almost
moving
पूरा
back
match ही
towards
shack के अंदर ही
Donkey
निकाले
ID.
ये.
The nades are going to have to be phenomenal here.
Need to try and find an opening knock, but they're not quite getting the full damage through. A lot of damage sent back towards Voindonkey ID on the inside. They're playing with 2 players on this shack. There's also Kitsune to worry about. That third party, that high ground.
Thoughts on players not using AKM.
Forcing Voindonkey to wait for the breach to come on through.
Nobody likes
Failed to
AKM
find
these
the nades just
days.
yet. Potato's cooking up another one, but
No me knock.
doesn't want to wait for the nade to explode there. Tries to go for the trade, but it doesn't work out well. Thundertalk now moving in from that north side. And
Matic knock from Osal लग गई भाई. Team Spirit का last man standing है. उसको ही मार दिए. TT 3 अलग-अलग टीम मिलके मारे. Team Spirit बाहर.
Had a little bit
Voindonkey आ गया है.
Hashtag
#2
पे. On that sideline. Again, I think this is one of the positions where you need Molotovs, you need nades remaining to make that push here. And I think for Team Spirit, they assume from the spot.
ना बिहार का शेर अजय भाई.
Into the future.
फ्रैग निकाला क्या बात है.
D+ will be alone with Osal on that southeast side, but Thundertalk did a great job. I actually enjoyed the fact that AJ split out.
INS का बंदा 1v3.
This is really not free for us. I think we're better off trying to take down these teams
अरे
that
देखा
down on
मैंने
that
यार
south
बहुत
side who have been fighting
अच्छा गन पावर है भाई INS का.
RCB though with that central position.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
फिलीपींस का एक तगड़ा प्लेयर था वो कहाँ है? कौन?
He's on the high ground ridgeline, and they do have a lot of power to play
किसका
in
रेफर
that
कर रहे
area.
हो? समझ नहीं आ
Thundertalk will
रहा.
contest them for
मार्गलेन वाइल्ड को नॉक किया.
try and push through there, but Influence Rage still have.
पकड़ो साइलस को.
Drag down one from the backlines as well. King has
चलो एक
been
किल तो
knocked.
कंफर्म है.
So a little bit harder to play with. Alpha 7 approaching from this northeast side.
Osal spotted. ओए कहाँ से पड़ा इसको?
RCB may be a little bit too wide.
Osal को knock दिया उसने.
A little bit
Right
too
से law
bold
मारा.
here. Sara looks to try and control.
चलो kill confirm कर लेगा रिलो. Nice.
Coming through either way, and that leaves only Influence Rage, the 4-player team.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
RCB is playing very passive.
Couple of knocks.
Margin is the last man standing for Alpha 7.
Holding this team out. They're outside the blue. RCB though, they know they need to conclude this fight quickly because obviously there's got to be a team in parallel.
But yeah, I have an exam today, but I didn't study any tips.
Anything. Lovely play from RCB.
सामने वाले से setting कर लो और कुछ नहीं है तुम्हारे पास option.
And like I said, they needed to get them
एंट्री
out of this
अच्छी है
circle
लेकिन
quickly.
बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Sara push, and you're going to be
पकड़ेंगे तो मेरा नाम मत लेना बता
this
रहा
time
हूँ.
around. Influence Rage, they've lost a player.
I'm only
they've
just
lost
looking
loads,
out for a
but they
brother.
still have 3 players
Nothing
up
more.
on this high ground as well, with 1 player from
TT.
Thundertalk beneath them. Ching
Bye
trying
bye.
to give him a fancy feat. The roll around, trying to
Look,
wrap
I say.
it on up, but with the last player to
Bye
stand
bye.
the lead at his feet, will send him skyward, and it is now 3v3. Is actually maybe 2v2.
Alpha 7
lose 1. Sara did go down.
बाहर.
Now Silas and Loxy trapped
Influence
on the inside.
Rage.
The circle closes dead center on
Should
this.
be an easy chicken dinner for
I
them.
think Silas there just forgot to recall Sara back into the Pokeball.
18 pointer निकालने वाला है.
And now we'll have to play on as just
Ajay
2
from
players.
Bihar. Bihar का
See what he can
शेर
get
bro,
done here.
शेर.
They'll need an absolute hyper beam to remove Influence Rage from this high
Can
ground.
Silas
But a
clutch this one?
2v3. Lovers in.
ओए knock दे दिया. एक entry knock दे दिया Silas.
Silas opens the bidding. 1 knock found towards that high ground. That gives them a little bit of breathing room. Loxy breaks out to a trade.
अरे बाप रे अरे गया लग गई RCB got their first winner chicken dinner. Let's go bro. सारा देखो सारा नाच भाई. जापान से आया इसके लिए. अब तो डांस बनता है.
Silences the opposition and they come away with a chicken dinner.
चलो RCB is back as well. They started with 32
well,
points.
we were watching that game and that was
I think
definitely
this chicken के बाद they'll be in top.
However, Max, you were really diving into
कितने
the way
frags थे इनके
RCB
पास?
played that final zone
Frags
out,
ज़्यादा
that
नहीं
final
थे.
push out as well, and
But
that
still,
was a thing of beauty.
It's a 15 plus point game for them.
Alpha 7 early.
Definitely.
If we do not send it to
15
Alpha
क्या?
7,
I
we're
think
gonna get
17
instant
somewhere.
between them and Influence Rage. It's going to be a Brazilian
32 plus
sandwich
17,
here, 7.
49.
They avoided it just like they should have, and really the way they after got those shots, like Silas.
RCB is back as well.
Crazy accuracy on those sprays.
Great opening. I really enjoy how they just ended
Happy
up
for Silas.
mentioning too. They waited for
चलो भाई
the
कहाँ
circle
से
to
कहाँ
end
है
up
टीम
pushing
लीग स्टेज
INF
में
down.
कितना
I
गंदा
gotta
मार
give some
खाए.
props to INF though. They played that so well. One thing that we're looking at is Little Boy, the way that he was able to control that ridge.
मैं day 1 day 2 की बात कर रहा हूँ. Day 3 अच्छा खेले. Silas MVP of this
was
match.
the biggest question
Nice.
mark in regards to what they were going to be able to do there. And Silas, I mean, even with that starting knock to opening there for ultimately the win. And
Alpha 7 will come back.
Not
They
only
will
Doc
bro.
can
They
also
will.
put up numbers in terms of
Tension
fighting
ना लो,
power.
चिंता मत
Silas
करो.
can do it, and you know Silas currently one of the few players at this tournament that
उनका
does have
एक बार
the
momentum
PMGC
set हो जाए ना, मजा
under
आएगा.
his belt, and he's ready
कहीं
to
तो
play the
RCB
game
जीत
already.
रही है.
I mean, he's only got one.
इस बार IPL का टीम भी अच्छा है ना RCB का. I like
How
the
many do you have, Jason?
5.
RCB team this
No,
time.
I guess 4 because they missed one.
Oh,
Actually, I
true.
didn't. Okay.
I like
Yeah.
मेरे को तो RCB,
Those don't count though.
SRH,
Again, for RCB,
Mumbai
because they're
Indians,
not
ये
at home,
तीनों
I mean, they
एकदम
are playing with
strong लग रहा है
Stars.
इस
He
बार
did
मेरे
break
को.
his arm, which means they're playing with someone they really can't communicate with, which makes seeing them win even more impactful.
Federalis
अच्छी है,
Philippines का
लेकिन बैठने
bro,
का तरीका
he's
अभी बड़ा
awesome.
casual
I thought he was.
Push it,
Yes,
ended up
yes,
working out for him.
मुझे कहीं और से लगा मुझे
This is the one that
Federalis.
you were talking about there, Max.
Yeah, he's a very strong player,
Just
bro.
Wait for that rage. Wait for the circle to end up pushing
I
him.
really
Wait
like
for the
his
right timing, ultimately, and ends up
confidence,
getting the accuracy,
aggression,
ends up getting those shots.
accuracy.
Ultimately, the opening knock.
ईसाला कप
Right
नाम दे
timing
bro.
right there. That was the winning play, I feel like.
Yes, I think
कब का पता नहीं, but it's gonna be a good show from RCB this time.
Third party, the push of Regnan Karabrat
Yes.
onto Alpha 7.
It's gonna be a good show. It's all about the show. IPL is all about the show, bro.
Because of that, they're just we're going to step
Trophy
out
से
with
उतना
the
फर्क
time,
नहीं पड़ता IPL में. That is what I feel.
to push them
It's
out
not like a
that
World Cup,
direction.
right?
About Ready 7, and that was the perfect play if you want to get the win. And here you go, 3 eliminations for Silence.
And I thought Dhoni was retiring, but he was not.
Maybe the reason why.
I'm happy, of course. I'm not complaining.
एंट्री अच्छी है,
But
लेकिन
last time-
बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
इतना
कैजुअल.
hype बनाए थे धोनी रिटायर हो रहा है बोल के. Bro, I live in Canada and I have exam of computer science first semester. क्या बात कर रहे हो? तुम भी computer science वाले हो क्या? भाई computer science वाले हो और तुम पढ़ाई की क्या बात कर रहे हो?
It was good.
It's
like,
more of a
it was
practical
such a
thing,
good
right?
Approach from Influence Rage. They know we are going to get backfilled by a few different teams. Here was one team in particular, Thunder Talk, that did delay their rotation.
If you have not practiced, if you don't know the fundamentals, then you are screwed, my brother.
So early to make sure we do not lose that pivotal.
कौन सा subject है?
Chicken dinner. So again, good approach here from Thunder Talk and Influence.
कौन सा
Boy
subject है?
had the key position.
Something massive that we actually ended up noticing at the beginning of this match was that drop on bootcamp. We expected Falcons. Falcons decided to end up backing up away
Bro,
from
Group
that fight.
Green को
Ends up being really split
सब
towards the
weak
east of
बोल
bootcamp.
रहे थे.
And Team
सबसे
Spirit is
ज़्यादा
the one
team
that
Group
ends
Green
up
से
landing
qualify
on
हुए
bootcamp.
हैं.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was
Point to be
just
noted,
for
yes,
this game,
point
but
to be
they
noted.
saw the parachutes like, okay,
Agree.
another option that we know is available is going to be South of Paradise.
I agree.
As we saw, it went towards Paradise, so that was a good
And
opportunity to go
Group
for.
Green का ये एक
We
team
know 7. I mean, playing games and also
टूर्नामेंट से बाहर होके फिर आया और #1 पे बैठा है.
horrible.
Bro, esports
And
is
every
unpredictable,
team that
bro.
tried to make that approach from that location in particular got eliminated so early.
गलती से अगर Dream 11 घुस गया ना इस गेम के अंदर.
This match was Team Spirit. They ended up with the 2-2 split that ended up getting punished by D plus Kia.
Yes.
They were able to catch.
This
two
game is
players
more
from far away
unpredictable
from
than
the squad. They were not going to be
cricket.
able to get there in time. They ended up getting one of the
एंट्री
players
अच्छी है, लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
split to just back
भाई
off.
एक कोर्स है
The replay, how it worked out.
1000
Yeah,
उसमें
mathematics
सिर्फ
split from
math
the
है.
rest of the Kitsune
Math?
high up north. I was actually quite surprised.
भाई मैंने भी
that they
कंप्यूटर साइंस से
didn't
किया
get
है.
past to try and regroup.
कौन सा मैथ वाला
It's come and back them up.
कोर्स
They
आ गया तुम्हें?
stuck around in that position despite getting pushed.
Are you in
by
UG?
Kia. They knew that push was coming up too, right? And
UG
yeah,
or
Mathematic
Masters?
is able to regroup, so a little bit unfortunate.
If it's UG, I have no idea.
On a wrangle.
बाहर के UG में क्या होता है
We're going to
कोर्सेस?
talk about D plus Kia. We got to talk about how ultimately their match ended up just coming to an end within Celio Fashe. I mean, he was able to clutch up a lot of elements. If he would have had just that full health and maybe not the zone pressure him, I think
15 points मिले क्या?
fully
सिर्फ
clear.
5 ही किल मिले क्या RCB को?
They got 9 eliminations. They just
How?
cleared all the
एंट्री अच्छी है, लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
क्या होया कॉम
They're just going crazy
100.
against South Koreans.
I
Oh.
mean, it felt a lot about actually
बड़ी
Cilio
क्या बोल रहा है तू ये?
gatekeeping teams because they also did a similar thing.
मैं
to, like,
कितना
before,
होया?
where they pick up a
ये तो
1v2
पंजाबी लग रहा है
offense,
मुझे.
they knew they were already wounded
कोई
by
अलग भाषा में बात कर रहे हो.
elimination, and they ended up getting themselves not
Bro, what is CSA wild card?
Alpha 7.
मतलब
Another 9 points for them as
CSA
well.
मतलब
PMG kinda categorized
Central
that as
South
game.
Asia.
That's how they need to
Wild
start
card?
today, especially for a team that was far
पता नहीं.
down in the leaderboard after they won, being able to come out in the first match, top 4, 5 eliminations is not the usual insane performance that we
Guys,
see
जितने भी
out of
लोग
the
देखे
season,
सारे के
but
सारे
it is
hit
the
that like button
performance
first of
that
all.
they need to start off their day to set that momentum on the right track. Big question mark though is we saw a great performance out of Alpha 7 in the first 2 matches.
Spike JNTU से
What are we going to be seeing out of them for the rest
क्या
of
है
Actually,
UG?
it's kind of weird to me because Sanok has never been. a
Yes,
map that
my
really
masters,
stands out
I have
to
done
them.
it
7, right? It's
from
more
Texas
the
A&M.
in particular, I'm like, oh, that's going to be typically their really, really big map here. But if they do good on that map, that's really good.
What's your team on
That's
Indian
gonna
teams
be
playing in
big question
PMGC?
mark for today.
कहाँ खेल रहा है इंडियन टीम
Just
PMGC
like
में?
RCB move up to 6th place at 47 points.
मैंने
Point and moves up to
किया
second as well here
किया
at
हुआ है
15.
ये
Down
कोर्स
to 4
2021 में.
meeting.
अच्छा
Is slowly
तो कर लो भाई को हेल्प
advancing
कर लो थोड़ा.
to be heading into Aaron
क्या
Gomez.
पढ़ना है क्या नहीं.
Yeah, you're right.
Tips and
Very
tricks.
important for these teams as we go
You
low
know.
on the leaderboards, and Alpha 7 not budging then. It does close the gap a little bit, so now one other.
By the way, did Federalis leave हरामे bro or no?
The rankings, so we have another red
Bro
arrow.
कितना क्लोज हो गया कंपटीशन? एक सेकंड देखने दो पॉइंट्स.
एंट्री अच्छी है, लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
64
कैजुअल है.
58 54. वाइन डोंकी एकदम चुप चुप के आ गया.
Way as we obviously
डी प्लेस किया, देखो बहुत क्लोज है. डी प्लेस किया अभी. 1 चिकन डिनर देल बी एट #1. उतना क्लोज चल रहा है. बर्ड भाई पर यार नहीं भाई, मेरे को ये भाषा नहीं आता. गाइस टॉप 5 में कोई भी टीम टक्कर दे सकता है 4MV को. आरसीबी भी आ गया 47.
going to be heading into Aaron.
बहुत क्लोज कंपटीशन हो गया बॉयज.
end up with at least 6 eliminations.
चाइना बॉटम पे चल रहा है 14-15.
A team that usually relies on the squad.
Of course, crossing that road is good.
TJB is known for their comebacks.
Off the back of that, but as we
I'm
said,
just early waiting when they'll make a comeback. कोई मैंने देखा नहीं मेरा टीम को Alpha 7
Good
को.
to see even
वो
in
दे रहा है
Sandbox,
#13.
even though
कोई
that
बात
was
नहीं, चिकन के बाद
we're
देखूंगा
not
मैं.
going to have a winning game here. We're just
Not
going to
now.
capitalize on early eliminations and then see if we can get maybe a few points here and there as a backup at the end of the game.
I think that's fair considering it is Sandhawk, right? You're expecting a high place points, lift those limbs, and I still
Wine Donkey is very consistent.
Talk about it a little bit here with D+ being very aware of the fact that DRX did fight up
Very, very
after
consistent.
D+ fought up against Spear, they kind of collapsed on top of it, looking for eliminations because those limbs, like we saw IC are going to move you up the leaderboard. And speaking of being at the top here,
भाई ये जो बंदा खड़ा है पीछे,
himself, as we do
ये
have
वही है ना,
obviously
माउंटेन है ना,
set
गेम ऑफ थ्रोन्स का माउंटेन है ना ये.
game strength. I know you did that weightlift. Is actually going to be here on the 7th, which is today. If you guys are actually here in the house or near, you can
वो
come
क्या
on.
कर रहा है? PUBG
And
कोलैबोरेशन है क्या
weightlifting
उसके
challenge
साथ?
is also going to be live
कुछ.
during this, which I think Max, as you two try to pretend like you are buff, it's not going to be working out. But make sure you guys check this out in game and you can get it for yourself. What do you mean pretend? Have you seen
I'm
him at the gym?
bulking.
Have you I've
Pick
been
up
bulking
7
for
right
the
now.
past
Falcons को
20
क्या
years.
हुआ?
Broke my
कुछ
road,
नहीं.
okay?
Pick up 7 right now.
You have a rolling machine?
No, don't.
No, do not pick me up.
You're too gullible. You're too gullible. Also, big
Wait,
shout
Max.
out here to Kadia as well here, as they are the heart of the Kadia city in the gaming esports.
काली, अरे
district,
काली नहीं है वो.
viral
He's
gaming and esports district and the epicenter of gaming.
he is the
culture. You should
mountain
check that out next year.
from
I
Game
cannot
of
wait
Thrones.
to go there.
उसका रियल नेम भी कुछ है,
Take you down.
but he's most famous with that name only.
Maybe we'll start
Mountain.
working out there too.
No.
वो strongman
Have I known you now? You go to the gym for 1 day,
tournaments
you go
में
to
भी
events,
compete
and then
करता
you
है
just
वो.
don't care.
Instagram.
2
right?
days.
He's a very strong guy.
Take a picture.
You work out, Malik?
Okay.
But
I'm
उसका
done.
फोटो क्यों आ रहा है?
Actually-
वो मेरे को कोई समझाओ
And then my
कमेंट्स
started
में.
and I was like,
Why is he in that
Well, you know what?
poster?
Age.
एंट्री अच्छी है
Teasing
लेकिन
defeated
बैठने
Doc
का
in
तरीका अभी
PDM
बड़ा
score
कैजुअल है.
25-12. देखा मैंने कल.
Can actually help it out here. The UT2
बहुत ज्यादा ही
with his
अंधा
front
घुस रहा था
battery
डॉग
and
उस
4
फाइट
different
में.
adjustable heating levels. You can pick one up. You see the players on the
Not
stage.
only just dog, even top lost
I'm
in the
surprised
TDM
we
battle
haven't seen them around
against
earlier.
Navi Puncher.
My hands get
It's
extremely
really good,
cold.
actually.
Rechargeable battery bank as well. And you know what? I got my own. I finally
पता
got
नहीं,
my
ये
own.
TDM बस
I think I got the best ones, to be fair. And they got RGB as
नोमी
well.
नोमी जीता
As we are about to head
TDM
into
battle में.
here, we gotta kind of turn our attention toward this 'cause
नेक्स्ट राउंड आज फाइनल राउंड है शायद.
what we have every single day.
एंट्री अच्छी है
20
लेकिन
questions
बैठने
से
का तरीका अभी बड़ा
MCQs.
कैजुअल है.
Keeping an eye on because
20 questions MCQs.
Even talked to
तुक्का
Duffy,
मार लो भाई.
for Void Donkey, and he says, like, these
Flip a
things,
coin.
we don't necessarily go
Pray.
out of our way like in Steeler to get
You'll
them,
be fine.
but if we see one, we pick one up.
Unless तुम्हारा किस्मत मेरे जैसा हो तो.
Instrumental in a success.
I think that's the game plan for every team here. If
Yeah.
we see it, we're going to take it. But unlike in Cilio,
We got that even same character.
we are
नहीं,
gonna
what's
go
the collaboration?
out of our way to try and get one of those. And I love that game where Enigma Galaxy won yesterday. They were just
बस सिर्फ कोई इंडिविजुअल से कोलैबोरेट नहीं करता ना PUBG मोबाइल. कोई तो पर्पस से ही कोलैबोरेट करता है.
Position. We're just going to maybe use it a bit more. It's actually insanely strong if you have infield.
And Seven, we were talking about this as well with him, and we were talking about like why don't teams try to explode him a little bit more?
उस कैरेक्टर के साथ कोलैबोरेशन विद BGMI एंड PUBG मोबाइल. अच्छा.
Pop out and just shoot you. So teams are being very respectful, knowing like we can't invest too many
Interesting.
to blow this up. Instead, we got to be careful about being eliminated ourselves.
Like how they did it
Extra
with
careful. I mean, I'm not even going to talk about it because my driving is absolutely awful.
एक बार Resident Evil का भी कुछ हुआ था. जिस तरीके से रन दीपिका पदुकोण से किया था वैसे किया था क्या इसके साथ भी कोलैबोरेशन.
The first Erangel,
Okay.
16th place, 1 ilm.
Nice.
Second one, 9th place, 5 ilms. And then the third one, 8th place, 0 ilms. For this team, we were talking
Bro,
about
I8 को
they
qualify
were
करना
all
था
seeded
South
in that
Asia
season. I wanna see
से
that
0
positioning
teams.
out of this team that we saw that they weren't capable of during Miramar.
It's okay, bro.
That quick
They'll come back stronger
that
next time.
positioning and also the aggressiveness to stop any third party from happening. If they can do that, honestly, that could be a champion caliber team.
इस बार कोई नया टीम ही उठाएगा ट्रॉफी.
About the other South Korean team, right? There has been
जितना मुझे लग रहा है.
some varying results on that map. They got, I think, a second place.
टॉप के सारे टीम्स नया टीम से हैं.
Relatively low for like a good finish on their angle.
Yep.
I think DRX
Wine
how
Donkey,
they played in their group.
4MV.
Yellow, we expected big things going into the grand final.
Imagine D+ किया lifting the trophy.
Fully deliver, but
Korea will be मतलब जापान का भी हो गया,
on our angle, so D+, DR,
कोरिया का रह गया
all those teams.
ट्रॉफी.
And in Cilio, hopefully they're just going to hope to maintain their performance on that map from yesterday.
We're talking about teams that need to be
Meanwhile Indians be like हमारा मौका कब आएगा.
good in the first Erangel was Enigma Galaxy.
Yes.
They were able to get
हमें
that
मौका
first win.
टूर्नामेंट में भी नहीं मिल रहा है खेलने के लिए.
I want to see what this team is going to be.
ट्रॉफी का तो छोड़ ही दो.
I see your thinking face.
I'm thinking, actually, real quick, before we do go into the game,
Alpha 7 gonna start their destruction from match 7. I hope so.
Are they going
Let's
to fix
see.
it? Because Incilio are still going to be there looking for the hub.
We heard Senator that they need to fix those mistakes.
Yes.
Well, not to
कौन
mention
सा चैनल पे आता है TDM बैटल? इसी में आता है. After 6 matches TDM बैटल होता है.
Flash in the pan and league side to see if they can change their
But trust me, they are not playing that seriously. मैंने कल देखा matches.
with John Allen and Blake.
Players
Thank you
बस
very much,
पर-
Jason. We are, of course,
बस
going
खेलना है,
through
खेल
the
लेंगे, क्या
grassy
फर्क पड़ता है
pastures
हार
once
जीत
more,
से.
playing path from
I mean
Sosnovka
जीत हार
Military
से.
up towards Georgia.
वैसे ही खेल रहे थे.
A little bit western
They're
leaning
not even playing serious. तो मेरे को मजा नहीं आया, बंद कर दिया मैंने.
cut out areas like Kameshki and Stelba.
चलो, the match
Field,
2.
but not going to be too
अरे
dramatic.
shit.
No, I
क्या
think this
कर दिया
is
मैंने?
absolutely fine for a lot of our teams here. Obviously, getting over towards the Povka, Yaznaya, a little bit more difficult, Saverni as well, but most teams will struggle. Most teams will be likely to pick up vehicles from around Milter and Farm. I think likely Team Spirit will be a little bit unhappy, considering teams are likely to drop around them here, John. Try and pick up vehicles off them, so they are instantly out looking to pick up those positions. Those splits might be a little bit more dangerous early on here.
The triple on the south side. You got Falcons also.
No military base circle,
around
please.
Nova, so four
कल
teams
2 बार
in
military base
the
circle बना.
It is going to be a little bit rough here if it's not a military island circle, which, you know, statistically quite likely to happen apparently here at PMGC finals. We do like to see it. Incilio, interesting drop here. I mean, you know, this is their standard drop.
Any
right?
gunfights?
But I'm wondering how much stock they invest in staying near that bridge, right? You loot around Milter, you loot around the edge of this bridge. You know there's a lot of teams who have already dropped out over that military island.
चलो,
Likely
good
to
circle,
get
good
quite a few
circle.
points, and with a circle like this, you know they're going to have to be rotating up north. So potential to collect quite a lot early game here for Incilio.
Yeah, they can head up towards Milter. They can get a wide wrap past Yaznaya. There is a ton of options for Incilio going forward, and they're going to be happy with this treasure trove of decisions that they get to pick through.
भाई आपका पर डे डेटा यूसेज कितना है? मुझे
एंट्री
नहीं पता.
अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
1 सेकंड चाकू मारा क्या? अबे TJB took it personally, looks like. TJB took this personal. 4 किल निकाल दी.
That was in a 2v4.
लास्ट मैच में VC चाकू मारा था TJB को.
They managed to make it work.
And TJB
lack of weapon
got their revenge. अब पेटी को भी मार रहे, देखना.
added for TJB. That is a great
Wow.
result for them.
PMGC ग्रैंड फाइनल्स लैंड पे चल रहा है भाई, ये देखना. हुआ is like, I'll not let this slide. I'll get them in the next match, and this is the next match. VC is out at hashtag 16.
Yeah, for the Viction,
Savage, bhai.
Unfortunate. Currently in 7th place.
Savage by TJB.
This could have been a great game to get up there with the likes of 5th and upwards.
Wow.
Currently Incilio
मजा आ गया भाई.
was tied on points.
मजा आ गया, मजा आ गया.
Piece, and Team Spirit only 2 points.
It's not about lifting the
Top
trophy.
three alongside
It's about sending a message.
Donkey ID.
They have sent a message.
A consistent team from start to finish, and I can only imagine how happy Indonesian fans are to have such a great representative here at the PMGC Grand Finals 2024. Here's it, Falcons taking a
Falcons versus
I don't know if they've beached it though.
That's
INS.
That's not a Falcons player in that hovercraft.
IC
That
मर गया
is
bro, IC
Spanish
खत्म है.
From Incilio. This is a roll up on Icy. He hasn't been able to take the fight. You can't commit to going for the spray down.
Dead.
And they just keep that pressure on. What can you do?
कहाँ फंस गया था IC?
It's really quite annoying, I imagine, for Falcons.
भाई मोटिवेट कर दो.
We will have an interview with the. I think it was,
क्या?
I think it was
भाई I'm very bad with
from,
motivating people यार.
got an
It's
interview
definitely, yeah.
with the coach.
चलो कोई बात नहीं, ट्राई कर लेता हूँ मैं.
And we will be
एक ही तो जिंदगी है ब्रो. एग्जाम ही तो है, क्यों इतना सीरियस ले रहे हो? चिल करो. चलो, इससे ज्यादा मेरे से नहीं होगा. How Sara in RCB? Transfer. अरे नाइस ट्राई बे टॉप. फैल्कन्स के 2 बंदे गए. साउंड गया. साउंड तो आ रहा है ब्रो. भाई गेम साउंड तो अलग नहीं आ रहा है. पता नहीं, बिना हेडफोन से देख रहा हूँ मैं. मुझे नहीं पता. साउंड इश्यू. अभी साउंड बढ़ाओ कि कम करूं मैं? इंक्रीज साउंड.
Mind in the PUBG Mobile scene, he is definitely
Increase किया.
leading from the front here for Voin Donkey ID, and
मेरे को देखना पड़ेगा साउंड कैसा आ
what has
रहा है.
been a successful strategy for them so
Game
far.
sound नहीं आ रहा.
Very
अच्छा.
cool, very calm, and that's what he's saying. His
प्रोडक्शन
team
वाला
is
फिर
feeling
वापस
as
आके दिया
well.
होगा.
They are just coming into this.
आ रहा है बे.
thinking,
क्या
you
बात
know
कर रहे
what?
हो? आ रहा है.
This is for most of us the first time we're going to be seeing this sort of stage.
साउंड आ रहा है गाइस. क्या
Let's
बात
just
कर
give
रहे
it a
हो?
go. There's nothing to lose, and right now there is everything to gain, especially in the second place that they sit.
तुम लोग प्रैंक कर रहे हो क्या मेरे साथ?
There's certainly going to be pressure on side for them, but they are playing out fairly well. And I think that you come in, this is the big thing. You come into day one, and what you've done in day one has worked. Always a massive blessing for a lot of teams when that happens, because you don't have to change anything.
What can be the main difference between the coaching of international teams versus Indian teams? There are n number of things, bro.
Really wake up quite sleepy.
For starters,
imagine there's a lot of work.
उधर का मेटा अलग है, इधर का मेटा अलग है.
Be like, yeah, that was good. Maybe we could change a couple of things here and there.
ओसल को पकड़ लिया अलग.
That means that you can feel
भागो
very fresh going into day 2. Team Spirit very close to D+, and a lot of grudge matches coming through so far between Tongji Bao and now even D+ versus Team Spirit. It's an interesting way to start.
Ooh, finally, the hovercraft has been countered.
Nice.
With an elimination over towards Incilio, and it will be pilfered as well. Thundertalk
there
will
are
take
n number
that
of X factors
away from them.
उधर के coaches के mindset,
Carry
इधर
on
के coaches के
in
mindset.
on the east side now. It's not quite in the circle.
I don't think in India
playing
कोई भी
slow
coach
into this
heal
one,
battle against
over in the Milta area.
coach करेगा अपना
A little
team
bit
को.
unwieldy on the hovercraft there, but Thundertalk.
You want to win tournaments? You have to do heal battles, bro.
With 3. However, Incilio have already managed to get 2 points extracted from the Falcons. We saw that during the interview as well, able to find that second elimination. So they will be all right for the time being and able to keep the pace a little bit.
But I think next BGS अगर जीतना है, तो you should stop heal battle and focus on.
It's all ruined. No more hovercraft.
Focus on adapting yourself.
That's the real
to the new zone system.
I do also enjoy the fact that the drop spot plays.
मतलब heal battle का mindset ही हटा दो brain से.
Where they always drop around a position.
ये सब coach को समझ रहे हो? Train करना पड़ेगा अपने players को.
Because again, they like to play in open spaces. They like to take advantage of those positions just because they have basically a moving wall that goes along with them anywhere. So losing that to Thunder Talks might be a big blow to their
Spike
game
by
plan.
जिन्होंने BMPS final खेला है उनको Red Bull event में advantage है क्या? No. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है.
They've had some decent performances.
किस बात का advantage मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा. Our Falcons over smart. Look at their split and this split possible in this lobby. देखो अब 2 ही बंदे बचे Falcons के. Position के लिए ही खेलेंगे वो अभी. They know इस lobby में 2 man से समझ रहे हो उतना होने वाला नहीं है. तो तू एक जगह पकड़, मैं एक जगह पकड़ूंगा. दोनों में कोई भी survive कर लिया. अगर 1-2 placement points भी मिल गया तो it's a plus. If not, कोई बात नहीं.
They will be all too happy to jump up into that first place. Hard southwest shift blank. It does isolate the south side, but it's over towards the Gatka fields, meaning that Everest cut out to that western edge.
Difference between our players and international players.
Now going to be dangerous. We're looking at Alpha 7, TJB, and Guild
Gun game
all looking to
में
make
उतना
that
difference नहीं है. Game sense में तो
difference है. Who's going to be able
difference
to filter
है.
through this one unscathed?
DRX, massively good position for them. They can pick up
अगर तुम TDM कराओगे,
ruins. These are very, very strong spots.
So you will not see that big of a difference.
Bunkers, which they do actually have an
हमारे finest assaulters and इधर के finest assaulters के against TDM करोगे ना, close range battles कराओगे ना, उतना difference नहीं रहेगा. But mid range में ये लोग फाड़ेंगे हमारे players को थोड़ा.
More concerned with getting into the circle right now and send them away in the meantime. But Tongji on a high after taking down Vicious so early.
and kind of almost free-rolling this match,
Quick thinking.
right? With 4
Quick
eliminations
thinking,
already. You've already done a lot of work that you need to get done into this circle,
fast
into this zone, and into this game.
decision
so
making
taking
होता है
these
इधर-
fights, you can be a little
इधर
bit
के
more
top players
aggressive
का.
in the knowledge that
पता
worst
नहीं,
case
you
scenario,
can't
you get 4
really
points on this match, which is
compare.
a terrible place to be. But when you're down
पता
towards
नहीं
the
क्यों
lower
इतना
end
मैं
of the
सोच रहा हूँ इसके
table,
बारे में.
maybe you want a little bit more. So that strategy can
In the end,
change
it's
a
all
little
team
bit.
game, bro.
TJB, they fall short of the river here because Alpha 7 are already across. They read into that, and TJB don't need to cross just yet. The compound that they hold now is in the circle.
भाई कल टूर्नामेंट खेल रहा
एंट्री
हूँ.
अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
points to
much more
qualify.
likely
Any
to just
tips?
send away, and in fact, that's what
How
they
many
do.
matches?
Get a little bit closer to this one. Play the compounds.
कहाँ
overall
का
through.
टूर्नामेंट है यार
It's
अजय
smart
भाई?
play
कहाँ का
TJB
टूर्नामेंट है
honestly
ये?
really enjoyed
BGMI,
that one.
PUBG
A lot of
Mobile.
times you will see teams just razz it across, and Alpha 7 is used to punishing that. This time around, they're like, oh, we have to just keep going forward. There's no point in sitting around this bridge forever. In the meantime, D Plus currently up against the Thunder Talks.
2 players in Novo,
Already
2 players
there
in
is an
Gatka,
initial knock that
Falcon
goes through
split.
onto the Thunder Talks. D Plus not doing a bad job here, and this nade could prove devastating.
No real third
Falcons के
parties
दो
to be
drop
seen on
locations
this
हैं,
location
जिनको भी नहीं
either,
पता.
which means it's a straight up 4v4 in the apartments. A wide wrap maybe from a team like Team Spirit, but that's got at least 30 to 40 seconds on it.
TT मार
See
खाएगा
how
D
long
plus
this one
किया
takes
से.
to conclude. Null boot nades out and finds the flush. Good start for the fight. Thunder Talk losing 1. But it's a little bit slowed down now. It seems like D plus Kia not going to continue with their aggression onto the fight, but they've claimed one of these apartment buildings. They've pushed Thunder Talk away. King up on that high ground, not really having
अरे क्या
impact,
गलत
and a
नेड
big
खाया
nade
भाई ये
over
जिंग.
the side there for
गलत
Osam.
नेड
A lot
खाया
of damage
ये.
to AJ as well. King needs to find value on this nade. Needs to find 1 or 2 knocks on this one for sure. Goes in, blasts a
भाई,
lot of
हाल
damage to
होना
Nolbu's health bar, but
चाहिए
doesn't
था.
quite find that knock that they were looking for. AJ gets the heal off, but
खत्म,
immediately
it's over.
take
I
it
told
back
you.
down. They get sat, and it
D
is
plus
Thunder Talk
Kia
with
in
one
close
left
range,
to,
4v4
one
is
left
very
to
strong.
stand in this game.
King is
It's
running
a
for
great
his
nade to
life.
start off with, honestly, coming through from D+, because send the first into the building, immediately follow up one through the window. So even though it didn't do a lot of damage, they understood they were on the outside of the building at that point, in which case Osal could follow up with a nade around the side of the door. It's just smart play from D+. Very hard for Thunder Talks to deal with, because as soon as they were on the defense,
इससे
they
बचा
were
उसका
getting
HP देखो
away from
खत्म
it.
खत्म
Another
खत्म
great
खत्म
pick off, and that will be D+ with 4
TT
elims.
बाहर.
Our South Korean
D plus किया,
representative
made it
did
look very
well in
easy.
school. Pretty much a masterclass of how to play a
Very easy, bro.
on this season
Dog
side.
knock.
4-on-V going up against
Apex knock लग
Donkey
गई.
ID. Potato blasts into the building.
And Vexy down, sure, but they're on the inside. They've got the protection they need to get this res. 4MV
Ryan
trying to
Donkey
get
पे
some
like भाई
retribution
हमारा
here after
competition
losing
है,
2 of their
बिल्कुल नहीं
players, but they
छोड़ने
can't
का
get
इनको.
into the warehouse position. Now Void Donkey ID looking to repair themselves, pick themselves back up in this position to the west side of Pachinki Blank. They have got a solid area under their control, but they just need to put it back together to make sure that they've got that
4
strength
matches
to play
है,
around.
अच्छी है,
RCB
लेकिन बैठने
is
का
the
तरीका
अभी
brutal
बड़ा
on the
कैजुअल
north
है.
side
35
here,
points.
and Nick Galaxy just across the way.
RCB quick
Bhai
to
sahab.
try and replenish supplies here. They know teams are wandering
और
on the
match,
outside.
9
They're
points you
wondering
need.
if this fight's concluded, if
तुम्हें
it's
at least एक chicken तो चाहिए.
That is the real question.
नहीं,
Point
actually
Donkey
2 chicken
ID would
समझो.
love to bust open
नहीं, एक
that
chicken, एक
building.
chicken.
The 4
एक chicken with
holds
decent
over
kills.
on the eastern
And
side.
बाकी
Let's see if they can get it done.
एक match में
But
top 2
right
आ गया
now,
तो
Point
हो
Donkey
जाएगा.
ID pretty content in the spot they have.
First
One of
match
the
go all
vehicles in
out
there
bro.
as well
First match
that
go
they
all
have
out. Go for
available to them
frags.
to block
हर
off
match में
entrances.
frags के लिए
I
जाओ.
think there's more
अगर
of
एक
the
match में
players
frags
on
के बाद
board
chicken आ गया
over
ना,
there at the
you're
moment,
qualified.
which is very nice to see.
Passive
Alpha
के लिए भी
7,
छूने वाला नहीं है.
after their
35 points
rotate
ही
in,
need.
they will sit on the western
Play
side.
aggressive.
They have a compound that sits a little bit of high ground.
अगर
up
तुम्हारा
towards the
team aggressive
western
नहीं
edge.
खेल
It is
सकता है, तो
right
भाई
on the edge of the
positional
circle,
aggression खेलो.
but it will provide them nice
Third
information
circle के बाद,
towards 4 and
अरे
3
भाई
and
मैटिक
Point
लग
Donkey
गई.
for their future approach.
थर्ड
Team
सर्किल के
Spirit
बाद थोड़ा समझ रहे हो, जोन प्रेडिक्ट
cut
करो
out here. One player going down nice and early.
और
and
पोजीशन लो
Vec
और
looks to
किल्स
follow.
उठाओ.
Some old school mistakes coming through from Team Spirit.
टीम स्पिरिट 2 मैन है क्या?
Two split
या
now,
2
2
मैन है.
matches in a row.
Yeah, all the best,
Getting
by the
punished
way.
for it. Incilio, a nice roll up there and capitalizing on the
अगर तुम ये
opportunity.
क्वेश्चन मुझे पूछ रहे हो तो शायद
Four
समझ रहे
to
हो.
their tally. 4 elims found now for them. They're up into that third
तुम्हारा
place.
टीम का
They're starting
strategy
to
set
make-
नहीं है.
Sorry, yeah, 4 elims
आपस में
found for
discuss
Incilio.
करो
They're
team-
up into that
teammates के
tied
साथ.
third place with D
You'll
plus
get a
Kia
better
currently
suggestion.
a little bit behind on the tiebreakers, but they will continue to march on forwards. On the
भाई भाई
southeast
ब्रेकअप
side,
हो गया,
looks like
motivation
they're
दे दो.
heading through Pachinki. I'm interested on this one. And you
अच्छा.
seem to, you said earlier they
ब्रेकअप हो
lost
गया
that
आपका.
hovercraft. They've got one back on side. Fash sidles up to the south end of Pachinki.
Yeah, the
कोई बात
funny
नहीं.
thing is about the hovercraft is that you can't shoot the player out of it. Like, the only response to it is to blow it up, and it has a
कहाँ से? इंडिया से हो
massive
क्या?
health pool as well. It's
हमारा
pretty
इंडिया का
durable.
population कितना है पता?
So It's extremely good, and
एक जाएगा दूसरा आएगा, chill करो भाई.
every single time, purely because what can you do about a fragger that just cannot be stopped when they're crashing in? And if Fash can get a lot of work done in that front line immediately with basically no consequences for crashing in aggressively
Alpha
like
7's
that,
position.
it's such a difficult thing to play against. And then it provides a
best
massive
advice है
play
भाई.
game.
If you're
I'm
going
tempted
through
to
a
say
breakup,
that the
gym
hovercraft
join
is
करो.
somewhat broken at
Yeah,
the moment.
yeah, go for
but
running every
it
day.
is making for a fun experience here at the PMGC.
And that's the thing, right?
Run
Incilia
every day.
seems to be one of the very few teams
घर वालों
that's
के साथ
actually
time
really
spend करो.
capitalizing on that. They have really added it to that
और
strat
life में
book,
कुछ
and they're making
goals
it
रखो
work
और
repeatedly.
उस पे काम
Team
करो.
Spirit lose another, a nice little tumble
अरे
there from
population तो
AZ
बहुत है
Guild.
भाई.
10 points from the judges, but they
अच्छा आजकल लड़के तो दो तीन मेंटेन करते भाई, माँ कसम
Yeah,
बता
Team
रहा
Spirit
हूँ.
losing another is unfortunate, right? For Team Spirit, they're not in a bad position on the tables. You know, in 5th place, it's unlikely they'll get their player back up again. This
Chill
has to
करो.
be a classic
Trust
salvage
me,
game now, coming through from Team Spirit.
if you are
Try
single,
to live as long as
you are
possible,
free, brother.
Get those placement points. Kitsune
As long as you're
goes
single,
down.
you will be happy. No one can
Now
hurt you.
just know me,
बस
I
वो याद
believe,
रखना.
remaining.
कभी
for
तो
the
शादी
squad.
होगा तुम्हारा, पक्का होगा. घर वाले करवा लेंगे
Circle
तुम्हारा.
shrinks to the west
तब
side
तक
of
सिंगल लाइफ
Pachinki.
एंजॉय करो ना. ये बंदी से कुछ होने वाला नहीं है.
Kitsune will try and hold
Arranged
out
marriage
Cilio.
या लव
In
मैरिज
the
जो भी है,
trenches, see if he can
शादी के लिए करो, टाइम पास के
win
लिए
that
नहीं.
one through. Then the play zone taking a knock over
लग
towards
गई.
Guild, and Flower
लग
looking to
गई.
try and hold off. They've already got 4 elims, remember, from that early game engagement, but Guild are looking to try and take the fight with them as well. The roll-up
Nice
doesn't go
jiggle,
well,
bhai.
though, and Flower still has a little bit
Wow,
more
yeah.
gas in the tank and
Nice
has
trade
looked
from
to the
Longs.
high ground on the off angle there. Last player from Guild to try and take the fight, but it's put down.
Guild बाहर.
676 can try and get into this one,
And of
3
course I'm not
players
surprised.
survive.
ये तो
A
expected है
nice
Guild से.
heal off coming through in the blue zone.
Guild
stage
Esports
4.
is like,
This
you know,
will be
bonus points
survivable, and they're
for all the
up to
15
8
teams.
points now, Blank.
It's an unreal response from Flower. He absolutely blossoms into that fight, gets a ton of damage done.
Ooh.
But
Oh,
Void
re, re,
Donkey
re,
ID
re, re,
up
re.
against D+. They're inside
Yeah.
the building. They're unable
Void
to
Donkey
hold on. And Void Donkey ID
got
will go
owned
down
by
with the help
D+
of
Kia.
RCB chiming in from that sidelines, who now send over towards the position. D+ is suffering at the moment. They have
RCB आ गया third party करने.
Nades coming
Wow.
through 4MV also.
Not looking good for D+ Kia.
Crash on crash on crash. RCB
Nice
try
one.
and step on in.
Last
One
man
for
standing
one
at
on
D+
the
Kia
trade,
का.
but the numbers are in their advantage. That
Nice
gives
one, Fabian.
them their favor, but Fabian
गया,
tries to
D+
take
Kia
it
also
back.
out.
Unfortunately, won't be able to find it out. Now is
RCB.
there another team?
5
Anybody
finishes.
else? Anybody
4
more?
man strong.
Because
4MV
RB
is
on the
like,
south side, they
हम
could
risks
potentially
नहीं
look
लेने
to
का.
push
हमारा
into this one,
competition
depending
सब
on how
आपस में लड़
fast
रहे
RCB
सामने.
can get themselves
लड़ने
back
दो
together.
इनको.
Maybe
Rebel off
TJB
from
wants to
Puncher.
try.
4MV quiet on that one. They allow
Revo
them
knock
in.
from Puncture.
Another
D+
team
Kia को
setting
7
towards that
kill मिलेगा
position, but
इसमें.
for every team that gets towards there,
59.
it's safer sailing for
Wow.
4MV going forward.
भाई 4MV को अगर
Alpha 7 still yet to
5
push
point मिल
in
गया ना,
from that western edge.
good match for
Come to
them.
Bao. Honestly, a great game from them so far, and this was the turn-up that we wanted to see coming through from that team. 8 eliminations on the match.
If
Fantastic
RCB gets a
for
dinner
them.
in this match, they'll be
4
hashtag 1, bro.
elims for Incilio, but now down to just 2 players as they try and make their way through. Pachinki, which is on that eastern edge.
At least hashtag 1 और top 2 तो रहेगा ही रहेगा. Nimbu knock.
I'm looking at RCB right now, Blank. I mean, they took that warehouse. They have gotten back to their feet, so they are full.
एंट्री
हाँ भाई,
अच्छी है
अपना
लेकिन
Central
बैठने का
location.
तरीका अभी बड़ा
There's not too
कैजुअल
many
है.
full force squads as well who are looking to push through them. The roll down towards
Longs is the
TJB
last man
for
standing
DRX.
for
I
TJB.
mean, they lose one, but they will have half of their remaining players taken out. DRX now down to 3 players. Influence Rage, I think the most dangerous spot right now for RCB.
Beautiful circle for
to try and
4MB,
push down
but
south. It seems like that's what they're going to go for. But if
Slam
they lose a
वगैरह
player
आएंगे
or
bro,
2 in
4MB
this
पे.
fight on the north side with DRX, that's going to make it so much easier for RCB to hold.
Pretty criminal circle, this one. Dangerous for a lot of teams. Heads dead center towards the fields of Pachinki on the western side of it. There is high ground play around with, and honestly, Enigma Galaxy have a
Bro,
strong
yesterday
spot in Church. They
midnight,
continue
I
to
saw
play
you
this
at
one.
Mandi.
Multiple times in the past, we have seen
Yesterday.
teams, somewhat
Not yesterday, day
blunder
before yesterday.
Church holds, but I'm hoping Enigma Galaxy can get a lot done from
Day
this
before
position.
yesterday, I went for
Kitsune
Pushpa
fairly
2
happy
movie.
with this one as well. He's able to live out a little
11
bit longer
PM.
over towards Pachinki, keeping
I
him
went
in.
to movie,
And there's always
the
that
movie
possibility for him to creep out over
was
towards the fields.
done with the movie at like 3 a.m. 3
3
a.m. I went to Mandi. Maybe you saw me there.
Down towards that south side. Smart
Yeah.
place to be because you can dodge a lot of the
My
names
cousins love
through,
Mandi.
but we'll keep an eye on him as the game progresses. You're right though about Influence Rage. They would like to move down towards that south side. There's a strong possibility that they'll even play
सबके पास
on
बाकी का
the
skin.
hillside
अरे
around
ये
Church
account में
to
देते
try and
भाई
progress
ये.
on that position because it
These
does
are all
deny
admin accounts,
sidelines
right?
for a little bit longer.
to promote
Yeah, you
the
don't
skins.
expose as hard towards 4MV's position.
They
in the
drop
compound
all the
they have
latest
out in the
skins.
open. There is only 2 players
know.
there though, and it looks like they're more concerned
Pushpa
about the
to
west
review.
side. They know that leaving
Pushpa 1 was
Pochinki,
better
not super
for
likely,
me.
especially given
Pushpa 2
that the
was
church is such a high ground powerhouse there to be able to take shots out
decent
from Redox. But
You can just
again,
मेरे को बस 2-3 scenes अच्छा लगा, especially end fight,
will allow a team to approach. So
cinematography.
for Enigma Galaxy, they just want to keep a little bit of control. They don't want to go too fast out into the open.
3 घंटे में मैं बस 30 या 40 मिनट एंजॉय किया. बाकी
RTB, I'm pretty sure they know that it's a
इधर उधर
weekend
था.
team down towards the south side, outside of that warehouse. The issue is getting out. I think
China getting
depending on
owned.
where the circle
Yeah,
goes, there will
they've
be
been getting
investment
owned since-
of smokes coming
since
through
yesterday.
RTB to attempt to train across.
कोई बात नहीं,
towards
TJB इस
4FB.
मैच में boom bam
I think
किया.
They know that.
They got 9
They're
finishes.
a 2-man team because if they were a 4-man squad, they would have likely tried the third party after that fight came through from RCB where they went down.
What
to
is
2
Mandi?
players, but
Mandi, you can
4FB
search,
was very
bro.
passive in their approach there.
You can search
So
online.
RCB
It's
has a lot of good information to work off the back of.
I'm not very
Influence
good
Rage,
at
on the other hand, Law
explaining
does get
things.
up over towards that hillside underneath Redox.
It's a food item.
For the rest of
Mandi.
Enigma Galaxy, they're ensuring that no one escapes from Pochinki here.
Na'Vi on the southwest side trying to play from their hilltop that they've had for
ये
a
QXZZ
little while.
क्या
Quite
कर रहा है?
quiet in that zone of the map.
Almost हर मैच में कोई ना कोई गिर के knock होता है,
The
पता?
open ground that sits between Na'Vi
Almost.
and everybody else is going to be like a sea to cross. And they will need to breach it. Kitsune.
I
in the
also wasted
trenches,
my 3
Cilios
hours.
Trying to move out of Pochinki.
That's why you should always have good company, bro,
for them so
when you
far.
go to movie.
All of them, I believe.
Even
on
if you
Flash
feel
there.
like movie is shit,
2 players left to stand. So Kitsune,
your company should
with an aid in
make
hand,
it feel
wants to
like
try and slow
you
this
had some
approach.
quality time.
Interesting smoke. Actually allows Kitsune to peek out and send a nade through.
Bhai, Alpha 7 yaar.
That one. Cilio might have
Revo
got some
knock
more
finish.
problems than not. I think they were hoping to hold off versus multiple angles, but it's just Kitsune in there for the time being. Getting our next circle now, depending on where it goes, this could get a little bit hectic.
Oh dear.
And now Enigma Galaxy have one of the strongest positions in the circle.
क्या Alpha 7 4MV पे
This
slam
is
करेगा नहीं
really,
करेगा?
really
बताओ.
dominant stuff for the position of
Where will
Enigma
Alpha 7
Galaxy.
go next?
They left Novalo back over into Pochinki, but I'm expecting to see him start to move in about 30 seconds when the circle does as well. They know that those sweep around the sides are going to be much less likely, so you can push him up towards where Redox sits in that church hilltop and try and play that 2-2 position. The south side of it can hold off these players on the south edge and get so much done towards the open field. It's really, really strong for Enigma Galaxy. I think that cannot be overemphasized. Fantastic position for them.
बाप रे, अगर लोकेशन चेंज नहीं करता किट्सुने
Very tough
तो
now.
नेड का था.
Push
पुश कर
on
रहे
through.
INS
Putting the pin back in the grenade, DBS in hand, so pretty good in close quarters. I think you'd be better off just sending one through at this point in time. Enigma Galaxy
Team
now
spirit बाहर होने
understands
वाला
the
है, हो
player
गया.
inside here, and Kitsune cannot hold his own.
INS 5
Until
finishes, 2
5
months now.
eliminations here. Team Spirit
I
going
think
down
इस
to
lobby में
places,
ना
they get little
as
to
a team
no
बहुत
points
aggression दिखाने
of
वाला
this
teams में
game.
top पे आता है मेरे लिए INS.
Royale
तो.
finding Fash though off the back
INS
of
is
that.
always
Fantastic
engaging
opening
in
for them, and Enigma Galaxy
fights.
looking down to clear out the
Always.
entirety of that eastern side.
Have you guys noticed that as well?
Redox really does have to be on the swivel here, like a periscope over towards
सारे
Church,
लोग यार-
watching out for Influence Rage, because that is the
भाई
big
गाड़ी नहीं था Alpha 7
target.
पे, इसलिए ऑन फुट खेल
The
रहे हैं.
smoke's about to fade as well on Alpha 7's position here on the
Or
west
ahead like
side
this
as
could be.
DRX continue to put pressure on. They've been in the standoff for a little bit now, Blank, and
I don't want to
seems
say
be
it,
going
but I
the
think
way of
Alpha 7
DRX.
मार खाने वाला है अभी DRX से.
did lose a player as well, but Na'Vi looking for the roll-up.
Na'Vi
Okay,
did
the
a slam.
first team to try and crash in towards 4MV. Everybody else is preoccupied. Out the west side, Enigma Galaxy seemingly not having a say into this one. Na'Vi clean up to this one. They've left one player behind. Flip is still out in the open. And with Na'Vi on
Reefus
4
knock
players
from
finding a
Nimbu.
nade over towards
They're
the
on last man
Reefus is
standing here.
down, and this is an excellent opener. The roll-up for Na'Vi going miraculously well.
Through the nade up the stairs, I'm pretty sure it bounced and then hit Reefus,
TJ भी बाहर.
which is really unfortunate.
नींबू घुस गया.
I think Baron was like, haha, you missed me, guys. But realistically, they weren't exactly where they
Bye bye
wanted to be.
4MV. Nice
Now
try.
Na'Vi comfortably controls
0
this compound
eliminations.
off towards the western side. Influence Rage
0
make their way
placement
in.
points.
Alpha 7 taking shots over towards
Nice one.
DRX.
Carilo.
And now that there's a full 4 team in that compound, Blank, that changed the dynamic dramatically. It means this roll-up for Alpha 7
जाएगा,
just
वो
got
rev
10
हो जाएगा.
times harder. There is no easier option at this stage to push
We need
north
kills,
into
yeah.
DRX. You've got the blue zone on your side. RCB in the warehouse.
How can
and
Alpha
Na'Vi
7
now
survive
taking
from Na'Vi?
residency in the compound. Alpha 7 have got their work cut out for them. And with only one elimination, 7 teams still remaining, it is going to be tough to make this crossing. Six does go down, but that's traded almost immediately by Puncher, and now it's up to Mafioso to try and cross through this one. Lemon with the
nice rock bait, kya mara be.
What a shutdown there. They're looking to try and keep this one under control. Navi had a great roll-up, but the hold, not so good.
नींबू को पड़ रहा है
Mafioso always has been
फटफट रेप हो गया
maverick when it comes to clutch plays. An insane shot running through the fields there.
Last man standing.
Finally, a bit of a shutdown on towards Alpha 7 with the fact they're able to get this close is disgusting. Opening up onto another with Carrillo through the window. A nade needs to be phenomenal. They will find the last. But not without punishment onto Na'Vi.
कितना fast उड़ रहे लोग.
No flushes, just knocks sent to Na'Vi. Sure, it'll drain their armor, but they still have 4 sightlines to play with. The circle
RCB
Na'Vi. Surprise, surprise, it's onto one of the strong positions that the Galaxy hold. Influence Rage actually moved in and pushed the 4v. The group has now come in. Redox is off from the church and moving back towards the rest of the team and playing down the hill. Will be
next year China जा रहा है वो मास्टर्स के लिए. Usually जो भी China जाता है मास्टर्स के लिए mostly वो MBBS के लिए ही होता है.
Oh yeah.
Are you also going for MBBS?
Inside the window tower, great spot to be in. It actually sets up a lovely off angle for Redox. His nades do have to be pretty potent, but even if they lose him, he's a very good stopgap between him and Influence Rage. And I think it was the right decision to give up Church. I think a lot of teams realized it's not likely to finish there anymore, but he got the early warning signs coming through for Enigma Galaxy, in which case they could pull away from that fight between them and Incilio and further cement themselves inside this circle. Quick push out coming through from Na'Vi. Dangerous stuff, but it will keep them in the game a little bit longer.
Puncher giving them the shimmy shake off to the round sent his way. Just
सामने जो कंटेनर है ना ब्लू वाला कंटेनर है ना
this game for Na'Vi has been
नींबू जले गया उधर बहुत सही.
I think their roll up over towards the compound excellent, but now their move through the open ground is made tough. RCB trying to head up towards the church, but Influence Rage giving no quarter. Immediate shutdown. Silas the last to go in a flaming vehicle, hops over the top, and Redox now looks for the fight, shuts it down. And it will be the end of RCB. Influence Rage on the north side.
Yeah, I think for RCB, they would have been better off trying to fight versus Na'Vi earlier on. And then they just have a last-ditch attempt there, trying to move over towards Church, hoping that it's free. I think it's your last play, really, inside there. You could have maybe...
अगला जोन में INF, NGX
in the middle.
आपस में लड़ेंगे. Na'Vi फायदा उठाएगा.
Toe-to-toe with Na'Vi, although it would have been a bit awkward.
Unless अगर zone उन पे गया तो.
Possible, but I don't think RCB were getting much further into this game after what occurred earlier on. They were a little bit too passive inside that warehouse. Now this is interesting. Moving back over towards that northern side, suddenly Influence Rage have a ridiculous position to play in.
Oh,
Na'Vi के 2 बंदे नॉक.
And they will take shots out to the open.
Na'Vi के 3 बंदे
अच्छी है, लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Elimination count that they've gotten so far, Blank, it is a good result, and they've been needing one pretty desperately up until this point if they want a chance to step
Nimbu is the last
podium.
man standing.
Wait and see how much exactly they can get back into it, but they're out of the circle. They'll need to cross open ground, and I just don't think they've got the gas left in the tank. The cover is there, and the nades continue to roll over the top. Galaxy with the bounce on top does actually find the protection from the rock, from the hay bale there somehow, and doesn't go down. Enigma Galaxy continue the bombardment.
It works out. I understand what Enigma Galaxy is trying to do here. I think that you give up the eliminations, though, for favor of more nades in the pocket, because Enigma Galaxy expended a lot there, and I'm pretty sure you'll need these when the push comes through from Influence Rage. It all depends on how many more death crates, how much more nades they have in the back pocket. But for Na'Vi, they were somewhat doomed.
Why danger?
Slightly worried for that first place coming through from Enigma Galaxy, though they put up more points off the
Na'Vi got wrecked.
We'll see if that comes back to bite them.
Na'Vi got wrecked.
Pushing up. Imagine if Team Spirit had more than 2 players here.
Well played, NGX. Well played.
Potentially, this is a 3rd place for them.
Unfortunately not to be. 5 elims though in the 3rd place for Incilio, and they just keep going, Blank. We were talking about consistency at the start of the day. Point Donkey ID really impressive, but Incilio were still there, and they continue to chug away that diesel engine of a team, making it work. Westron, though, probably not long for this one with the blue zone pushing him around the back of the tree. Has to make a crazy dash. Does manage to get up to the wall, but the corner not going to be super friendly here. Enigma Galaxy know that he's made this cross. The smoke is there. A little bit of cover. He's getting some healing done, and will try and take a fight. Hopping forwards and Is he inside? I think he's managed to make it to the shack. However, last circle starting to close.
Dead circle next.
Moving into zone 9 now. And this will close until there's nothing left. Influence Rage as well as Nick Galaxy trying to make this one work. Influence Rage moves over towards the high ground, expose themselves. Nick Galaxy not able to find
it's a proper 4v4.
It is a tough rollout from Influence Rage. But like I said earlier, nades are dry for Nick Galaxy.
Redox has been holding in this tower for a while, and finally Influence Rage descend. Looking for the shots.
Nice one.
Looks for Lil Boy, clocks him on the descent. And 2 players down onto the ground floor. They need Redox away, but he's just been so stalwart in his hold. The cross in the open, though, gets cut through by Lorazin, and the spray down is good for a flush. Influence Rage with 3 players now left standing, and it's up to Snowix and Redox to try and find the crossfire, but there's nothing.
Well played, INF. Well played. Two chicken nikala INF.
To the church, and they evict Nick
Two chicken nikala INF.
I mean, for Nick Galaxy, there was a possibility to basically extract themselves from that fight between them and Cilio.
एक hashtag 2, एक hashtag 1.
But they just do not go for it.
Exactly, यही expect कर रहा था मैं Alpha 7 से. But INF निकाला. Super happy for them.
Back-to-back games here for Influence Rage as well. And if you went into this whole event saying which Brazilian team would be towards the top of the table, and I think most people out there would not have said this team for Influence Rage, but a great finish off.
I'm starting to slowly give up on
and they get
Alpha 7,
the
bro.
points they desperately need here, Max.
This tournament में नहीं होने वाला
Team Liquid will also be able to make it.
I'm not feeling that aura from Alpha 7.
7 coming on through, but their push into the northern side of Church, able to bully out Enigma Galaxy of that position. They were holding for almost the entire game.
Influence Rage.
Game-winning position.
Yeah, Redox making him push back towards that Wizard Tower. One thing
MVP of this match.
I mean, Diego being able to put up those 522 damage. But I really enjoy out of Influence Rage how they were able to control most of the circle towards the north.
Open में से आ रहे वो.
Full control of it.
Damage दे अंदर आओ, damage दे अंदर आओ कर दिया.
DRX as well. Whenever DRX ended up fighting with
utility बहुत important है ना end circle में.
Eliminations as well.
Yeah, I mean when you're playing north of that
smokes होता तो बच जाता है GX पर smokes नहीं थे उनके
kind
पास.
of off angle that teams have on you is just going to result in you losing players or maybe the entire team
कितने frags? 13 finishes क्या? Yeah, 13 finishes. Winner 23 points.
Once they had free control, as you said, in the northern side, they send it up in those dips north of the church, and then, as you said, bullied out Enigma Galaxy of a game-winning position.
And I gotta give props to Influence Rage because Lorazin kept getting knocked whenever they were pushing towards the north, whenever they were trying to just hold that.
सारे comeback कर रहे हैं bro. सबका comeback हो रहा है.
With them, they didn't want to give up.
Alpha 7 TJB को छोड़ के. TJB का भी decent match था ये.
Because they knew how
To
important
be
it was
honest.
going to be to have all those 4 players.
भाई CS अच्छा है या BBA/MBA फ्यूचर में? अबे दोनों बहुत अलग फील्ड्स है ब्रो. मेरिट्स दोनों में है. You should ask yourself this question. तुम्हें क्या पसंद है? तुम्हें जो पसंद है वो परस्यू करना. जो अच्छा है उसके लिए उसके पीछे मत जाओ. जो तुम्हें पसंद है उसके पीछे जाओ.
I think they're a little bit too afraid to push into him and get knocked.
तुम्हें क्या अच्छा लगता है? ये आंसर बताओ. दीपेंद्र सिंह. तुम्हें क्या अच्छा लगता है?
Maybe if they get those extra smokes. I think we're talking about nades, but smokes in particular to cross.
Spike boy, are you non-vegetarian?
Very important. But as we go through the replay,
Unfortunately, yes, bro.
I do want to highlight one fight. I know you in particular here, Seven, you really want to talk about. It's Team Spirit that keeps just getting caught off guard on the edge of these circles.
Yeah, Team Spirit, those 2-2 splits that
कोई तो मेरे को बोला था ना कल.
wasn't just them 4v.
Will Falcons finally break the curse?
Them losing 2
जब टूर्नामेंट का पहला मैच चिकन निकालता है, क्या वो ट्रॉफी उठाएंगे क्या? उस बंदा को बुलाओ यार. बात करनी है मुझे. After that match, Falcons are not Falcons.
He's been having a great performance, not just in this match, earlier as well. I think it was against D+ that he was able to...
Spike by love beef. No bro, I don't eat beef. GR action. और तुम ये कंक्लूजन में कैसे आ गया कि तुम स्टेटमेंट दे रहे हो कि मैं वो लव करता हूँ. No Indian team, no views. Views तो भाई, views का क्या फर्क पड़ता है? प्राइस पूल देखो ना. $3 million है. $3 million है प्राइस पूल. क्या चाहिए और?
Yeah, and with Alpha 7, I feel like it was just their timing there.
Where is Paraboy, Sook and Doc? Doc तो खेल रहा है 4MV में है. Sook अभी VS में tryouts दे रहा है last time I've seen. Paraboy is in JD. Yeah,
Even though Alpha 7, we saw why those players
No one
were
retired.
able to get some shots there on the players from Navi in the compound. Ultimately, it was just too much there. They were not able to cover all those angles, and Alpha 7 ends up getting just one elimination for that match. That's not how you wanted to be able to be following it up.
Actually, you brought up timing.
Bro, almost सारे esports top players
actually think the timing was pretty decent.
retirement बहुत late ही लिए. Zaxi भी अब दिया retirement.
At which they approached the compound and get rid of DRX, I think that would have been the great opportunity to pull
मेरे को
off
समझ नहीं आता है. What would be the thought process to retire as an esports player?
Well, so take a look here at match rankings. We do see 23 points coming in.
क्या लगता है boys? Let's have a discussion on this.
Little boy in the 1v1.
When should a player retire?
For him and his team. Gotta give a shout out though
In
to
esports.
TJB here, not eliminations. I wanted to focus a little
After
bit on
winning
the
big,
PL teams because we expected to do a lot
after
better
losing
than
badly,
compared to day one. But one team who had a very
क्या
unfortunate
है?
time was Thunder Talk.
अपने thought process बताओ.
In apartments. And D Plus is a team that's been stepping up because they're.
If you were an esports player, when would you retire?
Left a lot to be desired.
Not even that, especially.
Or would you retire at all?
Question mark. Going into this match, I was saying, okay, what are we going to be seeing out of D Plus here in this Erangel? I was really impressed at how they were able to defend.
RCB in PUBG is stronger than RCB in cricket.
Whenever Thunder Talk decided to push onto them,
Agree.
the grenades that we saw out of
65, 62, 60.
Some of that being able to adjust with what Thunder Talk
59, 56, 55. देखो 4MV है ना मौका दे रहा है बाकी टीम्स को कैच अप करने के लिए. 2 मैचेस आगे. 2 मैचेस आगे 4MV. And still they have the most frags. #1. अगर और एक मैच हक दिया ना 4MV, they'll no longer be at #1.
Been somewhat silent.
And for 4MV, the biggest question mark is what are they going to be?
I won't never one word about D Plus Kia team, bro. Fighters, bro, fighters. They are fighters.
This one, we continue to see 4MV struggling with the
फिर तुमने क्या क्यों ले लिया retirement? Life happened for me, bro.
They're not if they move early into the center of the circle, they
Responsibilities.
focus on which teams they want to end up
In my
fighting,
case, it's
and they focus on
responsibilities.
way too many things at once, and they end up getting punished by it.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate here because in the sense of the
जब लगे carry हो रहे हो retirement.
Split yourself away. You can have 2 players in the warehouse, 2 players in the southern position.
Oh, भाई
One
मारो.
team that in this case was Voin are going to crash one.
No
area
बकवास,
of the
सीधा point बोल दिया भाई ने. It's all about mental fitness.
You commit to all the
Yep.
warehouse or the city side.
Definitely.
Stay there as
इस game के लिए तो it's more mental than
early
physical.
fight to point.
Another thing that I would gotta mention here on this second match, not just
पैसे कमा के retired लेना
this is
है.
gonna be the
Okay,
second
it's about
match
money.
now where they get pushed
After
out of what
earning
they
enough
used to
money.
land in.
Okay.
They didn't end up going noble.
Low gun power compared to others.
Pushing them out of
At
noble,
least-
and they're
At
continuing
least
to struggle as
trying
well
till
because
my
they're
30s
trying
to
go
win
for
a
this
world
2-2 split
championship.
that it doesn't
This
end up
statement
working
is
out.
not
And now
applicable for
Insilio is starting
BGMI.
to notice that Falcons is starting to become a little bit weaker on those early fights.
अलग अलग mindset दिख रहा है. अलग अलग goals है लोगों का. थोड़े लोगों का पैसे का है, थोड़े लोगों का passion का है.
I mean, that was the big question between day 1 and day 2. How are teams?
थोड़े लोगों का achievements का है.
Didn't see really any adjustment out of them.
I think the biggest change that they're trying to do is just give up their usual.
थोड़े लोग तो भाई मैं retirement नहीं ले
something
रहा.
that you did mention,
मैं खेल रहा हूँ 100 साल
go
तक.
towards their second drop, especially in Erangel.
Go back to
वो वाला
Gatka,
mindset
right?
है.
At this point, you got
Yeah.
Insilio and Navi to deal with on a pretty consistent basis. Gatka is free. Maybe they should.
भाई bro IC को
Maybe they need to
उस
recruit. How for Bjorn
गाड़ी
sitting
में
out
ही
himself on the
बैठ
team,
जाना
maybe he
था.
can just shove everyone out of the lobby for them because he's here to conquer the
बस
Arctic.
अगर
as the
drive
face
मिलता
of the
तो
guild
भाग
segment
जाता.
available right now.
छोड़ो यार, अब
Guys,
हो गया.
and of course, we have a weightlifting
अब
challenge
सोचे कुछ होने
happening
वाला
here
नहीं है.
at the Excel Arena for you guys to pick up if you're in London.
Scout Red Bull जीतेगा लगता.
But also pick this up in game on top of that.
You think he'll pick us
क्या
up?
पोजीशन में चल रहा है वाइल्ड फैंक्स?
At once?
ये तो याद नहीं है भाई, इतने दिन हो गया वो डे 2 खत्म हो गया. डे 2 के बाद ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स मेरे को याद भी नहीं है. इतना मुझे पता है कि
is probably not enough. That's probably like an early warm up.
टॉप 8 में है वाइल्ड फैंक्स.
Break out arms. I'm scared.
All at once.
And one way we might be able to beat him is in Pogi Mogi on our Infinix GT20.
I would retire when I think I can't push myself as I used to.
You can pick one up and play like a pro.
Good mindset bro.
Yeah,
Yes.
actually, I feel like we could beat him in that.
If you feel like you're not giving
But I couldn't.
your everything, then yeah.
Cool monkey.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you beat,
Maybe
if
it's
you
time.
beat him, maybe he beats you out of game.
He's like, are you really going to eliminate me again? Okay, no, sorry, I'm AFK.
No,
Go back to lobby.
if we go to a match with them, I think I'll get Sabu, Living.
Bro, what are you doing
I'll get
before
their help. One of the
doing
influencers
for
are currently here for PMGC. I think
living?
we'll definitely beat them easily.
Just have it
मतलब
on
समझा
arms.
नहीं क्वेश्चन.
Just
Yeah, why fight him?
After
Just
his
bring him
own
on our team.
child
Like
starts
this year, but also
playing the
he's
game,
warming
he's
up
an
your hands,
esports
they do
player.
T2s,
And
Gamer
Huh?
Pros with its 5,000 milliamp battery.
As a game is
Or
played by
levels. We got
of
ours here
any age
on,
person,
on
so
the
I
desk.
don't
The
feel
players have them
somebody,
on the stage as well. Great way to
a
keep
gamer
them
should
warm and ready to
think
go.
of retirement.
Nimble.
Yeah,
For all that PUBG Mobile.
one can have its condition. Yeah, yeah.
The dragon with the
Agree. Age is not a factor, bro.
B-box.
बट पता है यंग प्लेयर्स के रिफ्लेक्सेस ज्यादा शार्प होते हैं कंपेयर टू अ लिटिल ओल्डर पीपल.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. But as we move into our second air goal,
जब तुम्हारा उम्र बढ़ते जाएगा ना,
again, what
you will
adjustments are we
become
gonna
more
see?
passive.
We obviously did finally have like a non-military zone, but for Falcons, for a couple
It
of
is
teams
truth.
out there, we're not seeing those adjustments.
You'll become more calculative. When you are more calculative, you'll become passive. Passive aggressive रहोगे. Young में भाई passive वो क्या होता है? Only aggression. हगेंगे aggression के साथ. वैसे होता है. खून गरम होता है बहुत. Bro, can you be a coach? No, I cannot be a coach.
As of right now, that's not the case, and Guild off the back of that, unfortunately, struggling so far.
Can I actually maybe
When I have earned enough to have invested enough money.
I'm thinking back
भाई ये फाइनेंस वाले बहुत लोग यार हमारे चैट में. फाइनेंस वाले कमाने का, इन्वेस्ट करने का, बंगला खरीदने का. अच्छा है, it's good बता रहा हूँ, it's good. जो भी ऐसा सोचते हैं ना, you'll do good in life only.
And that's the thing that
जो भी इन्वेस्ट करने का सोचता है ना, they will always do good in life. जो भी उड़ाने का सोचते हैं ना,
and they're just not able to keep
उनका
players alive. It happens
इधर-उधर ही रहता है.
It's happening here as well. I feel like they definitely need to be able to adjust and just keep on edging.
Yeah, I mean, it's good during PMWC we saw them actually playing edge and it was not successful. I feel like
do you know next PMGC will happen in Thailand? Yes bro, I do. Next PMGC is in Thailand. Next EWC is in Riyadh. Next PMGO is in Uzbekistan. क्या है वो जगह? In Turkey, I think.
I mean, they came
PMGO is in
in
Turkey. Uzbekistan ऐसा कुछ है
how
नाम.
strong Lemon was as a player when we, got to, do watch parties with them back in the spring season, the summer season. Navi have just kind of disappeared. I feel like.
कल Falcons का first match देखा और winner और उसके बाद नहीं देखा. हटते गए अभी. Yeah, true.
In that last game, but they've had good rotates. There's potential to see a Navi win eventually.
RCB जीत रही है. They are doing good. They are doing really good. Momentum आ गया. So let's see. ये next match खत्म होने के बाद grand finals 50% done. This next match.
With John Allen and Blank.
South side plane path, pretty hard and dramatic.
So the match 3 is here.
As well, Blank from Novo
Let's
over
go,
towards just above Quarry. So very difficult to get to those east side rotational points. Potential repeat, but exacerbated from the last match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that when you look at this, it's a little bit like our last game, but even further skewed off towards the west here, with teams being forced to drop along that coastal side on the south. You're sort of hoping for more of a southern circle on this one because it's going to be a long route up.
Guys, मैंने लाइफ में एक टाइम पे एक अच्छा
very looted by the
एक
time
अच्छा
the first circle comes through.
manifestation किया था मैंने.
Difficult for 4-on-V though.
It might help you guys. पता नहीं. मैं तो बोलने के लिए बोल दूंगा.
Easy looting.
You're an average of 5 people you spend most of your time with.
Change I'm seeing is I think it was
You
Thundertalk who were
are an average of 5 people you spend most of your time with.
Instead,
So choose those 5 wisely.
Of that one. This west side, we're seeing if there's anybody dropping around, those vehicles dropping.
ये जब मैंने अच्छे से सोच के manifest किया, it changed things.
Very handedly against the vicious. I don't
अगर ऐसा 5 अच्छे कोई नहीं है तुम्हारी लाइफ में, you better be alone
on this western side as
with
well.
your family.
Circle heads over to center up on the Yaz fields.
Yeah, this is definitely an awkward game for a lot of teams then.
पता नहीं, बस बोलने का मन किया बोल दिया मैंने. Moving on.
Saverni lightly picked up by one of our teams here inside this game. A long rotate to get there, but plenty of time to loot up. In comes Tongji about.
Shut the door on him. Goodness me.
अबे क्या चल रहा है बे ये VCN TJB का?
Able to find one and a second found.
ले बदला ले लिया भाई. PMGC चल रहा है कि क्या classic scrims चल रहा है?
Likely going to get flushed away as well, but it looks like the Vicious are going to come out on top of this hot drop. Blank Erangel hot drops as they keep unfolding. Not ideal. It severely limits your point scoring potential.
अलग swag है भाई इनका.
Either you get a game or you don't.
SSS is the last man standing.
Both teams are going to lose play.
Why this is
S.
This is not cool यार.
Signature weapon.
अरे रे इधर नाच रहा है बे, खड़ा होके नाच रहा है.
DBS tries to go a bit of disrespect, but DRX is here in the sidelines. Almost falls for that one.
Wow.
Oh, Kaksei rolling close here.
I am pissed. TJB comeback कर सकता है, but
to have the
वो
confidence
तो
to go
personal
for
ले
the
लिए.
push. However, you know that the mids are going to be
चल
super
DRX मार
limited
इनको.
blank. The healing is not going to be there for the Vicious. That means you know there's
कर
low
दिया
health
DRX
bars
slam.
inside. You wait for Soaz to get into position. You wait for the rest of DRX. That is discipline from Kaikse. You don't need to risk it when you know that there could be two players on the inside to immediately flush.
एकदम stupid है भाई, एकदम stupid. I don't want to say it, but like मेरे को
coming on through. It's only bandages to play with, and Brenozen will hold the staircase.
इतना strategy, इतना analyst, इतना coach,
be able to breach this one.
इतना planning, or you do this.
Situation coming through for the Vicious. It'll have to be a
taking it
fortress of
personal.
a hold. They want to make sure they don't go down here. Really awkward though, and this is what happens with that kind of playing path and this kind of circle. These teams are obviously going to drop near one another. DRX, fantastic response time on this to get up towards this location immediately after that initial hot drop. But yeah, Vicious, I actually think they're done for. I don't really
मुझे पसंद नहीं है भाई
this location.
I don't think they're going to have a good game out of this location. There's potential that DRX play on a misstep here, but
they're PL champions for God's sake.
Or certainly they don't want to.
TJB.
So why are they going to step into those clear sight lines? The question for me is how long do DRX want to stay here, right? Because this isn't in the next zone. Do you want to waste this time? And sure, you could get.
I can't believe I'm rooting for this team.
Two players on the flip side as well. So maybe DRX. Going to have to rotate away. And in fact, they do hop into the vehicles. They're going to give up on this one. Allow the Vicious.
DRX be like, chill campers. हम निकल रहे इधर से.
Towards that northern side and getting there early.
Face cam lag मेरा.
Resend back.
नहीं bro, नहीं, fix हो गया.
If the Vicious poke their heads up, and I think that the Vicious are still very much down on their luck. They don't have any meds to play with. DRX still need to get a little bit of looting done, so we'll see if they're able to do it. We caught up with Barney, getting a little bit of a report on the state of the teams over on the stage.
Welcome back to day 2 of the PMGC live in London. Now, I felt that it would be a nice gesture to give you
they
guys
win
a
PL bro. Yes, they won PL. But समझ रहे हो ये mindset अच्छा नहीं है. Champion mindset नहीं है.
For those of you who are joining us on stream only.
एक बार कर लिया ठीक है भाई. हर मैच में करना है क्या?
Day 1 got off to a hot start with Falcon's Force claiming the first chicken dinner of the tournament on Sandhawk. The 3 Erangels were then taken by Nigma Galaxy.
अगर किसी player का self confidence down होगा तो ना चाहते हुए भी उसे retirement लेना पड़ेगा. True. Without confidence, you cannot do shit.
Because they claimed 23 eliminations, which was a record-breaking amount at any PMGC tournament ever. Now, today, Regnum Carrier Bra kicked things off with a chicken dinner on Sandhawk, which was much needed points.
भाई first match है क्या?
Here at PMGC.
नहीं ये बहुत trial चल रहा है bro. First match अभी चालू होगा थोड़ी देर में.
And it was taken by
First match भी नहीं है.
Again, another team that needs those points. So
बस dry run चल रहा है bro. अभी dry run. अभी tournament चालू भी नहीं हुआ.
And enjoy the rest of the day here at day 2 at PMGC.
Bro, what happened to Alpha 7? कुछ नहीं bro.
For a little update on what has happened so far, and he's right, you know.
Down phase चल रहा है उनका.
Teams who have needed those points desperately today, that have found the early results that they were looking for, whilst the top of the tables, to some degree, stagnates.
Like I said, the competition this time
You
is
didn't skip a beat for that whole report.
It's so tight.
Down to a T, but then forgot what day it was.
Well, you know, days are tough.
It's true. Right now it's Tuesday, right?
Tuesday, innit? We are going to be heading on into day 2.
Team Spirit कहाँ गलत कर रही है?
They left Soaz to just watch over what the Vicious were doing in the basement, whilst
खाना सही से नहीं खा रहे शायद. Team Spirit. वहाँ गलत कर रहे हो.
Report was going on. The rest of DRX moved out to grab some loot to bring it
थोड़ा
back.
बिरयानी खिला देंगे उनको तो भाई
हो
जाएगा सब कुछ ठीक.
Are actually now rolling through that hold.
I don't know, bro.
I wonder if
they're playing PMGC Grand Finals. What do you expect? You can't expect every team to be at #1.
And it seems like they're just going to continue to send it around the side, but that does back Soaz off, and that may just.
They have 54 points. They're just 11 points behind #1.
You can see they just have no.
They're doing fine.
Is it 7 minutes into the game?
They're doing really
fine.
fine.
They're going to be really threadbare when it comes to taking any sort of engagement.
Yeah, most teams are in a similar scenario. You know, most teams have only just got themselves into a position where they can start looting, get rid of those level 1 vests and helmets, and upgrading a little bit in terms of the resilience on their players. And it's tough. It is very tough with that kind of playing path. And
Alpha 7 Revo best player. Not in this tournament, bro.
Because
this tournament में तो best player
a lot of these mid-game fights happening much further.
Best player अभी कौन रहेगा? Best player कौन है so far? इस grand finals में? Doc obviously. We'll have Void Donkey का भी, Razak, एक दो players है. Ines का भी player होगा. Like Red Lick, D plus Kiaka, Osal Nolbu.
We're not going to bother with that.
Team Spirit का Nomi. समझ रहे हो? इन सबके बीच में Revo is not shining. Yeah, the favorite is Doc obviously. Aiprit bhai बोल रहा है Dole. Preet bhai Dole. Doc नहीं.
Another wide Falcon split. They've got 2 and 2. It looks like
Dole.
that's what they're going for, Blank. We'll see if it's going to work out this time because every
One and only Spike.
it hasn't.
प्रीत भाई क्या चल रहा है?
They don't want to fight Silas.
Prediction दे दो. कौन उठाने वाला है ट्रॉफी?
They won PMGC way back when on S2G. So fair enough. This is Silas's.
Even team at hashtag 14 has chance to win competition. Yeah. One chicken and even Alpha 7 can be in top 3. Not 3, top 4.
Immediately rolling straight back into the fight. Going to get a knock around the edge.
चल finally DRX
To make it work.
versus VC हुआ.
Does finally fall. A long and protracted
खत्म.
bleed out there. And both TJB and the Vicious.
I expected more from DRX. एक निकालो यार, एक मैच निकालो माँ कसम.
Yeah, which is
थक
good
गया हूँ
news.
मैं.
The Vicious have been sat around about 40 points for the past 3 games, even yesterday. So managing to get up to 46 and a little bit closer to that 50-point margin is good to see. A lot of our teams did actually slip from the top of the leaderboards, which are very close right now. 4MV at 65. They've been putting up a good
जब हैकिंग करते हुए पकड़े जाऊंगा तब रिटायरमेंट पक्का.
them in the lead, but Incilio is catching up.
शर्म आ रही है? थोड़ा भी शर्म है क्या तुम्हारे अंदर? Shane.
And then drops down.
INS और 4MV.
Marginal points, right?
अच्छा, hashtag 1, hashtag 2 टीम का नाम ले लेते हो? Safe रहूंगा मैं. सही है भाई. ठीक है. 4MV तो favorites है. देखते हैं. अगर इन दोनों में कोई नहीं उठाया ना ट्रॉफी, you guys know who the Panoti is.
They have a fairly central location, south side of the as field, stretching out towards the apartment.
But अभी टूर्नामेंट 50% ही खत्म हुआ.
On the road from Rostock on the east side.
ये मैच के बाद.
A 2-2 split for them as well, so a little bit of control on the north.
कितने पॉइंट्स चाहिए अल्फा 7 को?
Again, I'm going to wonder how long they
31 points behind है.
Right,
बहुत मुश्किल है यार ये 30 पॉइंट का गैप क्लोजिंग करना is very hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, right?
Very hard.
Definitely possible for a lot of teams to be able to get back into position. You're waiting for stage 3, honestly, like you're saying, John, for that to come through, because that's where the game's going to get a little bit more spicy, a little bit more interesting, especially with Yasnaya still in play.
RCB win 100%. Okay.
That northwest side, there's plenty of positions this circle can head over towards in the...
दिल तो अल्फा 7 या फैल्कन बोल रहा है, लेकिन वही तो है ना. दिल तो कुछ और ही चाहता है. मेरा भी.
Just to stay alive. That's Thunder Talks as well as Incilio looking towards that position.
मैंने मैच 1 के टाइम पे ही बोला था मैंने फैल्कन्स और अल्फा 7 के लिए ही मेरा भी दिल सपोर्ट करता है. एंड वो दोनों बेटे हैं 13-14 में.
Thunder Talk right now, probably their easiest approach, but even so, not ideal. Not an easy.
And दोनों भाई दोनों 34-34.
Especially with Incilio being over the ridgeline there.
Falcons are at hashtag 13 because they got a dinner.
East edge. And they have just been wrapping around trying to find a.
But I'm not disappointed with Guild यार.
It's just been denied to them. Falcons do regroup as a full 4 blank.
100% prediction हम सबका Guild ही है. Hashtag 16.
Rotated in towards school and they currently hold that clean on the west side of the circle, but it does pop out that way, which means that they are pretty much dead center, and it is over to apartments where currently D plus Kia take up residence.
And we saw last game D plus actually do a very good job of holding in apartments. That was their stomping grounds.
Apartment circle बन जाए मजा आएगा.
Honestly, and teams will be getting a little bit upset.
दो भाई दोनों तबाही. दो भाई दोनों तबाही. सही है.
Northern side who are starting to make their way in. D plus absolutely cannot hold every single apartment in that area, so it's likely going to be a couple of teams in that location. 4MV taking shots over towards Void Donkey ID, who do lose a player in that process. Down to just 3 now, but they are fairly close inside that circle. Vexy still has to regroup, and with Potato
INS was a G plus किया.
Awkward time ahead.
Red Lick knock.
Luckily, other teams start.
बच गया भाई.
Locating.
गलत बच गया ये.
For them.
Oh, goodness me. A lot of teams rolling on in. You got RCB, you got Incilio, you got Void Donkey ID, who now have regrouped. They're looking to get that res. Influence Rage, we're thinking about it. They took a knock there. 4MV moving in from the west side. Everybody wants one of these blocks under control. Team Spirit happy to stand on the outside and pick up the pieces from it. They'll add those points.
Alpha 7 versus Navi. नींबू ने उतार दिया रेवो को बहुत गंदा. भाई स्कारल से कैसे उतारते बे ऐसा? बच जाएगा रेवो.
After that knock, if they can get Revo back up, that will be a 4-player team. But at the moment, they're under threat. Lemon nades over the top, looking to try and confirm that flush. Continues to bombard and push back this position. Navi slightly on the outside track of this circle blank, which means that at the moment the team is slightly in the favor of Alpha 7.
Yeah, they are down.
अबे 3 मैन है और छिड़ रहे बे Alpha 7 पे ये.
Navi in terms of getting these nades a little bit harder to position them. That is a very, very nice nade in terms of information. So they know he's in the smoke. So they can be pretty sure that Alpha 7 is trying to push up towards them. RCB do take a knock as Incilio starts to face off the competition over in the apartments.
Falcons पीछे से.
A lot of the doors out for some of these teams. 6 spots out one of the players from Falcons who made a wide wrap down towards that south side. Enigma Galaxy even starting to poke their noses in.
Potentially dangerous here, but top
ले लिया Falcons fight.
In the buggy action up into the rock. East is there. This should be a clean take on the
nice one action.
Navi can't get a knock in response.
Alpha 7 third party कर सकता है.
Will go down to half HP.
But looks like Alpha 7 also got company.
Galaxy not in position to immediately surge over the top as Alpha 7 have healed as
निकल
well.
गया.
Navi have to turn and run for the hills.
Yeah, always
Smart
the difficulty
move.
playing Potato Hill, right? Is that you can't really hold.
अरे dog पकड़ लिया flip knock.
Navi had to massively
Flip
focus
finish.
over towards Alpha 7 in this situation.
Dog knock from Diego.
Try and get away. Only one.
नींबू is the last man standing. भाई नींबू हर बार बच जाता है बे.
Will they receive the same treatment by Enigma Galaxy, or will Enigma Galaxy just head back up towards that north side?
Navi नींबू.
I think it looking more and more likely like they're going to go for that. Falcons though, they'll have to retake that position between them and Alpha 7. Circle sends us over towards apartments, and everyone who got their keys in early, very happy.
I'm looking at Team Spirit's position as well on this northeast side blank. They have a lot of control. You can see they're going to move another player out towards that north edge. Thundertalk are going to crash into the south though, and they may have just exposed a flank that they didn't mean to. Taking a knock onto effect is dastardly
Effect knock
for them,
finish.
but they get 3 players safe to the north edge. Thundertalk will take control on the east. Meanwhile, in the apartments, we've got a new move in here as SnowX tries to lead the charge for Enigma Galaxy. They're going for the crash. Gilda right behind them. They're looking to push in. Alpha 7 now fully sending on in. And 4MV looking to hold this out.
Alpha 7 injects पे slam दिया.
Galaxy
Red Ox finish. Karillo knock.
From the south side, wrap through and meet once again. But it's Alpha 7 to take
Revo
the
knock.
of the damage here. As
Mafioso
Galaxy,
knock.
despite losing a player, seem to be holding on.
That is a crazy crash coming through from Alpha 7. And they're punished for it. Absolutely. Not enough smoke.
क्या था वो? ब्राजील में पोर्चुगीज में क्या बोलते हैं? एल लग गए बोल के?
Tried to go for something a little bit crazy to attempt to get more points on this.
कल कुछ तो बोला था मैंने. Estavo
Enigma Galaxy holding on as best they
Fudido
can.
ऐसा कुछ था.
Players now, and it will
Yeah.
be just one
Alpha 7 का वो हो गया.
on the outside for Alpha 7.
Marglen last man standing है. It's just a matter of time. इसको भी clear out कर देंगे
right
Indians.
right next to Enigma Galaxy as well, a dangerous place to be. Incilio putting damage over towards D+ Kia, who are now on 1 player left standing as they do take the flush as well. This is so mean to D+ Kia, who are here first. They were the only team in this location, and then immediately, bang, you got 8 neighbors, and they are all looking to take you down. It is really rotten.
तो कितना कुछ चल रहा है?
Trying to roll up as well now. A late entry to the east side of this compound as Incilio looking to rebuff them yet again. Knock over towards Redlick. That comes through from a nade from the last player of Guild, so it is going to have a little bit of an impact still. Into the ground floor, the Falcons find the east edge, and top is in as well.
अरे हाँ सर्च करो तुम लोग. Translate, use Google Translate.
They will knock out and flush.
और टाइप करो हिंदी में कि L लग गई का ट्रांसलेशन क्या है पोर्चुगीज में. तो ट्रांसलेशन ऐसा है कि इन एस्तावो फुदीदो ऐसा कुछ था. फुदीदो. अरे तुम लोग सेपरेट कर रहे हो फुदीदो को. It's a combined word.
This is the type of game that you could absolutely win off from. Only
Guild
having 4 players, but the fact that they only got 3.
गिल्ड का बोनस पॉइंट्स किसने उठाया इस मैच में? INS.
It's one of those things where you don't get this opportunity unless the rest of the lobby all has this hive mind approach to move into apartments at the same time, which is meaning that we are losing
Estavo
players thick and
fudido.
fast. We are already down to just 35 in the lobby at stage 4, which is a massive culling.
या अल्फा 7 गया बाहर, मैंने नोटिस भी नहीं किया, छोड़ो, हम नोटिस तब करेंगे जब वो चिकन निकालेंगे.
DRX, Falcons and Thunder Talk. Most of them are looking very close by towards those apartments. I'm surprised nobody crashed onto school to join Influence Rage. Everybody focused on those apartments. And I mean, it's such
अरे
a
माँ
difficult
कसम तुम लोग को
crash to go
दिखाऊंगा,
towards
मैच
school.
के बाद
Not the
दिखाऊंगा,
open
ठीक है?
ground that surrounds it. At least with apartments, you've got those hills to the south that give you a little bit of cover as you approach. But around school, it is just flat. It's so hard to
मुझे पता भी नहीं है
as soon as you cross
उसका
that
मतलब क्या है जो तुम लोग लिख रहे हो,
the fish in
बट
the
जो मैंने
proverbial
पढ़ा है वही
The
बता रहा हूँ
circle
मैं.
is sent up on towards it though, Black, so maybe we're about to see that.
Yeah, Influence Rage.
My Nimbu is still surviving.
Go towards the walls there. You can crash into those fairly easily, and then just push through the shacks and the vehicles that are burnt out in that area. And then once you're in school, you're fairly safe, right? I do think.
Why Brute Force got eliminated? Can you explain?
Picking up this position, they can play the high ground. They can play pool.
उनका वीसा नहीं लगा bro.
Fantastic sight lines looking out over.
उनका वीसा नहीं लगा.
And it's looking more and more likely the circle's going to start to push out apartments unless
वो नहीं आ पाया फाइनल्स में. उनकी जगह पे उनके नेक्स्ट जो है वो है 4MV, उनको दिया है इनवाइट. तो वो हुआ एग्जैक्टली.
The ideal thing for them to do right now is to, exactly, set up on the south side and then try and take shots at Thunder Talks as they move in. Expose a little bit more space on this northeast.
It is going to be a rough approach for the teams on the outside here.
Guys, 4MV INS doing really good in this match. 3 finishes 4 man strong. Sorry, 3 finishes 4 man strong, 4 finishes 4 man strong.
D plus Kier trying to hop in, hop out, giving them the run around, but steps it back into the nade. And Incilio
D plus किया बाहर.
In these apartments, they made the roll up work. They're up to 5 elims now.
TT बाहर, yeah, TT also बाहर by RCB.
Rotational position for them, and they are slowly clearing.
RCB 60 points, bro.
Just get completely obliterated on the approach. As Team Spirit taking shots out towards school as well.
Yeah, classic PL gameplay, it would seem here in PMGC, which is.
अरे बाप रे, विराज वो उसका मतलब वो है क्या? नहीं पता ब्रो मुझे.
It's not working. It really isn't. I think you need first-class
Damn.
to get towards that location, the speed at which they had, and they weren't quite on there. So RCB will certainly give them a stamp, but it's
Female private part is Fuddin Punjabi. माँ कसम, sorry, I'm so sorry.
4MV on the south side.
मैंने जो पढ़ा है वही तो मैंने बोला है, बट मुझे नहीं पता ये दूसरी भाषा में कुछ और ही मतलब है इसका.
Not being super aggressive into this one, I think has played very well.
तुम लोग को पता है हिंदी में,
The question is the next circle. Is the
हिंदी में जो R वर्ड होता है,
likely have to leave from that high ground. Everybody in their path.
उसका मतलब तेलुगु में क्या है?
Out their way.
तेलुगु में रंडी मतलब come here, बट हिंदी में उसका मतलब कुछ और ही है. वैसा ही कुछ हो गया सीन मेरे साथ अभी तक. पोर्चुगीज में उसका मतलब कुछ और है, और पंजाबी में कुछ और है. छोड़ो, I'm not gonna talk about it.
Slowly moving around, slowly
MG3
power, some high ground position over the rest of this circle as well.
टॉपिक डाइवर्ट करने का.
Would love to have that, but leaving outside of apartments is going to be fairly impossible, I would say, at this rate.
I'm very bad at this.
RMV very much on the outside edge down towards that south side, watching for these teams coming out from apartments. They have a lot more maneuverability. Obviously, that comes with the added caveat of
RCB Wild 1v4. Yes, मैंने देखा है.
Team Spirit though moving over towards
TT का है ना?
DRX now. Lemon being this outside player could cause big.
वो लोग अच्छे से दिखाए नहीं कि किस तरीके से 1v4 गया.
2 players standing, but they are into this next.
भाई सच्ची बता रहा हूँ मैं, सच्ची बता रहा हूँ.
Just a little bit longer. They tried to get across the road, losing that player on that transition. Far from ideal. Lemon going to be holding.
नींबू का टाइम आ चुका है गाइस. लेमन लेमनेड बनने का टाइम आ चुका है.
Maybe have to move. Yeah, is consumed by it and will go down. The Molotov
बन गया लेमनेड.
Picking up that point. They'll know that that's a squad wipe, so they'll know it was a solo in there, and they know there's a team up on the top of the hill. So likely they can divine that it is just the top of the hill that they need to be worried about, given that Lemon has been able to sneak through Rosok on his own.
Yeah, but DRX being as a 4-man is somewhat worrying. Teams need to move out. They are
मैंने
making
पढ़ रहा
a
chat
run
थोड़ी
for
देर.
it, bolting over towards.
तुम लोग बहुत गंदे हो. I thought I was bad. Then I met my chat.
RCB looking to move out from this position. They know it's outside the circle. Team Spirit equally have to move. And Influence Rage is on track for a back-to-back. 4MV find DRX as they make that rotate
4MV
towards the south side of
कुछ तो लोड कर रहा है इस मैच में.
4MV as they give them a very bad time.
देखते. ओरे क्या नॉक ब्रो, बहुत सही.
On the rollout, that's Falcons able to get
Action.
one flush as well. RCB going to move out towards DRX's corner of school now as well. So we've got 3 teams fighting.
Wild is the last man standing for RCB.
Maybe in just a moment. RCB diminished in power. Only Wild remains. And Influence Rage looking to shut that one down. Crossing the nades over. But it's DRX to hold the pool. See if they can send anyone else down.
Are you guys looking at the consistency of INF?
Leaves Wild alone.
I actually think that spot
आज क्या खा के आए भाई ये?
DRX, honestly. It's hard to aggress.
Way too consistent.
Well from that position. Team Spirit make a very dangerous approach here, and they have to go wide either side. Nade goes through over the top side. That might do enough damage over towards Nomi. Does hit him fairly hard, but won't quite take him out. Leaves him very low, though. And depends how many first aid kits they really have remaining. But Team Spirit can play this position. It's just extremely dangerous. Influence Rage, if they want to get rid of them, they will have to...
Next time London सोचेगा एक बार की फ्री का स्लॉट देना है कि नहीं गिल्ड को ना 2 बार सोचेगा. Nice one, Wild.
Kexe's gone down. Wild hops out. Is Team Spirit going to spot this? Have they seen this hop out? I wonder, because they've got a player on the corner. They've got the potential to just launch one forwards and see if they can find that knock onto Wild.
Guys, ये मैच कौन निकालेगा?
Add a placement point into the mix for them, but Kitsune, no, he's not going to be too
4MV, INS,
not going to expose anything too
INF,
he knows that they have that high ground, so it can be dangerous.
Falcons, DRS, ये सारे favorites हैं.
Pressured right now. The teams over in apartments haven't made that break, so they can just afford to step out on these angles.
That they can. RCB over towards the south side, still one player alive here. Wild not quite taken out yet, though. We'll continue forward. I think he's a lot further over towards that north side.
INF, Falcons.
Like I say,
पता नहीं, I'm gonna go with INF, bro.
That way, but there were smoke sent
I have a strong feeling.
To prevent that angle from being spotted.
Nomi भाई push कर रहा है एक knock करके. 1 knock push कर रहा है.
That is very surprising. Capitalizing off the back of a knock that comes through from DRX. He is in the building.
This is a crazy transition. Gets across. He's on the upper floor now as well. This guy.
Oh yeah.
But finally he's shut down. I mean,
confidence 100.
Might be a little bit of
decision making 0 हो गया इधर.
Brewing there, but unfortunately it does get shut down. In the meantime, though, Kitsune has made it up to the sidelines of the schoolyard as well.
Kitsune.
Which means that with this next
last man standing ये कोने में जाके सो जाएगा ये.
I think Influence Rage
जाओ और कोने में जाओ.
This one though, he's
दिया का देख लिया.
very, very exposed.
अरे क्या?
Not too sure what was going on there, Kitsune.
ये क्या सरक रहा है भाई?
Find something different there, but 8th place, 2 elims.
बता रहा हूँ ना, even the best in the world sometime make the stupidest play.
Just an earthworm, please leave me alone.
Bro thought no one will spot if he does this
devilish
there.
Yeah, DRX do fairly well, though I think lose a bit more than they would have liked there. As 4 players, they could certainly play this one out. And versus Influence Rage, technically they have advantage in terms of center. Most teams in apartments kicking themselves for this one. But in Cilio, despite what a wonderful turn of events for them.
मुझे लगा वो एकदम कोने तक भागेगा उधर टंकी के पीछे कहीं सो जाएगा. नहीं, bro thought I'll become a snake.
They do very well with it.
INS versus 4MV, let's go.
Every Thursday.
Oi, nice one.
Can't yes and your way out of a nade.
2v3 fight.
Nade to bounce in, maybe finding a second, but
Wine Donkey बाहर.
In the meantime, Falcons on the inside looking to hold them out.
जोन स्टार्ट हो गया भाई. अपार्टमेंट्स से फ्री किल. INF बस ADS खोलो मारो. ADS खोलो मारो. सिर्फ फ्री किल्स ही फ्री किल्स. ऐसा आपस में करेंगे.
The drop down. Apex wants the fight, gets the flush. Can Incilio find anything more? Apex is now pushed out to the outside. Can't really step back in.
INF के 5 किल अभी देखते हैं और कितने फ्रैग्स निकालेंगे.
Pushing them away. Needs to try and stand up in this. Engagement. Incilio have still got 3 players to play around with, and Apex steps back into the blue to try and give them the slip.
बस Diago बस ADS खोलो मारो बस.
Makes this exit all but impossible.
I have no idea
how
Apex makes that work. And
Saat.
certainly he should go down for it, but what a wonderful way to hold them out. And that helps the rest of the team, who's down
Kill
towards
chori
that
ho gaya
south side, prevents as many teams getting through towards this location, which is technically still fairly safe. 4-4.
Baron knock from Hyunmin.
I say that as an nade flies over the top side. We'll
Dekh
take
liya.
that one. You know, it's
Gaya,
exactly
dog
where
gaya.
Doc is. That nade should be on target.
GG.
Attempts to crawl
Four
away.
MV bahar.
They will not be fine.
सिर्फ 3 teams बचे,
Despite that,
Falcons,
RRB took
DRX
up
and
the
INF.
Position now, it's Influence Rage and DRX to take control of the rest of the game.
DRX have been slow on their approach to this match.
Boom.
So far, Blank. They found
क्या nade है भाई? Top is the last man standing for Falcons.
Waiting for their time to strike, and they chose it perfectly. Now in the driver's seat of this game, we'll see if they can take it over the finish line. Influence Rage still stand as 4, but Lorazin knocked.
It's
makes
over.
This harder.
An incredibly early
It's over.
cleanup in this match. We lost so many
11
players.
finishes for
It all
INF.
comes down to this now. The big fight between DRX as well
4v3
as
fight, eh?
Rage. It is a tough one for DRX with only 3 players.
What a day
still
INF is
alive
having.
Here. The 4 from Influence Rage.
I think after this match,
For the
INF
second chicken dinner in a
कितने
row
points है
here.
INF के पास?
Hyunbin out on an off.
कोई जरा stream को back करके बताओ ना मेरे को how many points did INF had?
Dangerous, but the center of the circle, Blank, lies outside the walls of school, which gives Hyunbin's position
Wow.
so much strength. The 2 players for DRX
They'll be at #1?
are going to look
I don't
to
know, not
trade
#1,
to try
but
and slow down
definitely
Influence Rage
close to
here.
#1.
Hyunbin, though, is such an important position for them. On the
मैंने already
outside,
बताया guys
will
तुम लोग
be the
को.
player to win this
I have a
one.
strong feeling INF निकालेगा ये match.
Important game for DRX in terms of point scoring. Yeah, been
They
a
were
little bit
56?
slow to the party here.
No way.
One there looking
56
to
थे क्या? तो #1 हो जाएगा bro.
file. Influence Rage.
INF will be at #1 after this match if they get the dinner.
Pull and they're looking for a splash.
Dinner मतलब अभी 3 kill, 14, 24 points मिल जाएंगे इनको.
Little boy waiting, looking for an
70.
angle, but there's nothing given by DRX. They've hung
4MV
down.
कितने निकाला?
They know where they're playing.
शायद
They know what
4MV
the strategy
#1 पे
is
रहेगा.
here.
शायद.
It's fine
1-2
value
points
so
है
as
difference है.
QXC as well.
Wow.
Hyunbin pick up
छोड़ो यार हम
assists.
DRX को हल्के में ले रहे हैं. DRX छोटा मोटा टीम नहीं है, ठीक है.
For Influence Rage, that forces
3v4 भी
them
कर
to
सकते हैं.
outside when the zone closes in.
अभी बस एंड जोन वही गेम प्ले चलेगा एंड जोन वाला.
And the wall side needs to be controlled.
The blue pushes now. Influence Rage need to get a move on.
वो INS था. नहीं मैं पूछ रहा हूँ INF का कितने पॉइंट्स हैं?
Are they teaching the
6 kill
lesson or
4
are
MV.
they learning
That
the
means 70
lesson?
क्रॉस हो चुका है 4 MV का.
Provided by
और प्लेसमेंट
DRX
पॉइंट्स
on the
#4 का कितने हैं?
outside.
वो ऐड कर लो 4 MV के लिए.
Hyunbin has got a massive
80
amount
हो
of
जाएगा
weight
bro.
on this
INF
guy's
crazy
shoulders.
comeback bro.
He
Crazy.
needs to hit these shots and he has to stay alive. This position is
Day 2 is
fairly
all about
close.
comebacks
It will
and
push him out. He needs
this
to find out
PMGC
from
Day
it
2 is all
and
about
look
INF
back
bro.
that Influence Rage
So
try
far,
to
so
slow this
far.
down as much as possible so Hyunbin does not find that early pick.
High ground from Lorazin, keeping that one suppressed. Waiting for that one to step up. QXC just dragging his feet on this fight as well, hopping out of the window, playing up to the wall. Influence Rage do not have the high ground angle with Lorazin because he's not stepping up. Immediately Hyunbin would sit him back down if he tried it, or at least give him a challenge for it. Influence Rage biding their time. They really want this back to back. Diego on the staircase pushes on down to the fight. And
DRX का सेटअप है ना
slowly protracting
deadly
this one
है.
away from them.
INF needs to be very careful.
Smoke's been thrown now into the mist for Influence Rage.
Cautious approach है.
Nade goes through. QXC
DRX
lucky
needs help.
not to take too much damage from that one. Smoke
Opening knock चाहिए उनको बस. Opening knock.
Cross angle here. Hyunbin does not know. Limited nades, good damage though to start.
Nice one, मिल गया 3v3.
Finds the first onto Lil
Proper
Boy.
3v3.
Influence Rage now in trouble.
Lord God did get tagged with the nade around the side as well, which gives info on where they're holding. Nade sent back out, but there's no knocks to be seen.
और ये हेड मार दिया बाहर दिया भाई. ट्रेड ले लिया इसने भी ट्रेड ले लिया. 2v2.
And it is QXC to go big against Influence Rage here.
Last man standing in Law.
To fight. Low HP on the side.
1v2 situation for Law.
With the crate to play around, a little bit of improv cover. To find the chicken dinner.
मैंने बोला DRX का सेटअप बहुत खतरनाक है. Law is going for the rev. Not possible. Zone से मर जाएगा. मार दिया. Law एक HP गया zone से गया. Like I said, DRX का सेटअप बहुत खतरनाक था. वो निकल ही नहीं सकते स्कूल से बाहर. Finally, DRX makes a comeback with the winner chicken dinner. Nice try NF.
Lovely stuff coming through from this
Nice
team
try.
and a great hold.
3 मैच में 2 बार #2, एक चिकन डिनर निकाला INF. Consistency too good. मतलब थोड़ा किस्मत साथ दिया इसमें zone. But still good for INF.
Facilitated that win for sure.
Amazing match coming out from the South Koreans.
चलो DRX भी कमबैक कर लिया भाई. Alpha 7 का छोड़ो.
PUBG Mobile Esports here for the grand finals. You have some great
छोड़ो.
fighting in apartments,
It's fine.
and then DRX, their strategy to get in that position from the get-go was insane.
The MVP of this match.
You get the really good
QXZZ. यही था ना जो गिर के नॉक हुआ लास्ट मैच में.
coexist with Influence Rage. You don't really commit to the
4MV 75 INF 74. Wow.
area. They're going to hold on.
What a comeback bro. Exactly है भाई. ऐसा comeback मैं 4MV बोल रहा हूँ. Alpha 7 से expect कर रहा था. But दूसरा ब्राजील टीम कर लिया. कोई बात नहीं. It's fun. मजा आया.
Not only in the grand finals, but also in the league stage combined.
For DRX, one of
DRX जो इधर setup लगा है ना bro.
they were controlling that swimming pool.
Classic,
was
एकदम
when
classic.
RCB starting to push them. They were able to control that push really, really well. On top of that, I mean, they had a little bit of hell there from Influence Rage, but overall, great plays there out of DRX. I gotta give
Positional advantage ये होता है bro.
Rage. We're wondering what the teams were going to be doing, especially coming in today, right, with Alpha 7, with Influence Rage. Influence Rage has been on an absolute tear. Second place, first place, and then second place once again. This team, if they are able to position themselves towards the center of the circle, I was talking about with like 4MB. How
Next comeback Falcons.
Teams tend to struggle if they put
I don't know. Falcons and Alpha 7 का है ना.
That is not the case with Influence.
अलग competition चल रहा है.
Full advantage of it, and they actually ended up hindering Alpha 7 when they made the push.
I think this is the first time in the history of grand finals Alpha 7 इतना नीचे चल रहा है.
This is kind of crazy. We'll just take some shots, I guess, and get.
I don't know.
I don't know how many they were able to steal.
Have you guys ever seen Alpha 7 in the bottom like this in the grand finals? और इनका अलग गेम चल रहा है TJB versus VC.
What the hell was happening between TJB and the Vicious? Even DRX were like, what's going on? Let's just.
अगर TJB अपना नेचुरल गेम खेलेगी तो अभी भी कमबैक कर सकते हो. But I'm pretty sure next match में भी ये जाएंगे VC वाले ड्रॉप पे. 100% जाएंगे VC वाले ड्रॉप पे देखना.
And I feel like they have been playing with that mentality.
I think most of the highlights here are just going to be apartment. We had,
Vicious versus TJB.
That's crazy. Though, I think this is something you highlighted, Seven, was the Form V split. You actually like quite a bit, right, on having players inside apartment and 2 players south to scout the area.
For 4MV, the main thing was they had Apex inside the apartments. And then on top of that, when you saw how the other players were set up, I really
कौन सा मोबाइल पे हो रहा है?
not being up front.
Players खेल रहे Infinix GT20 Pro.
He was being forced to
Sponsor है टूर्नामेंट का. उस पे खेल रहा है.
We were wondering, okay, was that maybe
Spy but fight की जगह पर कोई टॉप इंडियन टीम डिलीट हो गया है मैसेज पता नहीं क्या
we
सिर्फ.
need you to kind of slow down a little bit more. We need you to be a bit of an anchor. Right again, today, he's being that anchor, and they were able to get great points.
Yeah,
वाओ अभी मैच 3 खत्म हो गया ना. अभी थोड़ा ब्रेक रहेगा. प्लेयर्स थोड़ा रिलैक्स करेंगे. कोचेस स्ट्रेटजीज डिस्कस करेंगे. मास्टर इन फार्मास्यूटिकल साइंस इन चाइना फ्रॉम CSC स्कॉलरशिप. ओह वही मोस्टली मेडिकल वाले ही चलते हैं भाई चाइना के साइड. All the best bro, all the best. What about Carnival Gaming playing in this lobby? ऐसा नहीं कि हम उठा के फेंक सकते हैं इस लॉबी में. You have to earn it. You have to earn it, bro.
Ended up being the northern side of school that was up here for them here, Seven.
One thing that I gotta mention here is third place.
INF consistency के लिए तो भाई salute भाई salute.
To what we seen between them fighting out with Encilio, they went noble. They did
Crazy comeback कर दिया आज INF.
Really, the one thing I really enjoy out of this team, especially this last match, was how quickly they decided to rotate. I don't know, but they didn't end up taking.
Pin Pundri reaction during break time. कर सकते, we can do that.
Away towards the center of the circle. They didn't complicate.
Actually, let's do it.
Let me question you on that really quickly, Seven. We finally
Only PMGC वाले moments पे करते हैं अपन.
You feel like we should have seen this yesterday out of this team.
Only PMGC वाले moments पे करते हैं.
I think they've been trying to adjust.
रुको.
And then some of the other teams
मैं लगा रहा
are
हूँ.
currently surprising them. Earlier, we saw Navi being able to kind of surprise them in that.
Pin Pundri. ओए PMGC का मल्टीपल वीडियोस है क्या? PMGC EXC इधर से चालू करते हैं. अरे बाप रे बाप 20 मिनट का कंटेंट है भाई इधर. चल देखते हैं. First we'll see PMGC EXC.
I'm about to end this man's whole.
मेरे को तो सारे मोमेंट्स याद है तो मजा आएगा देखने में.
about to end this man's whole career.
Watch your jet, bro. Watch your jet!
सुनने वाले अभी फिलहाल सिर्फ मनोरंजन पर ध्यान दें, हकीकत में ऐसा कम ही होता है.
I feel like Aura's position is completely unknown to everybody in this lobby right now.
ये नेट से मारेगा अभी.
Are you sure about that?
अरे नेट से नहीं, गन से मारा क्या?
Why you bullying me?
ये देखो, है मुझसे कोई स्मार्ट?
इसके बाद क्या होता है बताओ भाई. डू यू गाइस रिमेंबर इसके बाद क्या होता है? अल्फा 7 इसको मॉली नेट से पूरा मारेगा ना, इसके बाद अल्फा 7 क्या होता है? अल्फा 7 के साथ कुछ गलत होता है इस मोमेंट के बाद. आई एम नॉट श्योर इफ यू गाइस रिमेंबर. ये जो ट्विस्टेड लॉर्ड जो है ये कुछ करता है, क्या करता है? Inhuman reaction.
Fight. Don't let your kids watch it.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
असली मजे तो ये ले रहा है. यस, पंप पंप पचक पचक मारता है. गया ये नॉक.
That's me. And you know what time it is?
Give my YTI shout out G. Forever XX Tentacion.
Yes.
No.
Bullshit. No. Shit.
Forever XXX Tentacion. Shout out to you, bro. What kind of content do you upload?
Still fast as boy. Watch your jet, bro. Watch your jet!
People take power naps before matches, पता? Between matches, like it.
What is that?
अरे?
Ankara Messi.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you will, look right here.
I ate. ये था. Goal goat.
They ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
Yeah, boy.
ये मोमेंट मेरे को इतना अच्छे से याद है मेरे को. फेडरलिस्ट
नाम सुन के फ्लावर्स.
फेडरलिस्ट चोक.
फ्लावर नहीं, फायर है. Sneaky beaky like.
I'm about to end this man's whole career.
No. Stop it.
Get some help. भाई choke of the tournament है ये तो.
I don't think you have any idea how fast I really am.
अब ये गाड़ी से पूछ लेगा इसको.
I'm fast as fuck, boy.
Sorry गाड़ी वाले को उतार देता है. Yes.
ले इस पर मार दे लुल्ली पे. आज पड़ी पे.
तारे ज़मीं पर.
हट बे.
कौन है बे तू?
समझ रहे ना आप?
लेकिन सुन के अच्छा लगा.
Hi,
1v3 करता है इधर अल्फा 7 को.
Look at this dude.
Look at Randy Orton slithering. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out.
ये बंदा ब्रो मस्त बंदा है भाई. वाओ.
You mad, bro?
गाली खाने वाला मोमेंट. ये बच जाएगा बच जाएगा बच जाएगा.
1 hour later.
Why are you running?
ये सेम टू सेम कल दोबारा किए. It was a fail.
Sometimes my genius is... It's almost frightening.
It's okay. I cry every single day.
You'll get
I
one
look
one
in the
day.
mirror in the morning and I'm just like, man, do I wish I was Jason and Max, man? Because I would have that
Who
phone,
doesn't?
but I don't.
They were us. Unless you don't want to have a giant nose and you want to have a head of hair.
I
But of
knew that
course-
I was waiting for
But that is a great start in the innings here for the Falcons.
Bro,
for them
English
to maybe
casters
make a
love you,
play
bro.
for another second place at PMGC jump.
That one there was a violation. Personally, I wouldn't have it. For us in London, and I can't wait for it.
All right, what about you, Max?
माइक म्यूट है उसका.
Many unbearable hours later.
ये लोग बोल भी नहीं रहे बता.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Max is so excited that he forgot to unmute his microphone. But what he said was he's excited to see what's going to happen in the rest of the groups. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it here for Group Yellow. We have 2 days off till we come back on Thursday.
That I'm very sorry and I apologize for the inconvenience of me not giving up.
You're asking a lot, man. That's like asking me to win PMSL. Ain't happening anytime soon.
I believe it. I believe it. If you were on Eco roster, it could probably happen.
Oh.
Knows? And, you know,
my
like,
God,
at
this
the end of the
man.
day, it doesn't matter. It don't matter. You could be in 13th place at PMSL, and you're still making it here, baby. I love it.
Maro, 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 maro.
हो गया. जी जी. नेक्स्ट वीडियो देखते हैं अब. PMGC EXC पार्ट 2. मैच स्टार्ट हो गया. सीरियसली नहीं हुआ स्टार्ट. अभी 1 मिनट बचा है. चलो कोई बात नहीं, बाद में देखते हैं. Always fun to recap those moments which we have already watched live in with such fun edits. मजा आता है. लेट्स को अभी लास्ट पेपर दे के आया. अब नॉन स्टॉप देखूंगा स्ट्रीम. 4MV फुल सपोर्ट. फील सो गुड टू बी बैक ऑन वॉचिंग लाइव स्ट्रीम. बियॉन्ड इन्फिनिटी पास हो जाएगा ना. एंड पार्ट रिमेनिंग. अरे उसके बाद भी होता है ना कुछ एंड में मोमेंट यार. मैं तो बंद कर दिया, आप छोड़ दो, कोई बात नहीं. ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स पे टॉप पे चल रहा है 4MV. ये लोग दिखाए नहीं क्या? मैंने देखा नहीं, सॉरी वेट. मैंने सीधा वो देखने चले गया ना. लेट्स टेक अ लुक एट द ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स. इधर 1 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है. 4MV 75, INF 74, INS 69, Wine Donkey 62, RCB 61, D प्लेस किया 61. या टॉप 8 में कंपटीशन बहुत तगड़ा चल रहा है ब्रो. टीम स्पिरिट चोक कर रहा है. कोई नया टीम बनने वाला है ब्रो चैंपियन इस बार. टॉप 8 में सारे नया टीम ही है. अलग अलग कंट्री, पूरा एकदम सारे अलग कंट्री है. एक बार देखते 7th 9th पोजीशन क्या चल रहा है. 9th 854. Wow. Navi 46. Alpha 7 hashtag 13. Falcons 12. इतने strong teams इधर क्या कर रहे हैं भाई? 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, it is what it is. क्या कर सकते हैं?
Metro cash value added to your final score, but you need to make sure you extract before
PWC का मतलब it's not PWC, it's EWC, Esports World Cup. जो रियाद में हो रहा है, जो होगा जून जुलाई में होगा. मेट्रो रॉयल शो मैच. ओए, ये मेट्रो रॉयल दिखाएंगे क्या अभी? मैं नहीं देख रहा भाई. तो ये गेम क्या होता है? मैंने कभी आज तक ट्राई भी नहीं किया मैंने ये मेट्रो रॉयल. The main objective will be maximizing the loot value before heading to the extraction point within the time limit. You know what? Mute कर दात. छोड़ो. कोई तुम लोग में से कोई खेलता है ये मेट्रो रॉयल? Is it worth it? TJP versus VC again. No doubt. 100%. 100% bro. We are getting slot no in upcoming international. अभी तक PUBG Mobile तो रिवील नहीं किया. Let's see, Crafton रिवील करेगा तो. I see only no's, not a single yes. अभी मेट्रो रॉयल है क्या? अभी स्केड्यूल में क्या है? डिस्क्रिप्शन में स्केड्यूल डाल देना है. सानो गिराएंगे मिरामार. नहीं डाले ये मेट्रो रॉयल का. ये तो भाई स्कैम हो गया हमारे साथ. What is the most exciting moment for you during PMGC Grand Final matches? Early game fights, mid game rotations, end game circle action, something else. Share in the chat. For me it is always. अभी ये बंद कर दी मैं वोट करने से पहले.
Waiting and seeing if he can maybe get an angle as some of his players.
What a timing, bro. I was about to vote. Chodo, never mind.
The meta weapon is so insanely strong compared to the Battle Royale side of things. So this is going to be the meta weapon. Everyone spawns naturally with this weapon.
Chat में कुछ खाने के लिए लेके आता हूँ. मैं कुछ खाया नहीं, थोड़ा भूख लग रहा है. ठीक है, अभी I think ये मेट्रो रॉयल का टॉर्चर अपने को.
And unfortunately, not a lot of support nearby, so I think that's going to be the side of Sim 9 down to.
इसका प्राइस पुल क्या है भाई?
The loot value they're going to get is in the red.
इसका भी प्राइस पुल होगा ना?
They're not going to be able to do much as Sim 9 is eliminated.
2x करो, इसको 2x रख के मैं क्या करूँ? मैच चालू नहीं कर बता रहा तुम लोग.
As well, we're seeing on the right side. I mean, Nong Yin trying to get an angle there. They're not going to be able.
भाई एक बार PUBG अनबैन का BGMI ग्लोबल हो जाएगा, फिर इंडिया भी वापस इंटरनेशनल टूर्नामेंट्स खेलेगी. भाई मिंकू भाई वेक अप मिंकू भाई. तुम्हारे ड्रीम से बाहर आओ. ऐसा कुछ होने वाला नहीं है. पिन पुंदरी. मैं कुछ खाना लेके आऊंगा, उसके बाद देखते हैं. I think मैच चालू हो जाएगा तब तक. आ रहा हूँ मेडिक है. साउंड बढ़ाओ मैं. तुम लोग मेट्रो रॉयल एंजॉय करना.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
करता बैठ बाकी कुछ मत कर. गौरव शिंदे भाई तू क्या कर रहा है मेरे को ये बताओ. तू क्या कर रहा है? तू 40 रुपए क्यों दे रहा है मुझे? बाप का पैसा क्यों दे रहा है मुझे? नहीं चाहिए. रिफंड मार लो, खुद के पास रख लो. मैं लाइफ में बहुत खुश हूँ. तू भी खुशी ढूंढ लाइफ में. और ये बकचोदी मत कर बाकी दूसरे लोगों के साथ.
Teams are going to try to go into the radiation, see what kind of loot they end up getting, and if they don't have that green flare gun, you can go down into the tunnels, which is one of the ways that you have to get into the radiation, especially for this map, all blockade zone advanced, and you could set up a trap.
Yes. We've seen it many times, just people, oh, you're in the radiation zone, we're just going to camp the exit point. Or if they get lucky, they can find an extraction flare and use it in the radiation zone. We've seen that happen many times. So you make a decision, or you push it, or you stay over there and camp the tunnel.
Right
there you go. G9 is going to try his best to defend that position, but he's going to get instantly caught off guard. And that's going to be Nong Ying down to just Foster alone. And I think he's going to get chased down here.
They're definitely going to get chased down. And if I'm Brute Force right now, I'm trying to see if maybe I can third-party this, as Voin is just going to be pushing the action here on this last player from Nanjing. You can see 3 eliminations already added to their tally. There you go. They're able to make quick work out of Nanjing, and that is going to be 5 eliminations so far for Void Esports, and they've only lost just 1 player.
So 1.8 million Metro Cash value in terms of 6 eliminations. So they are already... They must be the top earning team in this game already right now. It's going to be down. Can you find some of those gold bars? Can you find some of those gold piles also? That is going to be allowing you to maybe close that gap. But right now, eliminating this team before they get even more limbs and even better loot is going to be a big focal point for the squads against them. As Void here is going to have to start to get himself some good loot here because they have taken quite a bit of damage in the process.
And if this is your first time ever watching anything in regards to Metro Royale, keep in mind, we're talking about gold piles. That's actually worth up to 500,000 Metro Cash. Gold bars, 200K. Top secret information, 128K. So this is what we're going to be seeing Void now go towards the tunnels and see if they could possibly end up finding some of that sweet, sweet loot and hope that Brute Force doesn't end up just setting up a trap for them.
Or one of those bosses also, they can drop some really, really good loot down there. Thing is, when you're going to be doing noise, of course, you're going to be alerting teams around you, and they are going to be sending it for an opportunity to get eliminations. As here we go.
Someone has called a green flare.
Oh, yes.
They weren't able to come out. I wasn't able to see there exactly who it was, but now they're having to make sure that their player doesn't end up getting eliminated, as Lunatic is trying to have to eliminate that bot right there, making sure that he's able to go and pick up his teammates. And it's actually not the case.
An agent?
He gets eliminated by an agent.
No! Okay, that's the worst way to go out in Metro. That's horrible.
Void needs to be careful, though, because they are currently inside Radiation. They are currently inside Librarian. You can see the bosses there. They are very tough. We've seen it in the past, Max, where they thought it was going to be easy. This is, I mean, if you were able to, this is where you're definitely going to end up finding that sweet loot, those gold piles, the gold bars, all of that stuff. But it does come at a cost. You need to be careful. You need to make sure those bosses don't get anywhere near you.
It does come at a cost, and very often that cost is your life of one of your players, if not the entire squad. You've got to be very careful. We've seen many teams try and send just 1 or 2 players in the radiation zone and try and loot. Unfortunately, these bosses, these things, I don't know, like these mutants in the radiation zone are just so dangerous, are super tanky too. So like all the ammo you're taking in might not cut it to take them down. So you've got to be very careful.
Gold bar!
Dodge if you can. And here you go. 1 gold bar has been indeed picked up. That is going to be 200K in the bank for Void.
And now they're going to have a total earnings of 623K. I mean, this team currently the last one alive. We're talking about you don't really have to be the last one alive. You do have to make sure they extract. So even though they're currently performing well, even though they were able to get those eliminations, they need to make sure they do end up extracting, because if they don't, everything could just end up crushing down.
Like what Void are trying to do here, trying to take shots on the mutants without really gathering too much aggro, which is the best way to do it here. And create a lot of space here. They're going to be able to loot other buildings that they cleared once. And here you go, Extraction. Aria got all of that loot. I think they even swapped out some low-value loot for some high-value loot to try and just get them to extract and confirm all of that. Now, is the team going to follow up in the extraction, or are they going to keep looting? Seems like they're going to follow up with Aria and get out of there, and that is going to be a big game here, Metro, for Void.
And I know it says right there, you can secure your loot by using 2 of those extraction points. As I mentioned earlier, you can definitely use that green flare gun to call the helicopter like these players from Void were able to do. And they just want to be safe. They want to make sure that they extract 1 by 1. And you can see right there, Void being able to get 2.2 million Metro Cash. Nobody contending them. And on top of that, Max, 6 eliminations.
Yeah, those 6 eliminations alone are just massive. Gets you so much value right out of the gate. So that was a really good setup for them. And I looking at the extraction too, they're like, yeah, we got all the loot we need. We got 3 players alive. We got some gold bars. We are going to be looking really good leaving the extraction zone as we go into our second game here.
And now I'm really intrigued to see how Void is going to be able to play this, right? They do have a massive lead in regards to all the Metro Cash that they were able to collect early on in All Blockade. On top of that, we're going to be moving on now to Misty Port, one of my favorite maps in Metro Royale.
Yes.
With this one here, Void, what kind of strategy do we want to see out of them, Max?
I don't know. I think that Void here, because you know you're in the lead, right, going into the second game, maybe you just go for some loot in the radiation zone and you focus on extracting as soon as humanly possible. Maybe even just loot around an extraction zone that spawns naturally for your team and then get out. And because of every other team being in negative, right, so they got no value, it rounds up to 0 after that game. I think here that you just play it safe. But knowing Void and how they were playing, that 6 eliminations and losing 1 player, I think they're just going to be, again, chasing down the competition and trying to create an even bigger lead here in this Metro game.
And for a lot of these teams that are currently trying to hunt down Void, that are trying to catch up and just close the gap in regards to the Metro Cash that Void currently has on them, if I was them, I would just try to go into radiation, see if you can maybe find some of those gold bars, see if maybe you can find some of those gold piles, because that is the only way. Yeah, you can get some eliminations, get 300k apiece in regards to elims, but you need to focus on the gold bars, and that's exactly what's crazy right now, is that Void is trying to be the team that does that, which is a scary sight considering the lead that they already have.
Actually, it's quite smart of Void to go in the extraction zone, because if you go, not in the extraction zone, in the radiation zone, because if you head on over there and other teams come over, you can deny them access to the highest value loot.
True.
And you can maybe also eliminate them, but if you don't, at least you're able to hurt them a bit and maybe deny a bit of their bag space and have less players to take loot away in the extraction.
Sam9 is going to be pushing
Sam9 taking the fight here in a one-on-one around this truck. And it's going to be actually almost 1v2, but able to actually get down on the competition, and Ginny's will be able to get rezzed up by his teammate.
And then on top of that, we have Gopapesh moving up. They know that some players from Board Gaming is going to be close by. Board Gaming trying to make a push. It's going to end up backfiring as they're just getting pushed down the tunnel. Molotovs are going to be coming through. Great Molotov there by Board Gaming, although it's going to stop their push as well. It's going to have them to have some time to think about what they want to do here. Brute Force, we're going to have 3 teams fighting here.
Oh, in the underground here, it's going to be quite risky. If you have some nades and molotovs, any kind of utility is going to be very, very impactful to use it. But here you go, Balls, old boy trying to go for a big pre-fire. Does take quite a bit of damage, down to half HP.
Start हुआ क्या? Metro Royale.
Now from their side, we'll just be able to roll on down over. But yeah, Goat Bapesh is also around the corner. This is going to be all over the place. And while this fight is happening, again, the loot value of Void is just going to keep going up. They're at 2.2 million.
Nobody's currently touching Void Esports, but I am looking at Boars Gaming. I mean, they're currently, I thought they ended up losing some players. They didn't end up losing some players. Sam9, I feel like are they going for the extract already? What do they have? Are they just trying to make sure they secure at least some type of money here in regards to the extracting? It feels like they are.
I mean, here you know that you're not going to go for the win because Void is just too much of a threat in that first game. And here too, though, again, over 2 million in loot value is crazy when they went in the radiation zone. I think the game plan is just we want to secure second place, maybe a top 3 depending on how this fight happened, because again, 3 teams as of right now are fighting underground, and it's all over the place as Balls get eliminated, and they are not having the game they wanted.
They're not. They're currently in 4th place in regards to the loot value. We're seeing Sam9 already has 3 players extracted. They did end up losing 1. And meanwhile, Void Esports is just having an absolute blast with everything that's going on, because this team has radiation fully to themselves. You see the loot value going up higher and higher, and they only have 1 elimination. They really didn't want to have to worry about the eliminations on this one with the lead that they had coming in.
Yeah, and the main issue is that if you want to catch up to Void here, you only have 5 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game. That means you'd have to go into Radiation Zone and compete against them. And I think that knowing Void and what they did in the first game, right, they're just going to extract. Once they have the stuff, like maybe they looted a flare and just going to flare out of extraction of the Radiation Zone, and they will be good to go. As Brute Force, 1 million new value.
They thought about it.
Looking good, but what's the game plan for Brute Force? That's the big question.
For Brute Force, I think they were thinking about maybe going into the radiation. They know that they were able to get a lot of eliminations for. You can see their loot value has been able to go up. And I feel like with Brute Force, they maybe learned their lesson of earlier, not getting too greedy. If you can extract, if you can just secure some loot value to your tally, just go ahead and do it.
Exactly, you just want to secure it. Oh, there you go.
Shit, Metro Royale start हो गया क्या? मैंने miss किया. क्या हुआ guys? World champion कौन बन रहा है Metro Royale?
You got some graphics cards, you got some secret.
Did I miss anything?
Okay, you know what? I see you. I see you, Void.
Officially in Metro Royale.
Void donkey.
And yeah, there you go, extracting and confirming all of that loot. Okay, how much are they going to have in value here? Like 6 million over the course of 2 games, I think. Like, they're going to be so high up there.
I think even more. I think they might get closer to 10 million.
Really? In 2 games? That's an insane amount of value to have in only 2 matches. You see that like 3-4 games, but Void are just destroying competition in 2 matches of Metro alone. That's crazy.
If I was to pick anybody to be on my team, I would definitely pick Void, because they are absolutely destroying it now. Brute Force, they're saying, we're not even going to try to challenge anything that Brute Force is currently doing. They do have a 1 million value, and you were wondering what Void was going to be able to do? They have 8 million so far just in this match alone, Max.
I didn't see that number. I thought it was a little bit lower than that, but here we go. Void extracts out earlier.
Himanshu Roy, I left myself, bro.
9.3 million in Metro cash value. That is madness. I think that's the highest we've ever seen, even in the CSA and SCA.
It is.
That was madness.
Metro Royale show match. If you guys haven't checked it out, make sure you check it out. It's not just about being the one. It's about making sure that you extract with all that beautiful loot.
Hashtag.
अंदर रहेगा. Transform होगा.
अरे स्पाइक भाई.
Hello guys, what's up?
Hello. What's up?
क्या चल रहा है?
बस थोड़े से कट 3.6 अपडेट।
रितेश नहीं है?
अभी जिम गए हुए हैं, आएंगे।
जिम गया है क्या वो? अच्छा, वो स्ट्रीम कर रहा है, सोचा मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा था, कोई बोला कि बंदूक बस को दे के आया मैं, तो मुझे लगा वो स्ट्रीम कर रहा है और ऐसे आया मैं इधर डिस्कॉर्ड पे हाय हेलो करने।
आप स्ट्रीम कर रहे हो अभी?
मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ।
अभी तो जिम गए हुए हैं, आएंगे
बड़े दिन बाद गेम पे।
अरे मैं तो गेम खेल के हो गया, 1 साल हो गया भाई, 1-2 साल हो गया लग रहा है मेरे को तो गेम खेल के।
वही तो।
ठीक है, बस हाय हेलो करने आए मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ, स्ट्रीम के बाद आते बात करते, ठीक है? हाँ ठीक है ब्रो। लाइव नहीं कर रहे इसको, लाइव नहीं कर रहे वो, बस वो डिस्कॉर्ड पे चिल कर रहे हैं। 3.5 या 6 अपडेट जो भी है, दे आर एक्सप्लोरिंग।
So sick, and I would love to see more and more events like this.
Yes.
Also, what I'd like to see is you guys at home making sure to check out the Night Raven set and the Enigma set, which you can pick up right now. It's the PMGC set for you for 2024, and you can use the code 2024.
Boring casters, नहीं अच्छे casters है।
With 10 draws in the lucky spin, so make sure you check that out. You can get your Sandstorm skin in game right here, right now. You know that's a little too mean. He's not here to defend himself, so the Jason
It does look like him.
skin in game.
Taking up all the oxygen, but I actually like that skin. I need to be able to go. You know what, Max? Remind me. After today, go enter that code.
If you had a 7WG skin in game, what would it be? What would it look like?
It would be short.
That too. Wait, that might be an advantage.
Yeah.
Your character
Little
will be
buddy,
shorter.
little 7 buddy.
Hit his head model.
I'll be like the little King Kong.
ये अपलोड करना
I
भूल
like
गया ना
it.
मैं।
You know what? Let's get on that. But as we are going to head into our final Aaron Gale in moments here, we need to start to focus back on what's really important here is who's going to come out to be the one, who's going to flare up here in the final 3 matches of the day. And honestly, Influence Rage.
Yes.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
कौन है? Oldest member?
Be 1 point behind 4MV. They could be 1 day away.
I think Evil. Evil बोल के
they get to the center of the circle and they don't lose players.
एक है।
That's the big.
वो
They
है।
have 4 players alike.
और you are also one of the oldest.
Do the similar kind of approach in terms of rotations, but don't lose players. They might be in Influence's Rage's position to actually compete for these wins of getting at least in top 3 positions. So I gotta say right now, Influence Rage are like a perfected 4MV on his first 3 matches.
Just the consistency that we've been
पिन
seeing.
पुंदरी देखे क्या? पिन
You
पुंदरी
just mentioned in regards to if they do get to the center of the circle, they're able to take full advantage of it. They're not gonna overcommit to something. They're not gonna overextend to anything. They're gonna just continue to play their game. If they're forced to be aggressive, be aggressive. So remember something that none other than
पिन पुंदरी मैच स्टार्ट होने का बताना मुझे। PMGC पार्ट 2 ये देखते हैं।
भाई साहब पैसे भी तो हम ग्राउंड पे भाग ही रहे हैं।
सुनने वाले अभी फिलहाल सिर्फ मनोरंजन पर ध्यान दें, हकीकत में ऐसा कम ही होता है।
What he's doing?
They talk about my one taps.
Oh no.
This is not okay. This needs
बाप रे बाप। लग गई ना।
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
यस, वो आजकल बहुत कम आता है, बट जब आता है हाय हेलो करके चले जाता है। अब इतना दूर होता है स्प्लैश डैमेज। नाइस।
What he's doing?
What's up, bitch?
Stop it.
Not bad. Not bad.
Now you.
Now you. मेजर मिसिंग भाई एनआरएक्स को। अरे हवा में मार दिया। नॉर्मन।
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
बाबा अल्फा 7 इतना शो क्यों कर रही है? प्रिपरेशन अच्छा नहीं है अल्फा 7 का फॉर दिस टूर्नामेंट।
बाहर की लग गया।
A slow roll down there, and the crunch is on. Furia runs him under the bumper.
अब जब तक राजू श्याम नहीं आते तब तक मस्त सो जाता हूँ और बाद में उठ के बाजू वाले मुन्ना का गेम बजाता हूँ।
क्या एडिट है भाई? अरे ये मोमेंट भाई, ये मोमेंट तो भाई हाउ कैन आई।
Look at this dude.
ये मरेगा अभी, बहुत गंदा मरेगा ये।
भाई साहब वैसे भी तो हम ग्राउंड पे भाग ही रहे हैं। भाई साहब धरना दे रहे हैं हम। भाई साहब एक बात बताओ, हमें जलील करने के लिए खरीदा जा रही है ये, वो भी आ रही है ठोक के जा रही है।
East create.
Oh, editing makes it more fun.
Yeah, straight up. I mean, it's a fast approach down to Botbariso.
Bye bye, टाटा, गुड बाय।
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
Arcane Gaming, thank you for the super chat, bro.
Sure, we'll love that. Thank you so much, Terima kasih. Back to you guys.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Like it depends. Like compared to like the first group and the second group, I think yellow is the easiest kind of group. Like.
हैं? ये बंदा है ना? जो वो बंदा फूट के आया भाई, मेरे को भी चाहिए।
He's beginning to believe.
ज़ीवुल्फ है, याद है मेरे को ये मोमेंट। इस मैच में ज़ीवुल्फ
देख
11 फिनिशेस मारता है शायद, 9 फिनिशेस आई थिंक।
I'm about to make a name for myself here.
आज ऑमलेट नहीं बनाऊंगा, आज तेल का ऑमलेट बनाऊंगा।
ये ले। This match 4MV 22 finishes.
वक्त वे वक्त यहाँ वहाँ भटकना हमारा हुआ ही।
Can you mind if I have a question for you real quick? What are you guys going to be doing to make it to survival stage?
I'm only believe on Jesse bhai because game changer player, he is only one guy.
समुंदर में टट्टू?
Move Influence Rage off of that top spot, but it's just not going to work out well for him. That nade's not going to quite connect. Does get a knock, but that should be res, and RRQ can move on through. I mean, it connected onto one, but it's not going to get anything.
Na'Vi being able to clutch it up, amazing. TJB pulling off what they did in PEL was ridiculous. Just the final days, these guys got warmed up and made it happen. And then, of course, IHC, you know, what happened?
That's your closing statement?
You know, Hotchicks, I want your eyes somewhere else right now. Max, can you guess? I want his eyes to be on my lovely... FBI, open up!
With the 7WG, this one is
going to be
4MB. Since
favorite meme moment.
They really haven't been able to do much. They've been averaging a placement of 13th. And
Game start, ho gaya.
The amount of eliminations.
Wait a second. Ho gaya.
To stand out, I think it has to be the superstar
that
everybody expects. I got a chance to talk to their coach, and I asked him some pretty tough questions. I was like, what has been the struggle so far with this team? He told me that they just haven't been getting the circles. And then the shocking answer to follow that up, he said that they think this team is a lot harder than they expected them to be. So it feels like 4MB came in a little bit too confident, and I'm with you, Blank.
I don't know what that coach is yapping about, to be honest, Blank. That feels like copium. 4MV made it to Military Island, by the way.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
George.
I don't know.
I think he might have hit that.
I don't actually know.
The nail on the head. The head on screen. Poor Hotchicks. He's just never gonna get one of these.
No, I'm not, dude. I'm so sad. I want one so bad. Come on. Let's go. Who knows? You know what knows? Maybe something good might happen here soon.
Well, our team's to focus here. So I put 4MB three times. Hotchicks, I think you put 4MB 3 times. And Max, you also did 4MB 3 times. Right. We realized we couldn't actually put zones in there. Man, you know what? I would win PMGC. I'm just not getting the zones. That's the problem.
Another one.
A little bit scared, Jukes. If 4MB go on to win, Doc runs over to us on the desk and he gets on the mic. He's like, "Screw you guys."
That's how you split. Oh,
another one.
See that?
All right, Max. Any words from you?
Very quickly, Doc, stick with your team. Be careful.
No. Hey, you never know. It could be as simple as that. He wants to give up the hover. He's supposed to drive the hovercraft. My question is, today going to be the day we don't talk smack about 4MV? No. Probably not.
I'm pretty sure they're not talking smack now.
Touching his device, his Infix GT20 Pro. Probably because he was already dead, because he split push by himself and got caught out.
Match start.
Is just around the corner. Let's head on over, see what is available for our teams. It's a little bit kinder to the teams that drop over to the east side of this map, Blank. It's a little bit more chill. No long drops over the water.
I think we've been to Novo as our starting point for pretty much every single plane path today. So this has been a little bit more readable for our teams, but interesting positions all around the map that we've headed over towards apartments, even over towards school on that last game. Some crazy stuff coming through, which is always nice to see here over the PMGC Grand Finals. We've got massive support for 4MV here going into our 4th game of the day. Let's see if they can channel that.
Plenty of energy here in the XL. We're looking for some excellent plays to back it up. Hot drops, maybe. We've seen TJB, the Vicious, have trouble at the start of these matches before. A little bit of a symptom of the plane path, but maybe they're on the lock-in. And we did criticize them for it a little bit. We didn't really see it too much yesterday.
Falcons no
We're going to see it once more. Over on that northwest side, just around that Gatka area. Circle goes out east, though, Blank. It's Milta Peninsula, it's Lipovka, it's the
prison
splits.
Prison Milta Circle.
Your Thunder talks over towards Milta Power, an adjustment we saw from them earlier on. They do head over towards Milta Power again, and it supports them, actually, you know, over on
I'm pretty sure
side. They can make
Alpha 7 का meeting में अभी
have a much easier time of things.
Discussion ये हुआ होगा. If we don't make a comeback in the next 3 matches,
on that side of things,
we are done for this tournament. तो अभी ये next 3 matches में अगर Alpha 7 हगे ना, so we are not going to talk about Alpha 7 for this tournament.
75 points for 4MV, still right at the top, but Influence Rage very, very close behind them. 74 points off the back of 2 good games, which could have been 2 chicken dinners back to back here.
Certainly could have been. They had that opportunity, but they still managed to profit greatly off of that, and now 1 point behind first place. They sit
भाई वो बुद्धि तो को क्या हुआ? मेरा 1 सेकंड में तुम लोग को दिखाना भूल गया ना मैंने.
hoping to do that here. Over in Yasnaya, they will share with the Vicious.
इधर अपन करते
Been playing against this team for a long time now, Blank, both coming from the Americas region. Influence Rage on the east side of Yasnaya. But for now, Yasnaya will hold two teams, and it can do so comfortably for a little bit longer. It's the routes out that you need to try and isolate, and I think it's a little bit more pressure on the
मेरे को कुछ और आया था मेरे को
because of the fact that so many teams are going to be pushing in from that west side, and they don't really have too many eastern routes.
हाँ ये था
The Influence Rage.
ये क्या है
East side of that.
Oh, it's Fodido.
On the west side.
It's Fodido. Okay.
On South Georgia.
Yeah.
Alpha 7. Up on
Cholo,
North Georgia.
move on.
To try and navigate that river
Let's move
crossing.
on.
Maybe sweep around past Stalba or go through the middle near Potato Hill.
Yeah, always awkward here. I mean, most teams are going to shift over from that western side anyway, including DRX, Nickel Galaxy, Team Spirit. So there will be openings made later on. Just means you have to play edge for a little bit longer. For the Vicious, there is a rotate up towards that north side, wrapping round Yasnaya. They can do the same down towards the south. And there's plenty of vehicles in that area as well. And I think for Influence Rage, they'll likely want to try and
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
The Vicious from making that move out. Just depends how
1K for your prediction before first circle starts. अच्छा.
Coming through in game for the buggy. Probably my favorite new skin for the vehicles so far. Looks sleek.
I like the wheels. That's my favorite part of that skin, I think.
Yeah,
the little designs on the wheels, you know.
That's
looking,
right.
Look pretty fresh.
The wheels make the car go, Job.
No, that's the engine, actually. I'm afraid. Fact checked.
Bye.
Without the wheels, the car no go.
I really want to say Guild Esports, you know. I really want to say Guild Esports, but कोई बात नहीं.
Symbiosis.
Nimbu knock. Let's go with.
Without the other. Two things. Both necessary. Thunder Talk necessary to hold down this ground as they push in.
By before this first circle starts. हो गया start.
Taken a knock.
First circle.
Not flush just yet, but Cheng is moving into position on the off angle now to try.
I'll go with.
A little bit of pain over towards the Na'Vi ranks. Lemon exposed and a little bit up on high. King
INF.
Give Overwatch.
Screw it, I'll go with INF.
And Flip is found as well. Na'Vi pulled apart by Thunder Talk.
For Na'Vi, it's a weird rotate in the first place. It's a strong rotate from Thunder Talks though. And again, this is something that maybe you wouldn't expect coming from Thunder Talks, moving over towards Mill to Power.
Did he charge him? Nigala.
The fact they're able to do that, catches Na'Vi
Na'Vi
off
bahar.
guard, they're unable to make their way up. But again, scouting is key, and things do change on a dime as we move through this PMGC. And I think that's something you've got to be aware of. For instance, even though that last game, there was a great adjustment there from TJB where they were being held out by Alpha 7. They were like, fine.
I'll go with D plus Kia and Spirit. I also wanted to say D plus Kia.
You guys are going to have to move anyway.
But you know,
we're going to refuse to play into your hand. So this is what Na'Vi kind of fails on there.
Influence Rage अच्छा flow में चल रहा है.
Influence Rage.
They might carry on the momentum.
So did the Vicious. Both of them coming into contact as damage is coming through from a lot of teams. These early maneuvers quite treacherous.
Spike by कल stadiums के कौन सा color
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Black and green. But it is definitely a little bit of a nasty.
Nice one. Last match का बदला ले रहा है Falcons.
Falcons make their way across from Novo.
अबे इस मैच में नहीं हुआ था ना? VC versus TJB नहीं हुआ ना? नहीं हुआ. 2K from me if you get it right. Random clips. Can I pick another team for you? If I may, because दूसरा बंदा का challenge के लिए मैंने INF बोल दिया. तेरा challenge के लिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
And means that Celia's going to be playing a little bit more cautiously. Team Spirit actually were
RCB.
to hit over towards the Talks, but
random clips तुम्हारे लिए RCB and JNT के लिए it's INF.
Down towards the south side.
Let's see.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
That points margin for
circle close हो तब तक ये. अरे what बोल दिया मैंने. I'm not taking it back. Screw it. स्पाइक बाय गेम कमेंट्री थोड़ा इंक्रीज करो. अरे गेम कमेंट्री और इंक्रीज करूंगा ना तो मजा नहीं आएगा देखने में. एडिटिंग में भी दिक्कत हो रहा है ऑफलाइन वीडियो के लिए. साउंड ज्यादा आ रहा है कमेंट्री का मेरे से. एडजस्ट कर लो ब्रो.
And this is the position to do it, right? They have currently got a very central hold around prison.
Mystic Mac, you are the only one asking for it. तो एडजस्ट कर लो ब्रो. कोई नहीं पूछ रहा है.
3-1 split, I think they're on right now. Actually, Kitsune scouting down towards the Milton Power Peninsula. Potentially Get a lot of info over towards Incilio. Spot that rotation. Maybe the vehicles in the compound down there. Feed that back over towards
sound is okay. Thank you, bro.
Team. And to be fair, that does keep their south flank fairly secure.
Yeah, playing over on that cliff face for Kitsune, it's a bold move. I'll give him that. But he'll be on
The
his
sound
own
is perfect.
for a while.
Awesome.
It did provide good information going forward. You can always move towards the crates, which Incilio.
मतलब इसने जब गेमिंग नाम रखने का सोचा इसने
later. Voindonkey though outside in the blue cut out
और इसने जो पोटैटो लगाया क्या हुआ होगा
watching that angle.
बस देख रहा होगा ऐसा देख रहा होगा उसको दिख गया पोटैटो डाल दिया नाम उसने पोटैटो क्या हुआ होगा गाइस why did he name himself potato
in front of them
he does not look chubby
shields up for
he
them,
looks thin
to rebuff Nigma Galaxy
क्या thought process होगा उसका
playing around those shelter locations D+
potato
stretching a line across the center
what if RCB versus INF final fight happens देखो आरसीबी जीत गया तो 2000 आईएनएफ जीत गया तो 1000 तो मैं आरसीबी के लिए रूट करूंगा ऑब्वियसली बट फर्क नहीं पड़ता ड्रीम सिचुएशन है वो अगर हो गया तो
Kitsune now very likely to look for the regroup. Team Spirit want to play the west side of that prison opening. You can see that the majority of the players are going to be
potato versus chips अरे भाई साहब
east side of it. Thundertalk still to their north
nice
and that's going to push Thundertalk up
potato aim हाँ ये भी हो सकता है हाँ हाँ
likely to occur between teams like Alpha 7
how's the sleep cycle
like Guild
as dark as my future bro
you still got TJB yet to come in
I slept today at 10 a.m.
plenty of teams yet to condense on that top side. The south side a little bit more set in its ways.
Yeah, Kitsune regrouping with the team. Falcons move through this area. It's getting a little bit claustrophobic for Team Spirit.
बिहारी होगा ये कौन सा रेफरेंस हो गया बिहारी का
They have definitely a position to play from. 7 getting scarily close to DRX.
पापी पुत्रो अरे भाई वो बंदा
towards Alamo.
उसका मतलब ही नहीं पता मेक्सिको का टीम कैसे का प्लेयर ना पापी पुत्रो
a lot more easy for Alpha 7 to make that approach, but they do find themselves at home. Will immediately
Alpha 7
towards that location.
please
Good stuff from Alpha 7.
please एक मैच
I think
एक मैच चिकन निकालो
out for a little bit longer, especially because we're still in stage 2. Stage 3 is
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
है 2K on INF सेम अच्छा 2K versus 2K अब तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता कोई भी जीते अब तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता करवा दो चैट करवा दो एंड जोन फाइट 4v4 INF versus RCB भाई तुम कहाँ से हो मैं हैदराबाद से hूँ
So we'll see if they can repeat that here. Voindonkey ID they're going to be moving in behind 4
guys तुम लोग लंच किए ऑलरेडी अबे डिनर के टाइम पे लंच की बात कर रहा हूं मैं छी
over towards those dips in those road junctions.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
है. You are doing okay. Love your stream. चाय पीते पीते आपकी स्ट्रीम देख रहा हो. Love from रांची. भाई हैदराबाद में तो भाई चिल है भाई. The temperature in Hyderabad is 20 something. I'm doing really good bro.
Scrape him off the floor.
ठंड में चाय सुकून और ऊपर से मेरा स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो और क्या चाहिए तुम्हें
Some interesting spots around here. We do have dips still in play.
Bro, what are you eating? I'm eating chicken, bro.
Shelter. A lot of strong positions. Waiting now on stage 3. This will be the big kicker for a lot of teams and where they decide to play. Now dip becomes really important. Foreign V could challenge for it, but Voindonkey hot on their heels.
A fast rotate on the southwest side as we head up a little.
अभी lunch हुआ 5 minutes before. Saras bro, you're also like me.
In that heaven compound that oversees the
don't be like me, please. It's unhealthy.
Shared in the past, one team up, one team down, but right now the Vicious have it 2-2 on their split. Voindonkey ID faster than 4MV, and they get up to the roadside. They'll challenge off. They'll.
I go with Voindonkey. Voindonkey is doing good. INF का बंदा नॉक है ओए. NGX. Relax. Take a step back.
Voindonkey ID, they've been struggling, but these type of positions, they love to play them. They work out well for them. Voindonkey ID currently still on 4 players. From the ditch though, they have a lot of presence when it comes to that long.
कोई बात नहीं ये इधर उतना easy नहीं है INF को मारना.
At the moment, holding this one out. Strong position.
What's with the background noise? कुछ background noise आ रहा है क्या मेरे side से?
It's not likely to be in the next circle. It definitely could be, but with it being so far down towards the southwest, they will be
or is it the game
for
itself?
a circle shift going their way. Team Spirit slowly angling their way into position where they can drop the net on Nigma Galaxy and potentially catch them off guard.
अरे बाप रे ये मस्त कोका कोला पी रहा था
They lost Vexy on the rotate. I was worried about their rear duo group, and it seems like that fear has come to pass. Unfortunately, could potentially be pretty devastating for them. DRX, they weren't able to stop that first duo coming through, but as soon as they had
कोई तो बोल रहा था अभी चैट में
ready for the second set of Void Donkey ID
कि वाइन डोंकी का चिकन है बोल के भाई
Zeta and Potato.
बहुत डेंजर मौत है भाई आपका
DRX just being so brutal. Down shots.
3 बंदे गए अपना पोटैटो is the last man standing.
Looking to try and stay alive, but those smokes will fade eventually. And there's teams
waiting. Oh, nice one, Revo. De, tabba.
Alpha 7, a scout down to the south and up to the ridgeline. It's going to work out.
Revo आया.
So as immediately he's on the case.
Kill लिया और चले गया.
That forces him back, which gives more time to DRX. For the rest of Alpha 7 starting to move down from that north side. Mafioso not at all close by. He's on the southern edge of Yasnaya, just peeking his way out, getting some information for the teams down towards that southern edge. Team Spirit still.
Revo knock from Hyunmin.
Cards right, just very safely down towards that south side. In purview though of the Falcons on the
Kill
east,
नहीं मिला.
who're just making their way out from
Good
prison.
teamwork.
They do have that high ground to play around with.
The Falcons did manage to get that res earlier, Blank, so they're playing as 4 on the northwest corner of prison. Incilio going for a wide sweep around the edge. Thunder Talk, probably the team that they're going to
Potato is
with here with Guild on the far angle. Could
He's
potentially
very
be a third-party
lonely.
situation, as Guild are very likely
He
to
has
want to move as well.
nobody.
Taking a look at the map feed, Void Donkey
चलो, he also joined his team.
Position, and they wish that they still had that under
भाई
control.
कौन था चैट में जो Void Donkey का बोला? उसको भगा दो भाई इधर से.
In their compound in the Alamo.
गलती से भी वो आए ना for
DRX, strong spot for them.
RCB का नाम ना ले.
Like it will play out very nice.
और गिल्ड की पिटाई चल रही है.
Spot and it's not been removed from you at this stage of the game becomes really strong. Fajay up towards that top side, looking out over towards Guild. Azer doing his best, but it's not quite enough here. Versus 3TN. Incilio takes a pretty heavy hit, but nothing they can't stand back up from. In the meantime, RCB flying past the Thunder Talks, getting ahead of them. How in the hell the Thunder Talks let this happen?
No idea. I mean, it was a rotation, I guess, in parallel there. Thunder Talk didn't have the sightlines established. They can't really step up. It's worrying, though, that they couldn't stop it. You're right. Alpha 7 on the north side, they've got the rooftops to play with. Mafioso is still in South George. The function of Mafioso in South Yasnaya, the function of his position is to keep that high ground and protect Alpha 7 from backstabs, right? For a team like Incilio or Guild or the Vicious, moving in from that east side, wrapping around, pushing into the north edge of their compound.
Alpha 7 12 kill chicken, let's go.
That option is removed because you
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
step up to that wall, you cannot establish a push, drop those smokes.
Spoiler है? सच्ची? कौन बोल रहा है?
This is what Incilio are going to attempt now, and this is where Mafioso needs to come in clutch, but the blue zone's going to be pushing him as well, so needs to be very careful as to when he takes those peaks.
If Mafioso is basically an installed alarm system over towards that northern side, and the alarm is going to start blaring very shortly. In the meantime,
Spike भाई गिल्ड को चांस क्यों दिया? Because of host region से एक टीम को इनवाइट देना है बोल के है. इसलिए दिए.
Like a very, very dangerous
और
rotate.
बाकी कुछ special reason नहीं है.
Kitsune might get left behind. The vehicle is smoking away, and you can see those shots absolutely blasting away at his team. But they make it in. Strong position to play from. Influence Rage might want to head on forward. But this is so exposed, John.
Oh, 4MV managed to thread the needle on the shot. That's from outside the circle, Blank. The vehicle has gone up, though, and there is cover now available for Team Spirit. They can just hunker down for a little bit longer. DRX not going to be flexing out from this one. They want to keep their building under control. There's too many people around them for them to actually be able to go and third-party this position. So it's only going to be nades that could potentially reach Kitsune.
RCB TD को मार रहा है. 2 बंदे गए. एक नेड से 2 बंदे गए.
TJB want to try and challenge for
RCB is pushing.
Thunder Talk have taken heavy casualties in the meantime, and RCB want to capitalize. High in the compound will not.
TD बाहर.
RCB
Loxy.
fast roll down, make it work.
4 finishes. Matic गया.
Together. for the PEL squads now, because Thunder Talk have been pushed down by the wayside. Nomi and Matic very
1v4 मारा क्या उसने?
healing up, but TJB
TT को?
can't find that opening.
For TJB, it's a scary team for Team Spirit to go up against here, considering the fact that they are so aggressive. I think as soon as they got that first knock, saw that first knock go towards Team Spirit, they were like, I'm going to push this, try and take a more central location. It was Nick Galaxy to float on past Team Spirit though, head over towards RCB, who just concluded their fight with the Thunder Talks.
Nades cooking.
NGX chill.
And for Nick Galaxy, we've seen this bombardment from Nick Galaxy before. They do like to invest these at this stage. A nade over towards Redox does connect from Wild, looking to put a second down as well and chew through it. That is an excellent opener, but what more can they do now? Nick Galaxy really want to take this under control.
सही खेल रहा है RCB. 2 बंदे नॉक NGX के.
Just need to lock it down. Unfortunately,
क्या drive by करेंगे RCB?
Don't think so. Invest any more nades here, so 4 players may be a piece for both of these two teams in a central roadside position.
Yeah, you leave it at that. I think for Enigma Galaxy, I'm try to crawl away from this one. Alpha 7 taking some long shots over towards Vicious. Who are on the south side
Alpha 7
Gil.
का.
Good shots as well, actually. They're from very long distance. For Team Spirit, as well as Influence Rage, they're essentially waiting for the circle to close, because right now, because there are so many sightlines on the edge of this circle, Team Spirit and Influence Rage's position, not necessarily the safest, but they will be come stage 5.
Guild मार रहा है भाई.
Top from Axo.
VC का आखिरी बंदा है.
Vicious, Bronozin does get some healing done, but the vehicles are getting battered about by the nades, and so are the health bars. Guild.
भाई Guild ने एक टीम को wipe किया. क्या बात है?
Down from the northeast side. They cannot leave from that
nice
compound. And on the northeast, Guild find a little
D-place किया versus Falcons. Osol ने top को knock किया, Action को भी knock किया.
This is dangerous. They're getting pulled out, and it will be another elimination going through for Guild as they go down in the open.
Guild का आखिरी बंदा है.
The sightlines not playing well for them. That's Alpha 7.
Action finish.
And trying to get that step forwards, but I just
top finish. Why? NGX third party.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
है.
Team Furious Gaming.
Down towards the south side, where much of the action is taking place. And Alpha 7,
thank you, bro.
Just hit a blinder here over on this northern edge.
Falcons बाहर.
This game nice and slow outwards. Falcons now.
What's your cat's name?
To one player.
East on the east, just trying to keep himself together. See if we can keep it under control for the game. 4MV trying to make their way through, but Influence Rage now with that point.
4MV 2-man है.
4MV are in first place. There is an overtake now.
I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. INF 4-man है. RCB 4-man है. RCB 7 finishes निकाल already.
The rest of the team a little bit closer to cover, but Influence Rage can continue this pressure with chips down on the off angle. D+ Kia are down a player. Influence Rage can start to exact control over it.
INF versus D+ Kia. This I do not like. Call back कर लो INF. Oi!
Great nade from Osal.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Please थोड़ा backup दो. Finish होने मत दो.
Unlikely to get their player back up.
दिख गया. ये finish है.
Force the initiative.
Fabian charges it down over the side of the cliff there, and with 3 players, D+ Clear not out of it just yet.
Lil boy ने chips को knock किया.
Information on the push up from Influence Rage to that ridge line. Meanwhile, over on the west side, Team Spirit are still trying to rebuff TJB. As the nades just bounce overhead and no me.
Zone RCB जाओ.
The damage. Team
RCB Alpha 7 ऊपर.
But now
yes.
TJB right on the edge.
सही print किया मैंने.
Starting to run dry on supplies. 676 has at least one more nade here.
जहाँ NGX खेल रही थी वहाँ
if they stay alive,
D+ Kia खेलेगा.
The edge of this circle.
It is so awkward here. I'm more worried about
Dom,
to be honest with you. He could be a
D+ Kia and INF.
TJB slowly moving these vehicles.
लड़ेंगे उस जगह के लिए.
Somewhat of a stranglehold.
Meanwhile, TJB गिर रहा है. Spirit को.
Luckily, though, DRX finds the angle from the sidelines. They pushed over towards the west, and that's one player down in Triple
Silas knock from Revo.
They've realized, Blank, that there's no one actually pushing onto their compound. No one's threatening from the hill, so they can afford
But
to
TJB is getting wrecked by DRX.
Are brutal to TJB. They are not getting 676 back up. There is no way that they're able to make that happen.
Diego Nolbu ko knock
At
kiya.
this stage, it is pretty much done and dusted for TJB. They're locked down by the sightlines from Team Spirit and from DRX on the overhead crossfire. It's so
INF versus D-Plus किया बहुत तगड़ा fight चल रहा है. D-Plus किया का आखिरी बंदा बचा है.
Having the buggy as a way to scout out for these nades.
INF का भी एक ही बंदा बचा है.
In this location. Longs are living as long as possible, but the shots are going towards DRX at the moment, so they have to be very careful. Nomi spots one, but will go down as TJB holds on for a little bit longer, but there is a refrag.
TJB
any smokes to
get last man standing.
The picture.
Big nade overarm from Kitsune, doesn't find Flower, but his position is known. Everybody has sightlines.
INF बाहर.
Nomi makes a smart crawl.
चलो एक टीम गया.
Is covered off towards DRX.
RCB is my last hope.
That angle as well that had threat towards him. And the
Alpha 7 का भी एक ही बंदा बचा है.
Leaves TJB's head spinning. Team Spirit may have just been thrown a lifeline by the flex out from South Korea.
It's a good play from Team Spirit. It has to be said. A Doc nade gives me the spooks. I think when you look at this, it looks bad, but for Team Spirit, they realize it's the only option they have.
RCB pushed on Alpha 7.
Sara
knock.
Survival.
Carilo knock.
Crashes through.
But they still got one more.
Alpha 7 बाहर.
They find it. RCB.
I'm supposed to be happy, but I'm not happy.
They're up to 11 eliminations on this match. They have been sweeping. They have been aggressive. And they
RCB 4-man strong. 11 finishes.
Fantastic push.
Domination by from RCB. 72 points है उनके पास.
It's good to see it come through.
Top 3 आ गया.
On the northeast side, it seems like things have been isolated. And it was TJB to
they're
fall
just
as well.
few
So we're
points
down
behind.
to 5 teams. And out on the west, you've
Hashtag one आ जाएगा RCB.
three
if they win this match.
from Team Spirit. As 4MB do finally fall. No eliminations, but a 5th place.
If RCB wins this match, they'll be at hashtag 1.
In the top 5 of this game.
The top 4 teams are here.
Surprising, honestly. It really does feel like those leading teams are starting to pull ahead a little bit now.
4v3v, 4v3.
Team Spirit down towards that southwest side, getting a little bit of damage done over towards DRX. The circle will close, and Team Spirit's going to have to figure out their game plan going forward because their vehicles are shredded. D+ though now going up against RCB. Great nade, has to run away from it, won't quite take him down. Good reactions there from
क्या लगता है boys? चारों तगड़े टीम है. एकदम तगड़े end zone teams है.
Team Spirit's cupboards are bare here with
anything can happen.
You can see they are just running on fumes right now after their standoff with TJB. They expended all of their smokes to keep themselves safe. So really don't have too much to play with other than the magazines and their weapons. But that is still a fearsome prospect. If they can push up, if they can find an opening, they will take it. D+ Kia trying to handle RCB out on the east side. 4 players for RCB alive as Loxy.
No way.
RCB aggress कर रहा है D+ Kia पे. Fabian knock from Sara. Usol knock लग गई. D+ Kia का last man standing in Nolbu. क्या बात है RCB 14 finishes. Let's go bे.
To find the shutdown and RCB up to 14 eliminations
14
now, Blank.
14 elims.
क्या ये 4MV का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ सकता है?
From RCB, still 4 players alive here going forward.
They are 4-man, so और 7 finishes मिल सकते हैं. नहीं तोड़ सकते.
A little bit of encouragement.
नहीं तोड़
सकते. He's done it before, he could do it again. He took that to heart.
But still यार, इस stage of the game में इतना अच्छा मैच निकालना is game changing definitely.
Dredged it from the depths. Digging deep on this one. In fact, with I think the only nade on side. As they roll forwards, they managed to find the dip, and DRX really can't push out too far. The question is, what sightlines do RCB have over to this? The vehicle blockade continues as Team Spirit find it a little bit more. RCB up to the hill over the top of DRX. Have they just given this presence over towards Team Spirit?
DRX sandwich position.
But they've left the player out on the east side. Sara, the Lone Ranger. A little bit
next zone
easy to communicate with him. Of course,
decider.
The language barrier means you put him on an off angle. He knows what he's doing. He is that Lone Ranger, doesn't need to communicate as effectively. He can ping out those approaches, he can ping out those positions still.
Team Spirit has played in some of the most awkward locations of every
Team Spirit
single portion.
को एकदम घेर रहे थे टीजे भी वो नोटिस करके DRX एकदम साइलेंटली पीछे से आके टीजेबी का 1-2 किल निकाल ली, फिर वापस अपना पोजीशन में चले गए. वेरी गुड ब्रो, वेल प्लेड DRX. बेचारे टीजेबी.
They are now in nade range, which is somewhat spooky.
It's basically a death sentence.
अरे बाप रे लॉक्सी, क्या बात है ब्रो.
Lands one on
आर
Kitsune's head and finds
मत
the
छोड़.
second from Silas. Sent his way too. The bouncers still continue, and Team Spirit have nothing. They have no answer to this. Their nades are completely gone. They
2v4
earlier on that south.
RCB नहीं रुक रहा है भाई.
They're playing for
All
something.
thanks to my
They've got
blessing.
some more nades off of
All
that
thanks to my blessing.
place, but they're all on Nomi at the moment. But they have to
8 solo finishes for Loxy.
hope that by the time this circle closes in, DRX becomes the focus for RCB, which they should do from Alamo.
Been trying to jump peek the smoke there, effect crawling up behind it. Those smokes are about to fade blank. They're about to disappear.
This is a great play. I really like this play, John. Honestly,
end zone DRX versus RCB 4v4.
The exit here from DRX
Loxy
is huge. Because it means that they're likely to go down first, and they're just hoping that Nomi lives long enough. This is so good. The delay is massive. It doesn't matter that effect's down. Like I said, this is a death sentence for DRX.
The blue zone pushes, and DRX need to find their way out. They have not got the pace. It would be a miracle to break through.
Nomi last man standing in Team Spirit का. ये खराब करेगा, एक का गेम खराब करेगा.
Just want to ladder up into second place. They've had
I hope it's not RCB.
We may be redefining the top of the tables based on this. With 16 eliminations, RCB want to close this down on the 20 and see how much they can get. DRX moving out to hail of fire, but it's not quite connecting here. Sara,
क्या spray bro, बहुत सही.
Spray down connects. One player falls for DRX.
क्या बात है, let's go. हो गया.
Two players still.
हो गया.
Through the open smoke.
RCB का dinner है.
It's going to be clean. So as goes down.
Beautiful bro, beautiful.
Survives. It is Hyunbin. What can Nomi do to maybe get that second place? He's still
11 solo finishes for Loxy. One more finish and he'll break the record. Loxy, one more.
Left remaining, like you say, Hyunbin's still up.
Nomi ने मार दिया आखिरी बंदा को. ये आखिरी किल दे दो यार Loxy को. नहीं खुद पे मॉली कर दिया Nomi. खुद पे मॉली कर दिया again. It's only 11. मैं only बोल रहा हूँ यार. Beautiful. Ship it. It's RCB's winner chicken dinner.
I'm not gonna lie, right now, I'm starting to wonder, will Sara start
कितने किल 19 finishes ना?
Because RCB is looking to dominate.
#1 bro, RCB #1.
Taking first place as we get into our leaderboards in a little bit of time.
RCB #1.
But Max and 7, Alpha 7, I feel like it could have been their game.
What a prediction, bro.
On a negative right away. I thought we were going to hype up RCB after that win, but yeah.
Crazy match निकाले bro, crazy match निकाले.
7 win, but look at the crowd, man. They are hyped for that RCB
Damn.
win.
And they have to
Sara was not even
मजा आ गया bro.
like, well, I guess we win.
Sara is lucky.
We were
Sara is deserving, not lucky.
Influence Rage has been able to do so far today. That RCB has still been able to put up good performances. They started off the day with a great win, 5 eliminations. On top of that, they finish out with a 5th place, 5 elims. Every single match that we have out of this team so far today has been 5 or more eliminations, and now being able to get another win is going to be massive for that team.
2K.
We'll get a chance to talk about Alpha 7.
आएगा कौन था? किसका prediction किया था हमने?
RCB, because we were wondering what was going to happen.
Influence Rage for Jayanti and
end up working out. So far,
random clips से था वो bet.
The control that they were able to do in this circle, the pushes that they were able to do on Alpha 7.
Again 11 kills, वही तो है ना, हमेशा 11 पे रुक जाता है बे. Loxy. Crazy bro, competition आ गया अब Dog के लिए. Dog का उतना frags नहीं थे ना. Spike next time RCB is built different.
But man, they just came in swinging today, and also
they are bro, they are. Believe it or not, they are.
Entry अच्छी है, लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी
Your
बड़ा
prediction
कैजुअल है.
motivated them. GG's. Thank you, bro. Random clips for the super chat.
It was Kimmy's. Yeah, it was Kimmy's. That's not even here. It is
Why?
nice to see here Loxy in particular.
Getting a prediction right after circle 1 is so hard, you know. तुम्हें कुछ idea नहीं होता है. सारे teams तगड़े हैं.
Okay, now we need 12 to be
World Championship है. उसमें से I got it right. I'm feeling great.
So I asked you guys a
मजा आ
question
रहा है.
earlier on about, you know, besides
एंट्री अच्छी है, लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा
challenge.
कैजुअल है.
Actually, if it was just Jayanti's challenge, I would have lost because I chose INF. But उसके बाद तुम आए तो मैंने choose किया RCB and I won.
Now that we have Erangel out of the way, I personally saw the
Silas is only guy in this lobby who is PMGC winner 2022 S2G के नाम से. Yes. Ex PMGC champion सिर्फ Silas है, बाकी कोई नहीं है इस lobby में. Actually King भी है. You're forgetting King from Thunder Talk Gaming. He's also an ex champion when he was Envy. When he was in Envy.
Incredible match here, and actually to bring it back to the team that you brought up initially,
सिर्फ Silas और King है
Alpha 7
इस lobby में और कोई नहीं.
I think made major mistakes. Yes. Bring them Karabra, very quick to react to those mistakes of Alpha 7, right, and being like, oh wait, this team is not taking the Northern Alamo hilltop. Oh, they're just playing the field position. We got cars. The moment we get a knock off of that 3-1 split, we're going to full send it to clear the northern side. And that
imagine if it was Reggie instead of Sara.
I feel like Alpha 7 they would have won.
Sara would be a better fit, bro.
They have full control
because he is an assaulter plus
अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा
कैजुअल. एक और ट्राई जयंती नो. I'm feeling really good right now. फिर दोबारा हग दूंगा मैं, मुझे पता है. एक बार राइट होता है, दूसरी बार नहीं होता. RCB Alpha 7 को मार दिया without any casualty. So Alpha 7 are not in their best shape.
PMGC so far, continuing to make the wrong decisions over and over again, Max.
Actually, they are in their worst shape right now.
Quite a few misplays here, though.
It's just complete opposite.
RCB वाला है तो लाल चड्डी ही पहने.
Going to the final day, and that's where they started to slip. But right now, they've been slipping since day one.
Yeah, and I think
but Loxy,
out of the question. I mean, you've got two
a new contender for MVP.
Happens over there, but even then, I think that's
well, it's down to that, right?
Right now,
that's what we've been kind of agreed on. If we see nothing out of Miramar out of them, we're almost writing them off in our heads.
Yes, I know. I said I was going to.
नूमी क्या बंदा है भाई?
No.
सामने वाला चैंपियन बनेंगे तो चलो मेरा किल नहीं दूंगा मैं.
With the way that they've been
Silas with his roar.
That's what I'm hopeful for, right? But I feel like we would have to see not just a win out
the
of
competition is real, bro. 29 points for RCB.
Of what we saw right now from RCB, because now it's not just Influence Rage being able to push up. I mean, we saw what Influence Rage was able to do. RCB is playing really consistent. We could have the possibility of 4B finally waking up. Alpha 7 needs to do something. They need to do it in this next Miramar. If not, I'm gonna just count them out.
RCB 90, 4MV 80, INF 79. By
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
Not even 20 points. Okay, कल फिर फाइनल में. Done. कल करते फिर वापस. 4MV is choking today.
We're just going to send it very deep and just hope we have a good dip. And their terrain
मैं कल ही बोला था मैंने.
south of Alamo was
ऐसा ना करे बस 4MV.
take the cars, crash into rocks and just
consistency is the key to become a champion.
Nomi also got the final elimination on the last play of DRX, snatched away a second place and self-mollied to deny that elimination away from RCB.
By prize pool क्या है? $3 million.
Difference, especially at this level of play.
And some of the teams that I'm looking on this second page, going into Miramar, I mean, I'm going to be looking closely at what Enigma Galaxy is going to be doing when we do end up getting to Miramar, because RCB being able to jump up massively to first place with a total of 90 points. Influence Rage continuing on the performance, even though they did get eliminated earlier on, they do push up to that second place tie with 4MB. And 4MB, we need to see a reaction out of you. You guys have not been able to.
Tomorrow Falcons का comeback होगा 100%.
But one team I do need to mention that
the overall standings are here. भाई 12 points का lead RCB का. #2 INF, #3 4MV. 4MV is आज कितने पॉइंट लिया उन लोग ने? 20 पॉइंट भी नहीं लिए. कितने पॉइंट लिए? They started with 62, right? They got 16 points today. Not good.
To see them wrap up these two matches properly today.
एक second.
Still catch up to top 5.
Points in most of these matches, but like you're saying, if we see goose eggs when we get to Miramar, then there's
15 points. 15.
Talk about goose eggs. That's what Alpha 7 ended up doing yesterday.
They started with 63. Yes. मेरे को भी याद आया.
Hope with Alpha 7.
Still यार 15 in 4 matches. #1 पे रह के.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
We watched the match. They didn't get any elimination.
They can still make it right. आज एक chicken निकालना चाहिए बस उनको ज़्यादा नहीं चाहिए. One chicken and they'll be back in the game.
And a world's first immersive gaming experience for both visitors and residents for video game world.
Vishal Gaming, thank you for the super chat, bro. ये RCB Royal Challenge बैंगलोर ने किया.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Predict the champion for 10k now. Predict the champion.
Available for you guys at home, the official PMGC themed skins. You can use the code 2024 PMGC to get 50 UC off with 10 draws in the lucky spin. Did you actually do your spin today, Max?
I have done my 10 UC free spin.
I'll take some time. I'll take some time in predict.
But I got nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Well, you still have the background.
I got the background though. That's what I wanted. I got the background. I used all of my little coin tokens to get it, and it is sick. It is by far the best background I own.
And it goes nicely.
It is the coolest background.
And it goes
nicely. My heart really says RCB.
Yes, and very cool.
Check out
my heart really says RCB.
He's non-stop talking about it every single day. He's like, Jason, I got the McLaren.
It's cool because now all my skins is like I have the pan of 20.
But INF is also very good contender.
The background of this year's PMGC is all PMGC.
We're gonna get the PMGC tattoo.
Day 3 पे depend करेगा bro.
And that's the year you don't get to
Day 3 पे depend करेगा. But you're saying now, so I will say RCB.
For all these teams that we have been talking about, but there's got to be a couple other
Esports. I'm gonna go with Esports.
In particular, obviously we're talking about the lows out of some of these teams like Alpha 7.
Let's see.
Cilio. But what teams are you expecting to have good performances based off yesterday?
I want to see Voin be more aggressive.
RCB, yes, I'm going with RCB.
They haven't done anything today.
Yeah, I mean they got pushed
because
over.
from league stage day 3, this team has shown nothing but strength.
Also, eventually on Miramar, right?
Silas is in the zone.
Control, we said it,
so
right?
I feel like yes,
ये team जीत सकता है. Fight. It can be just claiming control of a specific area in the circle to make sure.
Deepless ups and downs है उनका. They could also, but strong contenders तो अभी के लिए मेरे को लग रहा है 4MV नहीं. 4MV will not even be in top 3. If they continue like this, मैंने starting ही बोला था. 4MV is not lifting the trophy.
They were so consistent in regards to eliminations. Whenever they did end up in a
day 1 was insane.
Situation, they would always end up.
Now they're back to normal again.
Right now, we're just not even getting a chance to see any out of that from Voin Donkey.
I mean, to be completely realistic now, as we go into the last 2 matches here of day 2 of the PMGC Grand Finals, if Influence Rage and
Team Spirit धीरे-धीरे करके असल 0 pointer खा ही नहीं रहा पता.
So hard to catch
it's true. They have
0 pointer नहीं खा रहा है. Team Spirit हर मैच में points उठा रहा है.
And still lift that trophy. Well, for Silas, a second time.
Yes, and I even say that maybe Sara's going to be...
Last day RCB, ganda choke.
I'm staying.
He's going to be rolling in Turkish.
The thing about last day is,
but obviously a very
it's tomorrow,
team.
bro.
And honestly,
let's think about today.
Considering the
let's think about present, not the about future.
But you know what, hardships aside, it's all about Miramar, it's all about these final
Missing
matches.
Sook.
And it's all about our 2 commentators with John Allen and Blake.
Will RCB be able to keep this momentum going? Because right now they look fairly indomitable, Blank. Over the course of the last few matches, they have had some pretty
RCB वाला है तो लाल चड्डी ही पे. अरे भाई कितनी बार स्पैम करोगे? 2 बार पढ़ लिया मैंने तुम्हारा ये चैट.
I mean, I had hope for this team.
क्या पता वो चड्डी नहीं पहना होगा. ये भी हो सकता है ना.
Group stages, but if they're able to keep this up, Silas will be.
ठंड चल रहा है बाहर, शायद पहना होगा. समर तो अलग बात है.
Trophy here at PMGC twice, which will be an unbelievable achievement for that man. I know he has hundreds, thousands, 10,000.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
for RCB every single match, right?
He really does need all that strength
because you know
from those fans.
10k की बात है.
Watching this show because RCB just continue to throw out good performances after good performances, and I think what's more stellar than anything is the fact that for RCB, the fact that they're able to run up on any fight and win it is ridiculous, right? They are winning fight after fight after fight.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
और जल्दी हो गया लग रहा है.
You'd hope so, right? Get those roll-ups working.
I think Silas and Sara the only who played 5 PMGCs.
Worked out well.
5 PMGCs.
For Silas to be able to do that, to lift that trophy twice as well in front of King, the other.
Did Sara play 5 PMGCs?
Tournament right now.
I don't know.
Pretty cool. Because at the moment,
did Silas play 5 PMGCs?
Be able to get that.
I don't know.
The talk have not been as powerful as maybe they have.
पता नहीं मेरे को exactly.
Not this
कितने PMGC
that
खेला है.
limelight has been stolen away from them.
Yeah, I will say for our PL teams, the problem they have was a problem that they fixed. Which is an annoying.
Matic also played from Team Spirit. Also played for Navi.
I think they did a phenomenal
अरे
job. The
Navi से ही तो है, सबको पता है. Matic और Kitsune.
We have to play less aggressive. It is too much inside these lobbies. It's okay to do over in
Navi old boy, Matic, Kitsune.
But here they
और
have
कौन था?
less aggressive.
Shota?
They have to take their time with a lot of these pushes because people are absolutely looking for these third parties most of the time. So for PEL, they fixed those mistakes. They were less aggressive, more tactical, more deliberate in their approaches. We come to PMGC, suddenly they're making
I'm pretty sure
plays all over
Karilho played
and you just can't do that going into day 2.
all the PMGCs.
Like the boys say on the desk, the day 1 of PEL teams, and it just hasn't. This looks much like the same that we saw yesterday.
Meko, yes.
Today, right?
Tixi नहीं, Meko था.
Able to roll back on and with a little dose of Japan.
Tixi HVVP में आया था वो.
For good measure.
They didn't do badly yesterday.
No, they didn't do terribly. You're right. But they definitely have shone today. 90 points now earned. We talk a lot about averages in terms of average score.
मैं अभी आया.
A lot of the time. They're not quite up at that 10-point average, but nobody's even close to them either. On 11 matches, they managed to earn 90 points. So a little bit shy of the 10-point average that we talk about for a clear winning performance. But at the moment, they are definitely looking to go pretty quickly. So I think it's like an 8.6 average, something like that. But either way, they will have a good time with it at the moment. Very, very far ahead in terms of that buffer zone, looking to keep things going.
And we will have an interview down on the stage in just a few short seconds, but it has already been a fantastic day of game today. I can't wait to hear from some more of the players and the teams over with Barney.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This time I'm joined alongside Defi and none other than Max, man. Defi, I gotta ask, going into the last 2 Miramars, you guys had a great performance on the last one, but on the first one you guys kind of struggled. What are you guys gonna be looking to do into Miramar?
We're just adapting to the lobby, right? And then we're trying to update our checkpoints in the early game. That's it.
Max? Well, I know that you and your team decide to go quite passive in these games, but I want to know if you get a bit desperate for points in the Miramar or other battlegrounds, are you going to be willing to switch it up and be aggressive or stick to being passive?
ओए खाना खाया मैंने माउथ वॉश करके आया चिल करो तुम लोग.
I've been told to my players that if we have in the like 50-50 situation, I always try to rely them on to try.
The whole RC lineup played 4 PMGC.
Let's go, love that.
Right on. Well, thank you, Defi.
It's not about how many PMGCs you have played. It's about how many you have won.
Back to us. Yeah. I think that interview was meant to have played between match 4 and 5, but we snuck it in during match 5. So there you go. A little bit of extra content for you here over on the stage. Sorry, Barney. No interview for you.
Old boy, purana ladka.
That's all right. He's spoken to Defi earlier. We heard from him as well. We've spoken a lot to Defi today, actually. He's a fountain of knowledge. But unfortunately, Point Donkey ID have not been able to profit from that today so much as they did on day 1. Still, a couple of matches left to play.
Mouthwash with white toothpaste, right? अरे नहीं, just normally पानी से भाई.
Donkey ID will have to try and
brush नहीं करके आया मैं.
Just keep their cool, keep their calm, and approach this like they did day 1. Find those openings that they're looking for. They have been found on rotates a few times today, Blank, and it hasn't been the greatest of results for them. So we'll see if they can patch things back together with the last 2.
मेरे को भी एकदम आरसीबी टी-शर्ट पहन के देखना पड़ेगा. कल का दिन आरसीबी का टी-शर्ट पहन के आऊंगा मैं. एक हेडबैंड लगा के टी-शर्ट पहन के एकदम आरसीबी और दो तीन चीयरलीडर भी लेके आऊंगा.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Silas played 4 PMGC finals, legend and underrated. Yes. I know.
And I think they've done well to patch up that reputation.
मेरे को अभी तक समझ नहीं आया वो क्यों छोड़ दिया after winning, after becoming the champion. वो क्यों छोड़ दिया? S2G.
I think fans will be very, very pleased with that result. And they
S2G का legacy.
All right, before that last game, RCB.
जब Silas छोड़ा, after that S2G का downfall चालू हो गया.
We do have teams slowly falling down. Point Donkey ID. 62 points, weren't able to put too much up today.
You know why toothpaste spike by you did? अरे माँ कसम माँ छी.
and both our South Korean teams.
हर चीज में तुम लोग इतना गंदा सोचते हो यार.
I think this year has definitely been the rise of South
My
Korea.
freaking innocent
very
nature
strong performances
always
from them
assumes
so
कि
far.
भाई ये
Teams
normal
ready to take some shots
normal बातें कर रहे हैं.
into the distance there.
छी.
But again, another good game required. A couple of good games
L
required
bhai,
here for Team
massive
Spirit
L.
if they want a strong chance going into tomorrow.
Currently set 24 points behind on the match.
Money talks. Yeah.
And they will, you're right, need to eat into
सारा तो रिजेक्ट में था ना. बस ये एक टूर्नामेंट के लिए.
With the extra gap up towards RCB in first. 4MV have managed to get to the south.
No one can match the level of Noah.
They have got this.
Absolutely.
Onto the center of it. Nobody playing in the middle of it just yet. Maybe see a few.
Remember RCB at the start of the tournament were not playing that good, but look at them now. After Sara's edition, RCB is
anytime soon.
Very strong right now.
Will not want to commit to that central area. It's basically
maybe Sara RCB permanently join करेगा अगर जीत गए तो क्या पता.
Won't happen, or you can fight your way through, which again, very unlikely to be able to act that one out. On the south side,
किसी का इंजरी हुआ था ना फोर्थ प्लेयर का, इसलिए सारा आया.
Trying to head up the east side of Los Leones.
जो इंजर्ड हुआ वो सोच रहा होगा भाई मेरा करियर तो अब खतरे में है. मेरे बिना अच्छा कर रहा है टीम.
Over on that side, the Vicious on the northeast with Influence Rage close by.
Next circle about to pop. Team Spirit's very split, by the way.
They're really split, 2 and 2.
Yeah.
RCB equal to Bangalore.
Honestly, where Matic's currently playing is a good spot to be in on this next circle as well. But regrouping.
Reject नहीं देगी, obviously नहीं देगी, bro.
They really have put themselves between a rock and a hard place here. So we'll see what they can get done. In the meantime, Incilio down on that south side around Los Leones. Not an easy exit for them. TJB coming in from that western side.
Just now, my cousin.
But like you say, up towards La Bandita, a tough spot to play in. But now that it's right on the edge, Falcons can now use that to their advantage. Pico towards that north side, try and hold out teams coming in.
हैदराबाद मेट्रो में एक बंदा मेरा स्ट्रीम देख रहा है. उसके लिए हेलो ब्रो.
But RCB towards the center, taking a bit of
मेरा
a tumble
cousin ने मेरे को एक फोटो
in the
सेंड
eyes
किया.
of 4MV.
वो पीक मेट्रो रश में जा रहा है कहीं.
Silas, the potential two-time champ.
And वो बंदा मेरा स्ट्रीम देख रहा है.
Wild still has a little bit of an answer though. And 2 of 4MV fall. Silas down, sure, but there's still plenty more gas for RCB.
What is this behavior?
They're burning away at these holes. DRX from the top of the
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
बस गरम करके ठंडा छोड़ देती है.
4MV have been on this
हole. गरम तो किया.
Lost dock now as Baron looks to piece them back together. Wild the last to stand for RCB.
ओए RCB
की first aid off is crucial for them to stay alive.
Last man standing RCB का.
That first place spot.
Yeah, for RCB it's tough. The position they were in had overview from a lot of different angles. I don't think they expected as many teams to be in this area as early as they were. Yeah, this is that moment where RCB has to prove to Silas that they can play without him.
Sara finish.
But slowly but surely, they are losing more and more of their players here. Down now just to 2, with 1 downed. I don't think RCB will get too many more points on this game. Luckily, they get 2 eliminations at least.
भाई टर्की में कैसे बोलते हैं? एल लग गए बोल के. टर्की का भी सीख लेंगे अपन.
But they've made it happen.
Yeah, they were able to move whilst 4MV, whilst Falcons and Thunder Talk and RCB and everyone was moving. They cut straight across that rotational path. They had 2 players in Matic and Nomi out on that.
This match, Falcon or Alpha 7. This match.
To scout that position.
Nah. मेरे को Falcons और Alpha 7 के ऊपर नहीं लग रहा मुझे. वो दोनों में से कोई निकालेगा चिकन. But at some point निकालेंगे तो जरूर.
Set of rotations. They took the time.
But मेरा तो I don't feel like इन दोनों में कोई निकालेगा चिकन.
But they are now out in the open. They are in a compound, sure. They're safe for the time being.
I think Team Spirit
slightly to the northeast side. They should be in for a few more circles yet.
Chicken is due for them.
Come back to bite them.
It's one of the strong positions, though. It will definitely get them through that mid-game because it's hard to assault that location. Influence Rage already went over and sniffed out the situation.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
नहीं ब्रो, ये साइफ अली खान वाला सारा है. I thought Alpha 7 will choke on the last day, but ये लोग तो first day से choke कर रहे हैं. थोड़ा ट्रेंड चेंज किए भाई, थोड़ा ट्रेंड चेंज किए. क्या कर सकते हैं?
Though Team Spirit should be able to extract a lot of value. Key word is should.
Yeah. अगला टूर्नामेंट में कमबैक करेगा.
It never is. That east
Alpha
side,
7.
they want to be finding
कभी-कभी
fights with teams like Influence Rage,
कभी-कभी होता है, bro.
rotation points there, Alpha 7 and Void Donkey ID as well, closer over to Impala. As they rotate past, they're taking shots. The Vicious, who are going to be diverted south by Thunder Talk on that north edge, could also come into contact with this. So how many points can they get from this? I'm thinking that they're going to be seeing 3 points by stage 4.
DRX, good shot.
Nimbu knock from IC.
Not quite connecting. Enigma Galaxy making a quick rotate back over towards that western side. There are the silos to play on the northern edge of Los Leones. A couple of open compounds. The fact that Lavandita is still involved.
अरे भाई साहब.
Galaxy not able to pick that one up over towards Enigma Galaxy's.
Falcons मारेंगे Navi को देखना.
They technically have a very strong spot to play in. Navi up against the Falcons now. A good hit over towards them, but 6 is down.
To land those spray downs, but not quite connecting. The nade over his way doesn't quite catch, and Flip is there for the rebuttal over towards top. A high nade coming out from 6 and a flex out from Falcons, putting action into the 1v1.
Oh, I see also knocked
on the top in the meantime. Puncher looks to rampage over the top.
Action also
does
knocked.
not win that trade out. The Falcons are falling short of the mark against Na'Vi, but there is still a little bit more to say. East over the top, the last player to stand for the Falcons, and doesn't get clipped.
Nice one.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
East could just about survive.
क्या आगे
6
भी
down on the low ground.
1v1
have the momentum to
P6
turn it
versus
around.
East.
Doesn't find the swing to the
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Falcons बाहर, नींबू बच गया. कल टॉप 3 में एक कोरियन टीम जरूर होगी. You could say कल टॉप 3 में डीप्लेस किया जरूर होगी. Good night, bye Jayanti. Good night.
A third party.
That's so sad. Well, headstrong.
My prediction for PMGC 2026: Wild Fangs, Cat Meow Inspector.
Enigma Galaxy now taking up residence.
Wild Fangs, okay, scout वाले team, okay. No me not finish.
Too much luck getting out of there. Team Spirit tried to make a crossing. Wild and Loxy having none of it.
When Donkey ID trying to make this same
अब nice head bro.
A little bit further north and see
Loxy है ना, Wild भी ये दोनों assaulter kill निकाल लेंगे ये.
Attention drawn to Team Spirit and there's no way you get away with that one. Effect. Kitsune leaving.
Matic is the last man standing for Team Spirit.
If you can find a fight, great. But I don't think SnowX is going to let that happen. Steps forwards around the door frame, waiting for a teammate to back him up. Going for the breach as soon as they have a little bit of cover. The Molotov on the ground floor, it's not even needed
Team Spirit bahar.
to go through the doorway. Instead, he burns down Team Spirit's house. And he will be able to take them out of yet another match blank. They are slowing down.
Yeah, it was a bold move from Team Spirit.
एक भी चाइना टीम का चिकन नहीं हुआ ना इस PMGC में ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में.
Anyway, the Enigma Galaxy were able to get through, but no more than that. I think Team Spirit's prayers just weren't answered in that moment to be able to move on through. They had a full-on two-way split there going from Enigma Galaxy. It was a very good setup actually to prevent teams from getting over towards that location.
Mafioso knock.
Team Spirit just get caught in that crossfire. So again, another game.
Alpha 7 को कोई भी आके मार के चला रहा है भाई, अच्छा लग रहा है बता.
Further and further up the tables now for our potential victors. Concilio as well as Influence Rage still going. Influence Rage the most healthy team.
Void Donkey
once again are holding on. This is an unreal result.
Another big game. If they can put up
last man standing है Void Donkey का.
It is phenomenal.
RCB 5 finishes.
Up to 100 points
बहुत सही.
The tournament. After match 11.
TJB chicken loading. मत बोलो अभी मैं तो कुछ नहीं बोल रहा, मैं तो बस वेट कर रहा हूँ. एक बार चालू कर दी ना TJB वो रुकेगी नहीं.
On the southeast side, they do have 4 players playing.
But 60 point का difference है bro. 54 points का difference है.
Sorry, 54 नहीं. East edge of Los Leones. The mountains.
Yeah, 59 points का difference है.
Ground against them. 4MV
next to impossible है इतना gap closing करना.
The compound a little bit further along the road. There's no safe approach, but I think crashing into 4MV is probably the only option they have left to them. Mafioso goes down though, and that's going to
Mafioso knock again. ये कहीं तो देखा हुआ लग रहा है.
Some big support for Alpha 7. McGrellin down towards that southeast side. Still trying to make the way through. They will get the res off. A lot of teams injured here. Thunder Talks moving over towards the Vicious, who just cannot get a game
Nice
in.
one. VC का आखिरी बंदा है.
And Vicious will be pulled apart at the seams. It
Khatam, VC
seems on
बाहर.
the northeast edge. The Vicious fall.
Nice one,
Perez
DD.
can come through for Thunder Talk. They now need to move in towards the west
Void
side.
Donkey
But
also
that
out.
rotation has been difficult for the teams that have done it before them. Void Donkey ID have managed to find well, haven't managed to find anything on that. Team Spirit's approach from the east also cut short. Now it's Thunder Talk's turn to try and take it down, as well as Alpha 7 from the south side of that.
For Alpha 7, this is their big chance.
Two man में अच्छा खेल रहा है
They
RCB
head
पता.
up towards that north side, but they're heading up towards Thunder Talks and Influence Rage. This is a tough fight for Carrillo and Mafioso to find themselves in going forward. But this is the beginning. Right, it's the first steps for Alpha 7. Down in 13th place. Get themselves out from that unlucky number.
Necessary, though, to put up numbers here with
अरे वो zone से क्या?
Revo going down to the blue zone, leaving one behind. Not great news. Alpha 7 take a knockout in the open.
Nice one, Marklin.
On this approach, but they've still got 3 players.
और ये क्या मारा बे King. 1 HP बचा हुआ.
There's a lot of damage sent on in, immediately following it up with a nade before that first aid can pop, maybe able to catch him, but no, McGrellan, fancy on the feet, able to retreat in time. And treat his wounds there with the rest of the team
zone से कैसे गया?
Molotovs, nades, ordnance sent through for Thunder Talk to try and keep this pressure up. Alpha 7 suffering here.
TJB versus Guild.
While getting surrounded, they've allowed these 2 teams to move in front of them.
Will TJB collect the free 4
Alpha 7
points?
working hand in hand with Thunder Talks.
Nimbu knock.
It starts to crackle on this side of the map. Influence
Nimbu
Rage.
finish.
Trying to weather it at the moment, ground themselves.
मार खाएगा बे ये.
In comes the nades though.
खा गया.
Fortunately, one goes down to begin with. Diego takes a knock himself. Alpha 7 similarly suffering.
Nice one, Marlin.
Carrillo cannot make his way in, and King strikes.
Alpha 7 बाहर.
Taken down in response, but that is resable. Influence Rage low on the inside, looking to try and get that res. Laura's in the only sightline. That allows Thunder Talk to get their player back up and in action. With 5 eliminations, this is a chance for them to sweep through on the northeast side and get a strong game. We talked about it being last chance for Alpha 7. We're talking about that for Thunder Talk as well, with Law getting clipped off the rooftop as well. Lorazin and Diego, the blue zone pushes, and out of the door they have to go, but there's nowhere that is safe for them. The high ground from Hawaii is going to look strong for it too. Lorazin, low but heals. The res could potentially come through. Influence Rage with one last chance to turn around this corner and turn this fight around too, but AJ is too quick with it. The spray down on Diego. Now just one more player remains.
Nice one, TT art finishes.
Up to 8. Mechanical skill on display here from Thunder Talks is marvelous. 8 eliminations on the game. Fantastic stuff, great setup. And this is that tactical behavior we want to see.
This match TT playing well, yes. They always start good.
Already, they look so much better.
4 kill निकालते, फिर 4 kill दे देते.
Tactics in action.
इस बार 8 kill निकाले. देखते क्या होगा इस मैच में.
DRX.
कोरिया वर्सेस कोरिया चल रहा है. DRX versus D+ किया.
Against one another.
What is up with all the Ds, bro?
Same idea as to how to approach this circle, it seems, but no, not both of them can fit, unfortunately. Nolbu, dangerous nades in his way, but just about stays alive.
पता नहीं ये मैच चाइना लग रहा है मुझे.
The vehicle smokes and the
ये
blue
मैच
zone's
चाइना
right
लेके जाएगा.
Needs to be careful on this rotate. Hyunbin has the angle, just about gets to cover, but there's still more to worry about. Kaikse just above him. The vehicle's up in smoke now. It's exploded. No chance to rotate into that one. And Kaikse has the nade, cooking it. Not too long on it, just overhead, and if he hadn't got the heal off, Nolbu might have been down there. Osal across the way, not going to have an impact. Kaikse bobbles one down slowly, doesn't quite get down far enough.
Spike कितने मैचेस हुए हैं? अरे अभी एक ही मैच हुआ ब्रो.
Currently.
एक ही मैच हुआ सिर्फ.
Out mental gaming DRX.
सेकंड मैच है, तुम टाइम पे आ गए स्ट्रीम पे. आराम से देखो.
Osal can provide support from this position, but in comes the rest of DRX. D+ looking to hold on. Enigma Galaxy, what a game from them so far. Serious control from that northern side. In the command center right now. Guild, Tongji Bao. on the northwest will have to move in, but this ridge side is becoming more and more of a feature here in this end game.
Imagine Guild getting their first chicken dinner. मजा आएगा.
Galaxy, you're right. They are just in
चलो बे Guild.
strong compound.
सबको गलत prove करो.
The position to the south of the Labendita crater. Na'Vi, by the way, still alive after their fight earlier with Falcons that went very awry, I think it's safe to say.
Alpha 7 has bad luck. They always stay outside zone even if they good. They do good rotation. Look at them. They rotated from El Pozo to Impala to get into the zone. This happened to them in all the matches in finale.
High, doesn't quite connect either. QXZ doesn't have Hyunbin's angle to play around just yet. He's repositioning just a little bit to try and find a favorable spot for it. But Nolbu is sending the smoke around the other edge, stops that peak on the left side for DRX. And that allows Nolbu a little bit more maneuverability. He's got Osal to play with as well, but he just backs it off.
Both the Korean teams are in top 5 now.
Down and see if they can get away from this high ground.
Third, fourth place वाले team बाहर हो गया ना. अभी ये top 5 में हो जाएंगे दोनों के दोनों.
Yeah, for D+ realizing this is a good opportunity to leave. In come the nades over towards RCB.
RCB still surviving. 2v2 fight है. Doc ने Wild को knock किया. Loxy 1 HP बचा.
Down early. Loxy on minimal HP steps up to the smoke. Now this is a challenge and a half.
Yeah, RCB बाहर.
No, he won't be. 6 elims.
6 finishes 2-man strong 4MV.
With 5 elims for RCB, they will fall down 9th place. So still
84
a little
points.
Bit of a gap, still a little bit of a path ahead of 4MV. But Thunder Talk are here
Doc
to
knock
play
from King.
a third party as Doc falls
Still
first.
4MV
And
का
King rallies round the low ground, turning around behind Baron now. They're looking to dethrone him, and it will be King to take him down.
भाई TT दे रहा है bro. TT दे रहा है.
Turn around and Thunder Talk open up
10 finishes
to a 10 elim game.
Now we're starting to have a conversation here. For Thunder Talk,
like I said, ये मैच मेरे को चाइना का लग रहा है.
Eastern side, Triple S doing his best. The holdout versus D+, who have a player down, but D+, white knuckle grip on this game, refusing to give up.
With Nolbu left, he's been plenty cheeky on this south side against DRX, and I don't think Triple S could step up to go for the challenge. Unfortunately, Osal will fall.
Last man standing for D+.
The south side of the road is
it's
still
Nolbu.
in the circle blank, and as long as DRX don't peek back over it, he might be able to survive a little bit longer. But look at Soaz, off in the distance there, that high ground, and he may just spot Nolbu. TJB are really at risk from DRX
King
as well,
knock.
if they step up on that ridgeline. But all of this is being held out by Thunder Talk, by Nigma Galaxy.
King finish.
This end game is going to go down between Thunder Talks and Nigma Galaxy. At the end of the day, Thunder Talks will lose 1 member over that eastern side, dropping them down to just 3. I think that might have been from Kaikse on that high ground, down towards the south. Circle moves north. That's the furthest we've seen Guild into any of our matches. 6 versus Nigma Galaxy.
Nice try, P6.
Will not find it. Nigma Galaxy removes the thorn
देखो
on
मेरे
that north
को
side.
Injex का match भी
Should be resible, but they've
लग
not
रहा
got
है.
a lot of time. 30 seconds before the zone closes. And they'll need to get Ralph back to his feet, play up back towards that ridge of Labendita, get back into their compound because they need that control that has been afforded to them for so long. TJB still stuck on this roadside. Nolbu not helping that. They know he's here. They are really wanting his position, his presence to be known, and hope that DRX can take it down for them. That would allow TJB more lateral movement to move up towards the north side. Nolbu steps up for the spray, the nade over the top.
क्या nading bro.
And finally, he's taken down. It is
TJB 2
TJB
finishes.
and Thunder Talk are 2 teams from PEL to play on opposite sides of the circle right now and look to last this one the distance.
It's slower gameplay. Like I said, it's more deliberate coming through from the 2 PEL squads. It's a massive change of pace. And honestly, I think that most of that can be just defined by Miramar, right? It's a symptom of the map because there's longer rotates need to be made. On Erangel, it's far easier to run into a team earlier on and make those wild plays.
Ajay knock, Ajay finish.
Parties, but for PEL,
भाई अपना बिहार का शेर मर गया.
I think Miramar is allowing to see the potential of slower gameplay.
DRX and
I
GX.
only hope that they can keep this pace up. But what's interesting is a lot of the points from this match
TJB.
are going to go towards the bottom of the tables here.
Guild.
And that's going to really exacerbate the problem of how close everything is towards the top. With RCB so far ahead as well, that's just going to make things all the more interesting moving into the last game of the day and into the last day of the tournament tomorrow. I'm excited to see what it's going to shape up like, but we're going to keep on board with this match. 2 players now left for Thunder Talk with 10 eliminations found. They're going to crash down towards Narvalo. The rest of Enigma Galaxy is there, and Narvalo's going to send them back around. Ralph, though, in danger. She has to step back into the blue, and I think this may be as far as they can go. 5th place found. The blue zone comes and sweeps them aside. A great result, though, and potentially a morale booster. Enigma Galaxy back to their compound, but now they've got neighbors.
DRX have played a strong game here from that south side, slowly making their way through. And we talked about the silos very early on in this game, and they took control of them very early on.
DRX का Miramar कितना strong है बोल के.
Guild have moved over towards Enigma Galaxy, holding them out slightly.
तुम लोग लीग स्टेज में देखे थे ना? DRX कितना consistent था Miramar में?
DRX knows the team off towards that.
DRX का dinner boys ये match.
D+4 them.
Lock computer जी lock किया जाए.
Immediately going through to longs as soon as he tries to make
DRX
that
dinner.
rotate. Exo carrying the corner. Enigma Galaxy need to clear him. Kaikse finding Narvalo on the front line.
Excellent little opener
TJB
there.
could give some competition.
Is shredded. Exo now, the last
Guild
stand, and Ralph handles it. Narvalo's down short.
Bonus points collected by NGX.
On the south side do not have as much control as TJB do, Blank. The bottom of the tables for PEL looking to try and stand up tall, put themselves back in the race. 4 players alive, 4 eliminations as well.
TJB dinner है, TJB or DRX.
Over towards Enigma Galaxy, they extend their line. A 2-2 split and it's working wonders. 6-7-6 spray down onto Kaikse, and DRX fall in their face.
This is a great result from TJB. Starting to push on forward, 6-7-6 rolling down that hillside. DRX are out. 8 eliminations now for TJB as they continue forward over towards Enigma Galaxy. Slightly injured, 3 players. TJB looking for a big win for the team.
Enigma Galaxy regrouping.
मैं थोड़ी देर chat off कर रहा हूँ. थोड़ी देर में members only
from 2 players from Tongjiabao. The nade over the top from Flower. If it lands on the mark, it's all over. But
जो भी मैंने बोला है सारे अच्छे facts थे, ठीक है?
Not quite connecting.
DRX
a lot of damage over towards Redox.
Miramar में अच्छा
करते हैं. Turns it around. Enigma Galaxy do not have any movement to play around with.
Timing थोड़ा गलत
Look at the
था.
high ground from Longs and Triple S. There is nothing that Enigma Galaxy can do about this. They need to pull off some miraculous shots to get away with this one. But for all intents and purposes, it should be done and dusted.
Bro, guild का कुछ scene है क्या?
3 more left to go.
क्या तुम्हें वो अपना इंडिया में जो कोई हैकर ऑफलाइन खेल के लैंड पहुंच के मार खाते थे वो वाला फील आ रहा है क्या तुम्हें गिल्ड से? ऐसा कुछ नहीं है ब्रो.
Pushing them forward
David
down
Beckham
over
sponsor
towards Enigma Galaxy. Snow extending nades out off into the distance. Unknown presence off on the other side of this slope.
Let's get it over with, yeah.
TJB
chicken
in.
easy.
Flower up towards that front line.
11 finishes TJB chicken.
The shotgun around the side, the UMP and the pump action around the edge. Enigma Galaxy need to hold their ground now. Try and trade off these angles, but it's not going to work for the first. The second, a little bit more ropey, but it's not going to matter.
11 finishes, dinner. 21 points मिला.
21 points, and they are back in the race.
1 for China. 1 for China. मैंने बोला था पहले ही बोला था.
Triple threat
China का मैच लग रहा है.
Great performance from Tongjiabao.
चलो. TJB is finally back. No more gunfights with VC. No more gunfights with VC.
Behind this, but obviously the movement that we saw to these 2 teams, Max, was
but VC, अगर VC आ गया तो gunfight लेने इनसे.
Miramar game, and it was one for the history books right here. Maybe a little bit of an ascent to the top is going to be starting.
कितने points थे इनके? 30 something थे ना?
Thunder Talk, sure, TJB won the game, and we have to highlight them in how they moved around the map.
अभी भी बहुत matches है. अभी भी 7 matches है. TJB comeback कर सकता है.
Brazil, good night Brazil, eliminated Influence Rage and Alpha 7 in one clean swoop after they got initially third party by Alpha 7. Thunder Talk were just on a different level here.
TTB अच्छा खेला इस मैच में.
I mean, I feel like this. I wanted to see what they were going to be able to do here in this match. And as much
Chinese
as it
audience,
pains me to say this,
not much.
are
their
too good.
dreams and hopes of
Support
being able to
दबा के
become
करते
the
bro.
PMGC champion, at least from my
शर्माते नहीं वो,
it is
अरे
just gonna
बाकी
be
लोग क्या
way too
सोचेंगे
far.
हम
The
ऐसे
gap
cheat
is
करेंगे
just
तो
way too big for this
उनको
team.
L फर्क नहीं पड़ता.
Long's going to be the MVP of the
MVP,
game. And we were looking at the position
Longs.
of TJB at the end of this game versus Nigma Galaxy. They had a decent ridge, but the reason why Nigma Galaxy could not do much is thanks to Longs' angle on top of this ridge, sending the 3 players down.
Overall standings में कहाँ stand करेगा
Nigma
TJB?
Galaxy was pretty much helping
Not top 5, that's for sure.
Teammates safe in that transition.
Top 8.
Max, we've been talking about it the past 2 days. In situations like this, you need to be able to be aggressive.
Bye bye, congrats to me. मेरी ID
एंट्री अच्छी है
automatically
लेकिन बैठने का
unban हो
तरीका
गया.
अभी
I
बड़ा
am very
कैजुअल
happy. मैंने बोला ना गलती से अगर ban लग गया तो भाई ऑटोमेटिक वो अनबैन भी हो जाता है. Congrats bro. सोनिया राज. पार्टी कहाँ दे रहे हो? पार्टी चाहिए अपने को.
Look at that spread, man.
कल कितने बजे रेड बुल है?
Longs, Flower, SSS,
पता नहीं, चेक करेंगे रुक जाओ.
so much heavy lifting here altogether, and it's mainly off of the back.
Schedule करेंगे ना ये stream.
Transition in the mid game ahead of T+Kia and DRX. They go north of them in the fields, north of the road. And it just pretty much shuts down the entire South Korean rotations in this game and gives them an access to this high ground that, as we saw, was the game-winning position.
And in regards to DRX, I gotta give him some props because
Schedule
this
नहीं किया
team,
अभी तक
they
stream
were looking
में.
at ways to get into that circle. They were looking at rotations as well.
Let's see
They
Sky
decided to
Esports.
back
Sky
away from a
Esports में भी
fight
हो
with
रहा है
D+Kia because they thought that TJB
नहीं हुआ, इधर
was
भी
gonna
schedule नहीं
end
हुआ
up
stream.
eliminating them. On top of that,
कल ही
they
करेंगे ये
decided to
stream
just go
schedule.
more towards the east and ended up eliminating
I hope,
gaming for
I really
DRX
hope कि वो
for this
PMGC से collide ना हो.
Korean teams.
Because मैं PMGC देख रहा होता इधर इधर तुम लोग spoiler देंगे chat में मेरे को बहुत खराब लगेगा. Hopefully सुबह करे या पूरा रात को ही करे, like 8 o'clock 9 o'clock का चालू. I think now is good time for team up. Some countrymen come forward. Team up.
And then we obviously saw them clear out inevitably Alpha 7 and Influence Rage. But I kind of want you to
वो कोड किस चीज का है 2024 PMGC? पता नहीं, कुछ तो skins का giveaway होंगे उसमें. I don't know. उसका watch party करो. नहीं, watch party allowed नहीं है.
Yeah, so to like lay down
BGMI में watch party कभी allow नहीं होता है bro. याद रखना.
Which at that point was a decent compound. And Influence Rage wanted to play one of the ridges around La Bandita.
वीडियो बनाऊंगा मैं उसके ऊपर. अरे bro, you misunderstood. You said bonus points to guild. That's why asking. Okay. Got it.
I would say try to third party that fight.
Mostly morning. अरे morning तो
then claim
मजा आएगा bro.
But unfortunately,
मैं morning वो करूँगा, उसके बाद रात को ये करूँगा.
and Alpha 7 also tried to third party it.
Yeah,
Even that
it's gonna be a tight day tomorrow.
Get rid of Thundertalk.
And I kind of want to shift to a team that I was talking about.
Falcons का comeback,
bro.
Don't expect comeback from Falcons or Alpha 7.
None other than Nigma Galaxy. I was a bit critical in the regards to
It's
the
not happening.
of what they were able to do yesterday. It was nowhere near of what we just saw out of this team. The way that they were able to just pretty much control.
PMGC का करना. अरे मैं GC का ही करूँगा मैं watch party
तो.
मैं वीडियो की बात कर रहा हूँ.
To go loot one of the airdrops.
I don't know if I would say the word control, that like Nigma had control of that circle. It's more like they were playing a lot of
Next match भी China अच्छा करे ताकि कल एकदम suspense रहेगा last तक.
Those ridges just kept them safe until the late game, and that means they had a lot of resources available at the time to then take late game fights. But as we mentioned, Longs' ridge angle to keep his teammates safe was like the closing decision that allowed them to get the win.
Well, it wasn't even just that, because before that happened, they had to run down this little mountain, this little hill.
Yeah.
And we had a 2-2 split that you were looking at a TJB that allowed them to actually push down like this without really getting punished by Nigma Galaxy, because they would have a different angle to punish, or to obviously, eliminate them, or at least get the knocks onto them.
Yeah, exactly. It was a 2-2 split. They had 2 players on the high ground, 2 players sending it down here. And once they had 2 players down, they're like, we're going to send a third and only leave Longs on top as a scout, and also to keep that ridge in check, which at the end rewards them.
चलो guys, मैं अभी आया.
11 elimination win also on top of that. So, man, TJB, how high can they climb?
Well, 7. I mean, you did kind of count out some of these teams down towards the bottom of the leaderboards here. And now you're kind of putting TJB potentially back into the mix of maybe this is a team that could take the title. My question is, Alpha 7, what if they have a game like this in the last match? I mean, wouldn't that just be the turnaround for you?
As hopeful as I want to be, and as big of a fan as I am of Alpha 7, and I've been supporting it all these years, I think it's just too much of a gap, especially with how some of the other teams are currently playing. Not only would they have to get a convincing win here in this last Myanmar that we're going to be going into, but tomorrow they would also have to back up the win that they get on this last match with a couple wins as well. And with the way that the team's playing, with the mistakes that they've been making so far, I just don't see it happening. A big question mark that we have had this whole time. I was talking about Nigma not having good performances here in Miramar. Void Donkey, Incilio too, Max. Incilio just continuing the bad streak that they have had in Miramar.
I don't even have anything to say really about this team in this game because we just didn't see them. They were out really, really early in this match, unfortunately.
That's
and that's
3 for 3, 0-point games on Miramar.
I mean, we've been seeing these blue arrows of them going down a few times throughout the day, so it's very unfortunate. Though, 4MV able to overtake actually Influence Rage here in the second position. So, man, it is going to be close between those 3 teams right now. But DRX, with a game they just had, another game like that, and they could be, for the first time, I believe, of these grand finals, up in top 3.
And for 4MB, I mean, we saw them get into an early engagement with RCB too. They didn't end up getting the placement points that we wanted to see, but in that last match, they did end up with 6 eliminations. We always talk about teams, what are you going to be able to do whenever the match doesn't end up going your way? Well, guess what? They were able to at least save some face.
7.
Oh no! Don't tell him. Don't tell him, Jason. That's gonna hurt his feelings.
I haven't said this whole time today at all, and I told Max that I wasn't gonna say it, but Max, Alpha 7 in 15th place. I wish you would have picked somebody else.
Yeah, you wish, but unfortunately, I can't change the past.
I mean, to be fair, right? I feel like normally, like day 2, you've already had their jacket or like their jersey with you. Maybe it's actually your fault right now, 7.
Oh, let's shift the blame to 7. I like
show up tomorrow with the jacket, with the jersey, with the underwear, everything possible.
Socks.
Yes.
The full orange.
I mean, to be fair, right? There's a couple other teams, obviously. Falcons. I mean, I think we had a lot of questions about how they would perform in the grand finals. We had a lot of questions in league stage as well with the performance in group stage, considering what we saw at CSA. But Falcons, for them, I mean, you cannot have another 98-point day on the final. I mean, you probably.
I mean,
could,
they
actually.
can.
You probably could. But I don't know what's going on with this team, and we expected, I would say, pretty confidently that we expected more out of this team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a team that we expected, especially at the end of CSA, where we were a bit doubtful in the earlier stage of this year, right, for 2024.
Well, I think in spring, summer, we were like, okay, they can do really well. PMWC, and then it
start of the full season, and then it came back towards the end. But after that 98-point game, we're like, oh, Falcons, are they back? And no, they're
earlier
not.
You were asking, are we going to be seeing anybody from the team Team Falcons step up? I was hoping that it was going to be top. We haven't seen anything out of these players, and if it wasn't for the last chance final day performance, I wouldn't be counting them out right now. I think if this team, with what you were saying in regards to Alpha 7, if Falcons is actually able to put up a good performance with what they've been able to do before, they can definitely try to make a push there towards the championship.
Well, we know one way to make that push is with their Infinix GT20 Pro device that gets them that dual chipset with 144 Hz and 120 FPS as well, and they can play like the pros, like we know they can be. If they can just seem to bounce back here in this final game. Of course, you still have that desktop. It's a picture of who?
You don't want to show it?
No, it's a 7.
It's me. 7. It's I'm keeping it for the entire day. I change it once per day. Do you want to be the wallpaper tomorrow?
Yes.
I think my face might break the phone because it's pretty bad face.
Oh, okay.
I like the outfit that you got going on today. Turtleneck.
You don't know what I'm wearing tomorrow.
Turtleneck?
Well, we don't know. We'll find out. But one thing I will wear, at least when I'm playing in Pokemogi right now, is this turtleneck because the Ice Mire Frontier is here with the Frostborn Dragon. You can head into the game right now and go fight that dragon. Get yourself some sweet rewards, especially with those Frostborn Dragon scales. The best event we have seen to date here out of PUBG Mobile. You are not going to want to miss this, so make sure after PMGC is over today, go check it out. Not right now. We want you to hear what we have to say, and of course, see the final match of the day. Not to mention, it's a 1v1
Kitna time or kitna time?
Little boy.
One last match to go.
Maxman, break your streak of predictions.
My one correct prediction is Little Boy is going to win the whole
Wait,
thing.
Kabin, final match Kabin, Gukesh versus...
Yes.
I feel like you'll.
And that's better than all my predictions I've ever done. Like, I'll take it.
It's kind of true, actually.
Yes,
but as we are about to head into our last Miramar here, I mean, obviously we're expecting hope.
Result kya tha? Gukesh versus
you said
Dinka.
Go back to it and circle back really quickly. Alpha 7, if they don't have a good match here, you're actually no, you said you're counting them out already.
I already counted them out.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm never
Live chal raha kya
Alpha
abhi?
7 because if they come back, I'm gonna look like a genius.
मुझे strike वगैरह आ जाएगा.
Back as we saw, obviously the 2 PL teams, and we said before, the real day 1 for these teams is day 2. Maybe.
कोई बताओ यार, chat में बताओ, तुम लोग बताओ. कोई chess follow करता है तो.
We saw some move up, some jump in the leaderboard. Thundertalk didn't move at all.
What's the result? Draw?
They got.
It's actually the first Miramar of day 2. That's actually the real day 1.
Yeah.
It's the real Sandhawk of.
Thundertalk is currently 54 points away.
5-5. It was 4.5, 4.5 when I saw last saw.
TJB, I mean, being able to close that gap, they do push themselves up to 57 points.
Can Gukesh clutch this one, guys? क्या लगता है तुम्हें?
That I was hoping we would see like a bit of a follow-up coming into today was Void Donkey.
they have been absolutely non-existent. This was
अगर
just
कर दे तो मजा आएगा ब्रो.
surprising team from what we saw.
देख TJB अभी कैसे कमबैक करता है. I know, मुझे पता है TJB अगर चालू कर दिया तो समझ रहे बूम बम करती है, बट बाकी टीम्स भी हलवे नहीं है. समझ रहे?
Which is send it center and just hope for the best. And unfortunately, hoping for the best in this type of lobby, well, you don't want them to let the other teams make decisions for you. And unfortunately, if they see you, they're going to take you down. We said it many times. I want to see them be more
भाई चेस खेलते हो क्या? मैं खेलता हूँ बट मैं उतना अच्छा नहीं हूँ.
This match at least.
I'm okay. I'm decent.
That could be a last minute change tomorrow, but they're sliding
Just
so far
basics
down
आता है, थोड़ा बहुत tactics आता है.
They're going to start to fall out of relevance.
Beginner को मार दूंगा मैं. I'm intermediate.
This could be a great match to just set the tone for tomorrow, especially for those teams that are currently towards the top. RCB, 4MV, Influence Rage. If Influence
गुकेश अच्छा कर रहा है, but Ding का defense बहुत बढ़िया है. Ding is a very good player, bro.
It wasn't just the first 3 matches; they were also able to follow it up towards the end of the day.
गुकेश अगर ये जीत गया,
मजा आएगा. We need to see something out of Incilio here in this last match. It cannot just be Aaron.
I'm sorry to say, we've had 3 right now. I don't think we're going to see it.
If we're talking about the biggest surprises in PMGC,
chess.com में मेरा ELO
seen Incilio
1300 1350 ऐसा कुछ है. पता नहीं, मैं तो भाई कुछ भी बकचोदी करते रहता हूँ उसमें. Yeah, I think somewhere around 1350 only, 1350, 1400.
I would count them out of ever lifting that trophy here at PMGC 2020.
I used to play when I was in my school. उसके बाद कभी-कभी
I think going in the pre-show tomorrow, we can say, okay, realistically, these 5, 6, 7 teams.
Chess is all about study. तुम जितना study करोगे, जितना practice करोगे, जितना training करोगे, उतना तगड़ा बनोगे तुम.
Also makes me kind of sad looking at another team, Navi. I mean, we talked about at the start of the day, Max, you even predicted it when we saw Lemon playing.
मेरे साथ खेलोगे?
He's easily going to be picked up by a better team. He's easily going to become a player that you have
खेलेंगे
to watch
bro,
out
क्या
for
दिक्कत है?
this year, next year.
Gukesh is good at opening. Yes, he is. अरे opening, it's
been quiet.
They have been.
To become a world champion, it's all about end game, bro.
Willing to take fights early compared to a lot of the
जिसका end game strong है, like Magnus, वही बनेगा world champion.
They have to try and gain control of circle. We haven't seen it just yet, and I think it is getting a little bit late as they currently stand in. I believe
Ding is just a chill guy. Yeah, he's very chill, bro.
Looking too good though. As a prediction going in this last game, I would love to see.
I think chess world में almost सारे चिली है, except for Nepo.
Matches go on.
Nepo पता नहीं.
Finals. If they get another good game like we just witnessed, you don't have to get a win.
गुस्से वाला लगता है वो थोड़ा.
A few eliminations, they could breach top 3 and actually contend tomorrow to take the trophy back home to South Korea.
For DRX, if we want to see them contend, I mean, I don't just want to see a placement finish. I know you're talking about them, that team being able to do a good performance here going into the last Miramar. I want to see them being able to surprise us in regards to eliminations. I want to see that wow factor that we have seen already out of 4MV.
He needs ice cream.
Even if they come down to the
last match है क्या? Yes, the final match of day 2. It's here.
You know that they can definitely
Let's go.
Great performances. Right now, DRX is sitting with 45 eliminations, and you have a team in Cilio following you up with more eliminations. You have D plus Kia following you up with even more eliminations. And then if we go towards the second page, there's some teams that are very close. I feel like the firepower for DRX needs to be bigger.
I agree, because if you look at where they get most of their points, they got 33 placement points, which is actually one of the top stats in placement points in this lobby.
4MV choke कर दिया, godlike की तरह.
It's more than RCB.
They still have a chance. उन लोग ने अभी choke नहीं किया पूरा.
More than enough, but as you said, we need to see more eliminations,
देखते
more aggressivity, and if they do that, that could be the position for them to push themselves up in first place.
The reverse IHC is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
ये border लगा रहा है ये? क्या लगा रहा है?
Kind of funny to have back-to-back PMGCs. One team winning based off eliminations, one team winning off placements. Well, I mean, they obviously do have the chance, and the thing is, this final match of the day, obviously, it's not the end of PMGC, but it's pretty much.
भाई कारेलो का साइट बहुत ज़्यादा है शायद. इसका glasses बहुत
flaring up and being the one
मोटा लग रहा है.
2024 going into 2025 on a high note. We are going to be heading to this last Miramar of the day.
Spike by chess match का live stream करो rapid.
Keep your eye outs on. Let's see what's going to happen.
गया तो अरे नहीं रे मेरे चैनल का नीश अलग है ना मैं करूंगा तो भी समझ रहे हो जबरदस्ती हो जाएगा
over the desert we will certainly be keeping all of our eyes on
मैं तो देखते रहता हूं मैं
blank I've actually had to grow
I enjoy watching
extra eyes to make sure I'm catching
chess tournaments
bit of action as is about to unfold from the Coperia down towards
commentary
path straight down the middle
मस्त होता है chess में
17-5-4
मतलब ग्रैंड मास्टर्स
That's good. I
जब
respect it. I like that.
कमेंट्री करते भाई
But yes,
उनका
we're heading
एनालिसिस वो
into our
बताते हैं
final
बहुत अच्छा
Miramar
लगता
of
है
the day here, where we
और इधर
will be
FPS गेम्स में
seeing
कौन
how
करता है
things break
कास्टिंग
out before
जिनको
the
बिल्कुल
last
खेलना नहीं आता
day
वो करते हैं
tomorrow.
कास्टिंग मैक्सिमम
The teams will make their
जिनको
final
एक्चुअली
push
खेलना
to
आता
the
है
top of the table
अगर वो अपना
and a
इनसाइट्स
chance
देगा
of
गेम के बारे में
lifting that
ब्रो दैट वुड बी द
trophy.
बेस्ट ब्रो
Heading from the Copperia
आई एम नॉट श्योर
down
व्हाई
towards the
इसमें
south
ऐसा नहीं
side
होता
of the map.
है इन चाइना इट इज लाइक दैट
First
लाइक
time
कूल
in a
बॉय
while
देखो
we
कूल
have
बॉय ही
seen,
रिटायर्ड फ्रॉम
the start of playing
competitive and he
north
became a
side of the
caster
map as well. So this may
समझ
feel
रहे हो
a little bit upside down for some of our players as they all jump
अगर
out
कोई
playing. Some teams definitely
प्रोफेशनल
need to
प्लेयर
get a good
कास्टर
amount of
बनेगा
points
तो
off
इट वुड
this
ऑलवेज
match, just put
be a
themselves,
treat
up towards
to
that
listen
top
to
side
his
of the table.
insights.
They have a chance tomorrow to catch up because 6 games to
Through
make it
casting.
happen. It is very,
Gotham
very
Chess
tough.
best commentator he's the best
tables at
entertaining
the top.
commentator
The caps
not the
keep
best
on
commentator he's the
shrinking,
best
they keep
entertaining
slowing down. They
commentator.
stretch out and then they condense. This accordion style at the top is not healthy for the
He's
nerves,
very entertaining to watch.
certainly, but that
His reactions are
is what a champion is made of. Strong nerves of steel.
just beautiful
Ice cool.
मजा आता है
So much unfortunate for Team Spirit, I would say as well, considering
चेस
that
ग्रैंड
they
मास्टर इक्वल
would
टू
have
अरे नहीं
actually
नहीं
set
ग्रैंड मास्टर
not
क्या
for
मैं तो बहुत नूब हूं मैं चेस में
this time around they've had
because
to
I did not
move
work
over towards that northeast
learn
side of Mikado.
मैं बस बेसिक रूल्स सीखा बस खेलता हूं बस
On that western side.
chess is all about study bro you don't study you'll get kicked by a 5-year-old 6-year-old
to end today to have that big chance going into tomorrow. So the teams that we'll be looking at is Voin Donkey ID, Team Spirit.
Sensei future caster
Potentially Tongji
yeah
about.
Sensei can actually become a good caster
They need to stand tall
because he has good knowledge
in this last game.
and he knows how
They need to keep themselves
other pro players think so yeah Sensei बन सकता है
If there's someone that knows how to do that blank, well, that would be the Ice Warrior himself, Hafthor Bjornsson.
Welcome back to the
और कौन
grand
बन
finals
सकता
of the PMGC
है
here.
BKCG अरे बाप रे देखा मैंने
Amazing
उसको
stuff.
bro
Sorry, Seven. I think
Is
it's
this
a
the
little bit out
mountain?
of your league.
Yeah.
Hafthor, thank you so much for being here at the PMGC Grand Finals. It's honestly unbelievable. How
नहीं
have you
ये वो
enjoyed
नहीं
the
है
event
I
so
think
I'm loving it
वही है
so
क्या
far. It's
पता
amazing.
नहीं
It's so
थोड़ा
cool to
different
be
लग रहा
around
है
all these professional gamers. They're doing so well.
far? They really are. Now, for
Think about
context
it.
For those of you at home, I'm 6'2".
getting beat by a
I'm one
5-year-old
of
is
the,
scary
taller
bro
talents
if you
who
are
work here at PMGC.
if you are playing a chess
That's some
tournament
pretty good context,
and
I
if you
think.
see a
Now,
little
I
kid
just wanted
entering
to
the
say that
tournament
competing
run
at
for
the
your
highest
life
level is something you're obviously familiar with, and mentality plays a huge role in that. A lot of these players need
Little
to stay
kids in
the
chess
strongest
tournament
mentality that they can when they're competing
equal
on the
to
main stage.
prodigy.
How do you stay mentally strong, and what advice would you give them?
बच्चों का ये लो बहुत ज्यादा होता है ब्रो 2200 ऐसा होता है
You know, live and breathe this.
10 साल
So just be prepared, making sure that you
because
get
kids
enough
they pick
sleep
up very
because
fast
Your head is not going to be on point if you haven't gotten your at least 8 hours of sleep. So you know, just those important things. You know, nutrition.
I think the best sport to get into when you're a kid is chess bro
You know, these things.
Mind development इतना खतरनाक होता है
Successful, even in this sport.
crazy
Yeah, they're vital, 100%. Now, I actually have a son. I have a
भाई
2-year-old.
GOT
and,
देखे हो क्या
I'd
Game
love
of
to
Thrones
see
yes
him,
bro
you know,
देखा मैंने
compete at this
way
level.
back in the day
You know,
देखा
I know
मैंने
that when he's older, he'll be exposed to video games, and I'm sure that he'll love them. I know that you also have kids. Are they aspiring gamers, or how would you feel if you saw your kids perform?
लास्ट मैच ये इरांगल क्यों नहीं रखते
My son is 4-year-old.
अरे
right
ये
now.
फॉर्मेट ही ऐसा है फर्स्ट मैच सैनहॉक
Have on, like,
उसके बाद 3 इरांगल उसके बाद मिरामार मिनवार
And I just play games.
बिकॉज तुम एक मैप चालू करोगे तो वही मैच एंड करना चाहिए बैक एंड फोर्थ जाओगे तो भाई फ्लो टूट जाएगा ये तो कॉमन सेंस है
I'd be super proud if you would ever become a gamer. You know, gaming has done and did a lot for me in my younger years. I used to play a lot when I was younger, and it's just has grown so much for the last 2 decades. You know,
It has indeed, and it's absolutely phenomenal to see how it's scaled up and see this event itself. And you know what? Thank you so much for joining me here at PMGC. Thank you. Enjoy yourself. Wow, that is a big fest. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much to Thor. That was an excellent little insight to the mindset.
Bro, upcoming mobile
of
game
Ice Cold
name.
Champion. This guy does
Upcoming
not wait
mobile
around,
game.
and it's all about nutrition. It's about
Upcoming
sleep. And,
अच्छा
that's
mobile
what
game तो
Falcons
भाई
were saying
Valorant
before,
mobile.
They were able to blast out with their 90-point
और,
day, right? One good meal sets you right.
LOL
Actually true.
Wild Rift
Actually true. And I mean, to be fair to him, you know, preparation is key.
और पता नहीं कौन से आ रहे
But that also means
mobile
taking care of
games
yourself,
में
and I think that's a great message.
LOL is big Valorant is big.
coming through.
तो ये 2 ही पता है मुझे.
And of course, if you want to look like him,
बाकी I
you
don't.
get the in-game skins as well, so you can take that
Will
one
Alpha
to the
7
battlefields. Hopefully,
make comeback
teams
in the
are
last
going
6
to-
matches,
well,
at
it's a
least
little
top
bit
4
late
or
for them
3.
to take that advice to heart.
Highly
Unfortunately,
unlikely, bro.
they are already
Highly unlikely.
here. They can't go back to bed. Sleeping now, inadvisable. Certainly for all of our teams. They have
But they are
still got one
champions.
more chance to do so, but for now, one more.
Guild वाले भी like
one more
भाई.
night to sleep.
Then that
हर
no
बार
sleep after that.
में ही क्यों मिल
I
जाता
mean,
वैसा.
in terms of preparing for the tournament.
Ragnar भाई भी like भाई.
You're being silly. Guild looking to try and keep themselves afloat here, but Na'Vi bearing down upon
आ
them.
गया, backup आ गया,
Exo
backup आ गया.
on the off angle, rolling up to try and give some backup to Wagner, but not really going to be able to do too much to stop
नींबू
Na'Vi
भी आ
approaching.
गया.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, it hasn't been the most stellar of performances, but I mean, 49 still respectable. If you look down the
नींबू
table,
देख लिया. Nice knock
no
बे.
team has done
नींबू
disastrously
finish.
in this tournament. Every team has been putting up points here and there, but Guild versus Na'Vi has been
क्या
a struggle.
backup आया
Moving
देख.
out from that north side of the map has not been easy. Good nade from Exo. Will pick up Lemon on the flush. Very, very good stuff. In the meantime, teams are heading further and further towards the
Nice
center
one flip.
of the lobby. Very similar circle to what we saw last time around, and Na'Vi continues to attempt to keep themselves out. Revo
Revo knock.
down to RCB.
Revo knock में, Revo finish.
For Alpha 7.
Flip knock.
Some big nades coming through from Guild, and they move GG, not
Guild
GG,
तो दे रहा है
down
बे.
low ground to get onto that rooftop and force Na'Vi to play on the inside of these buildings. That allows them to push up, get the res onto Wagner, which was taken down by Flip. And Guild are actually putting on a good performance here, Blank. They've managed to turn this fight around. They gave ground. I thought it was a retreat. It seems like they were just drawing Na'Vi into a trap. This compound
Flip knock
a bit
again.
prettier on the outside than they'll find on the inside. Not a gift you want to unwrap under the tree this
Navi's
year.
on the back foot.
Na'Vi pushed right into the corner. Aza with the challenge. Spray down, easy.
Yeah.
UMP
Navi गया bro.
finds the mark.
Bye bye
A
Navi.
sliver of HP left on Puncher. And he has to find something big here. Digs deep, but
Bro,
can't quite get the
Guild.
job done.
There's a reason we
क्या
call
बात है
Laser
bro?
the
क्या बात
laser.
है? David Beckham is proud right
Easy
now.
sprays for him. And Guild will actually go on a little bit longer. 4 elims total and Na'Vi cut out.
Spike by Falcons तो पहले मैच में ऐसे होप दे दिए जैसे कि ट्रॉफी ले जाएंगे.
And Guild will pick up some more supplies.
या मुझे भी ऐसी लगा. क्या ही शुरुआत है
In the meantime,
Falcons के लिए
most
बोल
teams have
के.
sent Central over towards San Martin, really prioritizing
But that's
the power
about it.
of
उसके
that
बाद
ridge side that sits around Picardo. Team Spirit
उसके
moving a
बाद
little bit further towards the
जो
north,
हुआ वो-
going for a hellish split.
वो
this
बात
time
नहीं
around,
करेंगे
sticking
अपन.
a little bit closer to one another. We've got our eyes on RCB. Despite going down early to just 2 players, we're still able to put up a phenomenal result last game. Even now finding extra elimination and looking to hit that 100-point mark. The triple digits at the end of day 2 would be an insane boost for
Spike
them.
by एक बार बोल दो Falcons bottom में finish करेंगे ये
Would be
tournament.
lovely. Northeast
Wow.
circle. Okay. They want Influence Rage to have another good
वो बोलने के
game
बाद गाली
under
दे
the
सकता हूँ मैं
belt.
तुम्हें.
Let's see if they can capitalize on this shift. I'm looking at Voin Donkey ID here as well, Blank. They were right towards the edge of the last one, but now they have an opportunity to move into some prime real estate on the north side of the circle.
It's a great chance for Voin Donkey ID. And again, this is one of the teams we were watching out for at the start of the game that could potentially get a little bit further into this. They get themselves into a position where they're able to springboard tomorrow. Falcons finding some of the players as they make their way
Spike
in
bro
on
English or
Influence
Spanish?
Rage.
हिंदी bro.
Bit of a struggle for them there, losing 1 player, going down to 3. Team Spirit considering what their next move is. Not a bad spot to be in. Effective cut. A lot of damage, I imagine, from the rotate in of RCB currently marshalling on the high ground in San Martin.
Losing a player for Influence Rage, not ideal. I said they were in a fantastic spot, right? They didn't regroup in time, or they didn't quite have the hold that they thought they did. Falcons able to capitalize. TJB out on the west side.
Alpha 7 versus Guild. Fighting for hashtag 16.
Alpha 7 lost a player earlier.
इतना मैं बोल सकता हूँ Alpha 7 bottom 3 में तो नहीं रहेगा. Bottom 3 में नहीं रहेगा Alpha 7.
And that's going to even the numbers.
TJB guys is knock finish.
Pump action through the smoke. Needs to hold his nerve here against Alpha 7. McGrellin catches 1 shell sent his way. The spray down through the smoke, but there's
6-7-6 knock.
The high ground for Long's not going to have an opportunity.
Alpha 7 के भी 2 बंदे knock.
Finds Carrillo,
Last man
though,
standing
in the
Alpha 7
meantime.
का.
Flower looks for some sort of answer as well, but Alpha 7 now with just Mafioso. He's looking for the res. No real chance to go for that third party off angle. And that is nasty. Enigma Galaxy out on the west side could just close down this fight here and now, Blank.
Yeah, I think for TJB, they just want to move onwards with their 2 players, get some more points on the latter half of the day here. their final game to make it happen. About the longs, unless they spotted him, might have an unreal couple of shots here. Good tags. The zigzag coming through, doesn't quite find it.
क्या बचा मार्गलिन bro, क्या बचा ये?
Nate,
गया.
Big from Flower.
Mafios हो गया. Alpha 7 बाहर at hashtag 15.
Just the right spot. Longs is there to pick it up. A 1-2 punch. Trading off that aggression. And TJB lose 2 players, but they pick up 3 points.
I have no words.
Yep, TJB, great news for them. They're up to 60 points now, which is very, very good news. A lot of our other teams, though, in this scary position on the map. We'll call this Death Valley just because there's so much high ground off towards that east and west side. Sometimes you're forced to play on that low ground. Team Spirit opting to go for the longhouse. Donkey ID playing over towards a bit more open area on that north side, taking a bit more of a split, but looking to pick off players as they make their way in. You can see on the northwest there, Nigma Galaxy finally makes their approach inwards.
And there's the circle. It pops again towards that south point for Influence Rage. Their duo is there. Void Donkey ID, they were held quite split. They were 2-1-1. They're now regrouping into a 3-1 and potentially even to all 4 of them down towards the south side, looking to try and move into a couple of those buildings that sit just by the road there on the south side of that open terrain.
RCB जा रहा है सीधा direct on road.
And for Guild to move in from the north edge. And RCB, they're going to try and move
in
from that western edge. It seems like they're managing to make the dash. How on earth are RCB continuing to make these rotates work?
It's a wild dash from RCB, and there needs to be a little bit of a clap back over here to Falcons. Team Spirit also in a similar area. They followed up on that rotation. It's a smart move, but the Falcons and RCB being here does leave it to be a bit of a worrisome spot.
Ajay bhai knock finish कर दिया सोएस को.
Teams on the south side.
Loxy knock from east.
Will take down Loxy.
ओए RCB के 3 बंदे गए. RCB के 3 बंदे गए. Last man standing.
That run might be cut short early.
96 points earned so far on the tournament.
Anda push karega Falcons.
One of them is set out on the off angle though, and unlikely that you get Loxy back. Icy gonna roll on in. They know that RCB are hurting, but there's still guns in their hands and there's still life left in them yet. Icy.
This fight is not good for both the teams.
Doesn't going to go for the full crash. The rest of the team though.
I see, bro, you beauty. Oi, Silas did the action go. Action finish.
And it is a devastating blow struck to the approach.
East also knocked.
Goes down next, but he's still going. The old dog has some new tricks.
Oh, this can't be happening to Falcons. Icy trying to finish it off, but Silas, a one-man army in of his own right.
क्या बात कर रहे हो बे साइलस?
The grenade over the top there to take down another. Falcons suffering at the hands of RCB.
Falcons out at hashtag 14.
And with 3 elims earned, they're up to 98 points now. Looking to break
this fight is bad for both the teams.
It's not looking likely they can get too much further in this one, so they just want these
RCB का फायदा हुआ.
to come on through.
3 kill मिले उनको.
Out on the off angle there and knocked, which means it
Silas is going to be the last man standing.
A dash out that wide, I don't think it's possible. Silas
गलती मारा bro
needs
top को
to heal now, but there's a lot of crates around him. However, the sightlines.
I think MVP list में Silas भी रहेगा.
It's unlikely that Nigma Galaxy full on crash down to this location, but they can just keep taking shots down, and it is so difficult for Silas to go anywhere here.
ये push का कोई sense ही नहीं बनता. क्यों ऐसा push किया Falcons?
What a hold from him. Literally put the cork stopper in that one, and Falcons were not getting away with it.
ये जगह बहुत vulnerable है बता.
The push from the Falcons, but
कहीं से भी पड़
you do
सकता
not
है.
expect a play like that to suddenly just whip out those kind of tactics. In the meantime, Void Donkey ID.
It's a human tendency. 3 बंदे ना बता चल मार देंगे चल.
Good spot to be in as well, but waiting for this next circle to pop, and now Void Donkey ID suddenly have the center.
Out in the open
4MV के पास मौका है.
It's really difficult to approach from that side.
To climb back
a lot of
to
teams,
hashtag 1.
For instance, Nigma Galaxy really is a major force that controls that open ground. You cannot be moving around there. Guild will take shots out in the open. So Void Donkey ID, if they can hold their south flank, very likely.
Action को क्या हो गया? Action को नहीं पता था.
For at least 2 more circles.
वो एकदम से निकल के shotgun मार दिया.
Game for them, and I would love to see more points earned for that position as well.
I can see Alpha 7 in the oldest name here. I can see Alpha 7 is the oldest name here. Oldest name?
Already in the stage for 15 minutes.
NGX is also old.
Players, so a lot went down.
Navi is I think oldest.
3 whole teams and plenty of knocks here.
I think Navi is the oldest. पता नहीं यार छोड़ो ये contest मेरे को पता नहीं समझ नहीं आता.
About the last duo for that squad.
moving overhead. 4MV know this is happening. They've got Doc in position. Longs, though, not available to strike at just yet. Opens himself up now to a spray down. Rolls up to the longhouse. This should be all done and dusted for Longs, but they're not taking the shots. They're allowing him to go through. They know that Flower's up top. And what's just happened there? Why on earth did they let Longs go through like that?
DRX घुस मार दिया. RCB बाहर.
98 points only. The Vicious on a crash. This is towards Voindonkey ID. This is the central location. 2 of their players fall immediately. Voindonkey ID are suffering. They have 2 players up. They've taken a second knock. It's only the one player now at the top of the stairs, and he can't quite hold on to it. The Vicious are down to 2, and Guild can come through now.
Bruno's in 1v3.
They're playing further back. They're happy with the position that they hold. However, DRX are across the way. Can they try and sneak this one in?
I mean, DRX, it would be
DRX 80 points.
Central position. I mean, for the Vicious,
comeback to hai bhai DRX ka.
Hot there.
Comeback to hai.
Donkey getting dashed away like that.
Hua finish.
Very much an upsetting performance from them. That could have been a huge game. It's just not the greatest of holds. I think we can actually see over on that northwest side though, looking around.
4MV needs
in a position to hold out a lot of our western
13 points.
Including Enigma Galaxy.
Spy by new curse unlock prediction वाले जब spoiler देगा तो कभी champion नहीं बनेगा. Spy by new curse unlock production वाले okay.
People are going to know he's here. Ralph already moving into nade range.
I don't believe in all this, bro.
Just dipping around, spotted.
TJ भी बाहर.
It's Snowex to take down Longs.
3 kill मिले उनको. 61 पे finish करेंगे day 2.
Good knock off there. And honestly, for Narvalo, strong position to take. The rest of Enigma Galaxy looking to get themselves set up on that northwest side. Only 10 teams at the moment remaining, which is a surprising number for stage 4.
Alpha 7 after day 2.
Likely to be stage 5, stage
42.
6, where we'll start to see
My
more of
God.
the action. More likely to be stage 6, honestly, because most teams do have pretty defensive locations. Thunder talks down towards that south
Team
side.
Spirit versus 4MV. Nomi ने dog को knock किया.
To navigate their way up to the compound on that junction.
ओए 4MV के 3 बंदे knock.
But it's just so difficult.
3 बंदे knock 4MV के. Will Team Spirit push?
It seems like they'll try and work the ground beneath them as 4MV sit in the dip between them and Team Spirit across the way, who, like you were saying before, have such great opportunity to hold out all these teams to the west. Although Enigma Galaxy now have this position.
Do you remember any match where DRX is not in zone? They are very good with the rotations, bro.
Away from that house, and you can see
INF kill चोरी कर रहा है. Baron finish हो गया.
They're in this ditch, they're in this divot.
Apex निकल नहीं सकता.
Every sightline looking their way.
4MV is done for the day.
4MV get out of this one, unfortunately, and they may just be drawn to a close on their day here.
Yeah, it's a ridiculously hard push for 4MV. It's so open. There is some divots.
Matic क्या दिया बे इसको?
Matic though, from across the map almost. Very, very good pickup. Hwai gets sent back, and they can no longer really afford to peek that one out. And there are elims been stolen away by Team Spirit onto 4MV. Good stuff. Great opportunity.
अभी 3, 4, 5, 6 teams को मौका मिल गया.
They're able to get, I think, one of those knocks on the approach, so taking one of those points away from Thunder Talk. A dastardly plot, but it's seen to the end. And now just Apex remains.
Spike by main tournament EWC है या फिर PMGC. All the global tournaments are equally important. एक से बढ़कर एक नहीं है. So yeah.
Be able to angle up for a
GC का GC level है, EWC का EWC level है.
You've got Incilio across the way, you've got DRX as well as
दोनों
could all look to take shots.
दोनों same level के tournaments हैं.
But for Thunder,
I think even PMG also. All 3 are global tournaments.
For a wild rotate into the middle, which, to be honest, at the moment, I wouldn't say is completely out of the question.
There's a lot of this position on the north side that really isn't taken up. It's for
Spy by who was your first favorite player?
Honestly,
मेरा first favorite player.
Part of things. Guild over towards that eastern edge and D+ on the north.
उसका नाम तुम लोग को पता नहीं होगा.
A bit of a dark horse in this game, honestly. They have a lot of
Chinese player है वो.
What goes on the south side and a lot
LGD
of
कुछ नाम है उसका.
into the broken buildings, but they're going to make the move first and head further down towards the south.
Influence Rage looking to hold out the push from Thunder Talk. They found a pick off towards the back line.
कुछ तो YouTube पे था यार उसका. LGD कुछ था उसका. उसने
So they're
early stage of
approach on the south edge.
early stage of this game dominate किए थे वो
only slow
Chinese
it
team
down,
था वो
delay the inevitable. But what they
वो
have
player मेरा
allowed
favorite था
themselves to do
early
is,
stage में
because of that delay, force other teams around them to think about moving as well.
LGD कुछ था यार उसका नाम Chengxi नहीं था it was not Chengxi उस time पे Chengxi नहीं था
You hold them out, you wait for
I'm talking about
rotate, and if they're going at the same time, that makes it so much more dangerous to make that.
Very beginning stage LZD, yes, LZD, the OG gunslinger. That guy, yes, it's LZD, yes.
Would be useful to have in the back pocket.
It's not LGD, it's LZD, yes.
But it's right in the middle of no man's land. Not sure anyone's going to
उसका channel का नाम है LZD official channel. This guy was my favorite back in the day.
Enigma Galaxy and Team Spirit, which
इसका oldest video देखो, उसका gameplay दिखेगा. Yeah, this is the guy.
Really rough spot. But what a
Star
day
Challenge,
from
best
Ralph
gunslinger.
things up over towards Team Spirit.
LH do
There
you.
needs to be immediate
LZD.
refrag on this one.
That guy.
Matic
Yes.
already taking a little bit more damage. Very much doubtful that he stays up in this one, and he does not. Team Spirit straight back down to 3.
But this is the thing, Enigma Galaxy, they still have SnowX up on the north side. He's more worried about their open path towards the middle of this circle. So Enigma Galaxy, they are playing 3v3 on this south edge. And the question in my mind is, when do they retreat? When do they rotate in? Because I think they're angling up for a crash towards the north side of this open ground. It's a difficult approach. They've taken down one of Team Spirit, and I feel like they're folding back in. They're getting ready to go, trying to hold Team Spirit out for
LH do you
LZD.
delay. LZD is LZD King. Yes, that was the lineup.
Will try and push their way
उसमें ये LZD को LZD का गेमप्ले मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगता था.
With Influence Rage, forcing them to slow down on that south side.
4MV bye bye.
Moving at the same time as everyone else is always more dangerous.
I don't know how Apex is making this happen. These are some crazy runs he's going for.
No way.
Back down again. Hits the deck.
One more.
That's a face full of sand, but at least he's alive.
Go on. One last dash. Over the road.
कल एकदम पसीना आ जाएंगे guys.
Not too much to play around.
इतना close battle है bro, देखना.
Pushed off this angle, but not before Apex is forced out. The smoke is there. He dips back into the blue. This feels like a point denial here for Apex. Unless he's going to try and dash it really late. Steps out wide. Tries to go for the spray.
Zone से गया Apex in the end.
Claims him. And 4MV.
जाते helmet सब खा के गया bro.
And they're able to hold on with a chance towards the top of the tables, but we turn our attention.
Oi, INF.
Rage still holding out the Thunder Talk team as the nades over the top land on the money. 3 players still up and in action. This is Resable, but not for long. The nades continue to bombard them, and it will not be res now. That is flushed away. The south side rotate. Team Spirit are looking to poke their noses in, get involved, but DRX say no thank you. They turn them away, and Kitsune is flushed.
LZD official 133. अरे वो एक टाइम पे अपलोड करता था. Like 3-4 years ago वो अपलोड करता था. अब तो dead है.
Effect under the barrage of
उसने छोड़ दिया शायद game. I'm not sure.
In his direction, but it's a 2v2 now.
Oh, Enigma Galaxy.
No me finish.
Flexing out as well, and I think Effect is done for. Team Spirit, they were looking for a good result. They get up to 70
Team
points
Spirit.
today, but they fall here. I think
क्या मर रहा है भाई, क्या मर रहा है?
As well, but not really the result they were looking for. They are still, however, definitely in with a chance.
They're playing very cheeky.
Tomorrow. On the south side,
starting में third party करके 2 kill निकाली. Falcons versus RCB वाला. इधर-उधर उंगली कर करके kills निकाल रहे. 6 kill हो गया उनका. NGX is also 80. DRX 81.
Still,
D plus किया 75.
7th place in a strong position at 75 points. Though the team I'm most curious about is D plus Kia. 6th place right now at 74 points, but massive potential.
RRQ #1, LH do you #2, CPT #3. ये कौन सा tournament है? I think I've seen that tournament.
With that position they're currently holding, all depends on the next circle.
Star Challenge है क्या?
This
is it Star Challenge?
D plus his game.
Thunder Talk trying to
Zone D plus किया का.
Rage, but Enigma Galaxy see all of
TD
this
के 2 बंदे गए. Last man standing.
Take shots down south with 6 elims found. Thunder Talk are flagging on their approach towards Influence Rage.
कल कौन से live stream करोगे? PMGC की Red Bull. PMGC bro, PMGC. Red Bull. Red Bull off stream ही मैं record करूँगा video.
We've seen them getting into a late game now, Blank. Up to stage 7, they have 4 elims, but the ground ahead of them treacherous.
Team Spirit का rotation आज बिल्कुल समझ नहीं आया. Rotation की बात नहीं, उनका approach ही आज समझ नहीं आया मेरे को game का. 2 बंदे गए क्या?
More nades heading over towards Thunder Talks, and Life's getting difficult, but a lifeline thrown. Guardian Angel along the way. It's Nick
MGX.
They're helping out the Thunder Talks. But they steal away an elimination in the process. Nigma Galaxy unsure whether they should have helped them at this point.
AJ, a sliver of HP, Influence Rage with just Lil Boy. He steps out for the trade, but it's Incilio to shut it all down. And Influence Rage is certainly going to be next. In the meantime, they
last man standing, Lil Boy.
Over the other side of the road for Incilio, which gives them a little bit of a foothold. You can see that ridgeline he's playing up against is basically impenetrable from the south edge towards Influence Rage. But Guild, they're on the roll-up, and D+ Kia may have it snatched all away from the bottom of the tables. They are causing trouble.
Not bad, Guild, not bad.
Here, and Exo still in with a chance.
Last man standing,
Exo. Here, keeping it under control. No one else rolling up, and I think they may have just been able to hold on.
Nigma Galaxy flying in.
कोई अभी अच्छे से थर्ड पार्टी करेंगे ना डीप्लेस के भी लग जाएगा.
Gunshots, they hear the fire.
बट नहीं करेंगे कोई.
Nigma Galaxy want to take advantage here. They've had such a strong hold over towards
चलो full reset for डीप्लेस किया.
As two players
Guild actually almost wiped डीप्लेस किया here, पता?
Smokes go
almost.
Through. Dangerous crossing there for one of D+'s players. Nolbu will
Guild Esports बाहर.
This is a good time to reset.
D+ किया 78.
Down on the northwestern side.
4-man strong.
D+ might have just got away with this.
That was the most important part of that as well. Now, Valo getting taken out by Exo, not flushed, but knocked, means that Nigma Galaxy cannot put enough pressure on D+ Kia to stop them from
resetting
here. All four of their players are now alive.
Even VC
the
पे भी है.
buildings on the north side of the
NGX भी zone के
circle.
अंदर है.
Vicious on the south are playing as two, but they have one up, one down on this
DRX and INS
DRX going to really struggle to leave these silos. And I think the Incilio are going to make that all the harder for them. The smoke's covering Incilio's position, spotted by D+ Kia. This looks like a 1-2-3 for Nigma Galaxy, D+ Kia, and the Vicious.
You look at Incilio, I mean, honestly, so
NGX.
play from them throughout the entire
Last man standing for NGX.
There has just been many different awkward scenarios that they've had to play. But
my head is leaning towards D+ Kia's chicken, bro.
And walked on forward. In this case,
if D+ Kia chicken, they'll be in top 3.
The building. Good initial nade there from the Vicious. We'll find 3TN. Fache goes extremely low, another on top of it, and that will be Incilio out. The Vicious now alongside with 3 other teams, and the solo coming through from DRX.
The south side swept aside, can't cross the road.
गया.
They look both
DRX
ways.
बाहर. NGX का भी एक ही बंदा बचा है.
It's a bullet sent your way.
Yep, easy chicken for D+ Kia.
Couldn't cross the open ground either, and the Vicious are racking up these points blank. They managed to get up to 7 elims with this duo on the inside. It's Nigma Galaxy with 1. Just Snowix remains. He's got a little bit of cover to play around with, but it's just a shack. It's plenty flimsy.
अगर D+ Kia को wipe करता तो Guild का chicken होता bro ये. अगर D+ Kia को बाहर करता तो Guild का chicken होता है. Can you believe that?
It's not going to be.
Can you guys believe that?
For Nigma Galaxy, but still a great way to close down their day as well with the eliminations they've already found.
I mean, for Nigma Galaxy, they're not doing badly at all on the leaderboards. They're actually doing
3,
fairly well. For
9,
EMEA.
19 points मिल जाएंगे.
We're in zone 9 now.
तो अगर ये kill और बाकी दो भी
Vicious
मिल गए
and
तो
Nigma Galaxy both in a rough position.
ये नहीं दे रहा है kill.
Most likely denial here.
Heal battle कोशिश कर रहा है.
Makes sense to me. Don't want to give
We all know that's not gonna work.
Any other team. And it'll be Vicious versus D+, who equally for South Korea, this would be a fantastic amount of points going through to them.
With DRX getting a top 4 as well. It's a little bit of a regional strikeout towards the last match of day 2 here in London.
For every game, really, today. DRX and D+
Fabian
have
knock.
been involved.
Big opener for the Vicious. A 2v4 turned into a 2v3 now, but the information immediately sent back by Fabian. The nades over the top, looking good.
Fabian finish.
Now flushed away. Low HP.
Oh, a nice one, Nolbu.
But Nolbu steps into the breach.
And with that, it's 8 finishes. Winner chicken for D+ Kia, and D+ Kia is in top 3 now. D+ Kia is in top 3 now. Good comeback, bro. Good comeback. Korean teams का strength तो भाई इस PMGC में दिखा दी. They have grinded really hard. Korea is one of the tougher regions now. 100%.
Like Vicious not too happy about how that game finished, but to be honest, I think the Vicious have been playing pretty damn well here. Maybe thinking they could have taken this one for themselves here, but Max in several Worlds Gaming
18
D+. The
ये कितने में थे?
rotation
74 में थे ना?
that was definitely something to keep an eye on.
Osal, I feel like that was the
थोड़ा back
major
करके देख लेंगे
factor
अपन, समझ
for
में
their
आएगा।
rotations, Max.
Yeah, definitely. Also, was doing a
They were at 74 plus 8, 82 plus 10, 92. #2. #2 bro. 92. D place किया #2. Wow.
The way they were just able to frog leap over yield with the great
4MV #3.
On top of that, just being able to just have a full control of the north.
MVP of this match, Nolbu.
This is why we keep thinking about D+ possibly being able to be a challenger for that
MVP of India versus Korea,
That was the
Nolbu.
biggest question today, right? Especially for D+. What are they going to do with Aaron Gill? We saw them put up a much better performance. And then on top of that, for the second day in a row, D+ is able to finish the day with Miramar.
Day 2 has come to an end, guys.
I was saying it at the start of
Day 2 has come to an end. कल के 6 matches,
Okay, they're proving me wrong right
one
now.
final dance. उसके बाद we will have our champions.
Cool finish. They are coming in swinging.
#1 RCB, #2 D+ किया, #3 4MV.
They had a really good nade initially that hit on top of Fabian, but it's fine. They don't falter. They keep pushing, getting to the ridge, which they know is going to be their game-winning condition. And when they get to the ridge, they have center control of the
Only
circle,
sole
which
back-to-back
means Ruger's
official
gonna be
chicken in
pushing
PUBG.
these players
Now
of the Vicious
team
out, and it's easy for
X-Park
the
in
Buffaloes
BGMI.
boys. The one, the
Back-to-back
double,
official
wrap up the
champions in
game
PUBG.
style.
Okay.
We see here Nobu finishing off with 5
During
eliminations.
mortal always time,
652
na?
damage
Yes.
behind that. We talked about this
True.
team and who stepped up over the course of the league stage. It was originally Osal, it was Nobu, and then it was Chips. And we are going to see Osal and Nobu able to chime in together here with 6 eliminations total.
And for Osal, even though he does have just one elimination, even though he only has 300
DRX और D+ किया जीतेगा लगता है. कल 4MV #1 पे था तो भाई साहब 4MV जीतेगा लग रहा है. आज D+ किया और RCB आ गया तो इनका नाम ले रहे भाई. स्टिक करो. हर दिन पार्टी नहीं बदलने का. Result oriented नहीं रहने का.
That's true. Really good Miramar.
Korea no longer the weakest region.
Unfortunately, in this terrain,
Korea was
they make
never
most
the
out of
weakest
that
region,
hilltop
right?
next to Hacienda del Patron for as long as they possibly
Or
can.
is
The
it?
moment left,
एक टाइम पे था
they're
शायद.
like,
हाँ
yeah,
हाँ
we know we're
हाँ.
not going to win this game. We're just going to try and get as many extra
अब no
points
longer.
as we possibly can do at this point. But I think
अब शायद weakest region कौन सा रहेगा आज? अब
अब
weakest region तो I think Japan रहेगा अभी.
These water silos, such a good sense.
सिर्फ reject को छोड़ के.
Until unfortunately here 7, DRX
क्योंकि Vengeance and
I gotta say, for Regnum Caribra,
वो कौन था दूसरा टीम कौन था? Vengeance के छोड़ के दूसरा? ओसाका.
Crazy
दोनों तो बहुत मार खाए.
center of the circle, he ended up working out until DRX ended up hindering. I know something that you kind of pointed out to me when we were watching the match was Falcons. Falcons was in the center of the circle, Max, and then they decided to take a fight that I felt like just a bit unnecessary at the time, and I feel like they took that fight because of where they're currently at within the leaderboard. They felt like they needed to be aggressive when they possibly, if it would have been a different scenario for this team, they wouldn't have been that aggressive.
I think we can call Falcons.
क्या ओसाका वही क्या ओसाका.
Yeah, they're definitely going for some early plays to try and get strong positions under control really early on in these games. Unfortunately, by doing so, when you do it early,
Next international team will be Spike, Goat, Hulk, Godward.
They don't have to move, they don't have to transition.
Murder करके जेल चले जाऊंगा मैं. मेरे teammates को.
I think the Falcons here, with the kind of mindset we've seen them adapt in these games, I would have to say, like, Falcons first place, that's out of the question.
Whoa.
I'm not happy with the current.
They're not out of taking that first place position unless they're more than 98 points behind it.
Okay, are we expecting them tomorrow? Okay, I think technically they did in league stage.
Pakistan lowest region.
I mean, did we expect that in league stage?
Yeah, I did good, right? I did good only compared to Japan teams.
18 points coming through.
पता नहीं.
Bloody liar.
Nepal.
And again, the Vicious, we haven't talked
Nepal
too much
did
about.
decent only,
They are
right?
still working their way up the leaderboard here.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm looking
Actually,
forward
Nepal
to
का भी
the
down ही
potential
चल
end
रहा
of day
है.
tomorrow. There's a world where we could see like the Vicious potentially win PMGC, a team who got in here because
Pakistan weakest region है.
They never really
हो
expected
सकता
to
है.
qualify for PMGC like this. They have not really high expectations for themselves. it's kind of all setting up for that perfect storm.
It's time for the overall standings.
Donkey today, as we did touch on earlier on.
Falcons 2 पॉइंट निकाले, क्या बात है, Alpha 7 भी 2 पॉइंट निकाले.
At the same time that DRX crashed up against Regnum Karya, bro, and they only come out with 2 eliminations.
And Vicious just don't care sometimes. They just send it like, oh, we know this position's going to be good. If they're teaming there or not.
Who cares?
Guess we'll see when we arrive. We'll just go. I think
the overall standings are here. RCB #1 with 98 points.
Wow.
D-Place किया #2 with 92. DRX 86. भाई कोरिया domination तो है भाई.
6 points.
Biggest question mark for those teams
PMGC
is
में.
how can they actually finish?
क्या कोरिया ट्रॉफी उठा पाएगा?
Especially for D+. We have seen them in
4MV
situations like this.
no longer at #1. They are at #5. NGX #4.
The team starts off hot, but ultimately they end up crashing down.
Competition बहुत close हो चुका है, बहुत close. 98, 92, 86, 86, 86, 85, 83.
In regards to those Erangel matches, and
Wine Donkey #9. TJP थोड़ा ऊपर आ गया, climb कर दिया. #10.
A lot of squads.
Alpha 7 #15. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. Falcons #12. TT 14. Navi 13.
To watch out for the Vicious because the Vicious doesn't really
And
care who's in front.
MVP of this match, production वाला फिर हक दिया.
That's going to be happening though.
QXZZ.
A lot of these teams going into tomorrow.
Quality देख के लग रहा है मुझे.
Unless you see a big start tomorrow, I think a lot of them are out of the race.
I saw that Falcons, if you take away their 1 win they had, they have 5 placement points.
और अब ये दिखाएंगे ना.
Oh.
MVP top fraggers ये कुछ दिखाएगा तो अच्छा लगेगा.
About Gilded, I'm more talking about how the Falcons have really fallen off. Like, this is a team who's been at the highest level for such a long time. They played PMGC last year under the stalwart name. The top was MVP of the Grand
ये लोग अब नहीं
Finals.
दिखाएंगे, पूरा टूर्नामेंट खत्म होने के बाद दिखाएंगे.
With 1 chicken dinner.
तो ये था guys PMGC Grand Finals का Day 2. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. अगर तुम लोग को थोड़ा भी मजा आया ना भाई, लाइक करना मत भूलना, सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलना. मिलते हैं फिर से वापस कल. Until then, bye bye, take care, love you all. And अभी तक वीडियो देख रहे हो, you guys know what to do. Stay hydrated. मैंने पी लिया, तुम भी पी लेना. मिलते कल same time.